Hello.
Hi. Warren gets them out today. Congratulations, Warren. Wheezy and Russell, good morning. Secure and DeCarter, good morning. Hi, everyone. What up, Marcus? Oh, TC's here. TC called the morning roast. That's so funny.
Oh.
I've stopped texting to ask James if the Clippers are ass.
It's just understood.
Yes.
It's just understood.
In about a minute, I'm gonna turn on. I built us a promo. Or I built a promo. It's me talking, but that's just because that's the audio I grabbed. I'm gonna start building more promos, and I want to listen to it when it plays here. Oh, this is great. This is I'm adding stuff on the fly here. Okay, hang on. Let's listen to this. Here we go. Oh, hi, everyone. Hello. Good morning. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, and we are hanging out with you until noon here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento sports leader. We threw a couple of things in at the last second when we were going through the Kings schedule, and I would like to do that with all of you. But we've got a ton of NBA stuff to get into. We've got a Brandon Aiyuk update from John Lynch that is not super promising. Lots of stuff to get to. But first, I had the weirdest trip to the vet I've ever had in my life last night.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And I need up front. I need to say this up front because there's going to be a little bit of like gallows humor here, a little bit. I adore my cats. I love them. I will take a day off when one of them dies because I'm going to be despondent. Yeah. Okay. So I do not take any of this lightly. I go to the vet last night because my cat, I have Cat and Steph. And he's named after Steph Curry. His name's Stephen Curry. The other one's Patrick Willis. So Cat and Steph. And I took Steph to the vet because he's having a little bit of a problem, just a small problem that we thought kind of went away, but then it came back a couple weeks later. So nothing major, but just, hey, you know what? We should probably get this looked at.
Okay.
So I take him into the vet. They do the thing where they put me in the kind of little waiting room, like the examination room. Explain the problem. Vet tech says, cool, I'll go get his vitals and everything. The doctor's a little bit busy right now, but he'll be back in here in a little bit to kind of let you know. So the doctor comes in after 15, 20 minutes, and he goes, okay, so we can't find anything wrong, so just continue to monitor the thing.
Okay.
Continue to monitor it. Everything seems healthy. Stomach's healthy. Bladder's where it needs to be. thought it might be a urinary issue, but no, it's not that. Like everything looks healthy. He's good to go. I did notice though a bit of an arrhythmia, which is like an irregular heartbeat.
Of course.
And it's called a galloping heartbeat is what he calls it, where it's like speeds up and then it'll like normalize and it'll speed up real quick and then it like starts to normalize. And he says, so we can run some basic blood work here, or we can do an echocardiogram, which is basically a sonogram of his heart.
Of course.
While it's beating. And so he's taking me through these options. And he goes, it could be a litany of things. I want to do some blood work to see if it's a thyroid issue, or it might be something more serious. It might be like congenital heart failure or some kind of heart disease. And then he goes, so it's really up to you how you want to do this. With dogs, there's usually a longer lead time between when we know they have heart disease, and then there'll be some warning signs where you can kind of treat it. With a cat, they just kind of die.
Sorry to laugh.
No, it's funny. It's supposed to be funny. That's the punchline. And I was like, what? So what do I do? Like, what is there treatment? He's like, no. Like if it's that, the symptoms are that they die. Like, okay. Well, I'm not doing an echocardiogram. I'm about to go out of town. I can't do all that. Let's get the blood work. Let's just get the blood work in and see.
Yeah, let's start with the $100 fee, and then we'll build from there.
I wish it was $100.
Yeah.
So we'll start with this, and then we'll go from there. It's cool. So he goes, you can wait around here, or you can take him home, and I'll call you. I'm like, why would I want to wait here? Yeah, send me home. I don't want to be here. So get my cat.
Did you ask if you send me home, is he just going to die?
Right. So now I'm all freaked out. I'm like, buddy, are you okay? Like, talk to me. And so we go home. Doctor calls me about 7:30 last night, and he goes, all right, so we got the results in, and gosh, cat's as healthy as an ox. I can't believe he's 14. God, his kidneys look great. Liver functions great. Like it just starts going through all these things. Like I have the healthiest cat in the universe, apparently. He's like, yeah, but also he might just keel over. And so I'm like, okay, so what are the next steps? And he goes, and then he drops this on me. So after telling me, hey, your cat might just, and there's nothing he can do, he goes, and I also, just pause real quick. I also understand he's 14. I get it. Like, yeah, we're nearing even if he's a cat that lives for a long time, we're still nearing kind of the last few years. So I got it. And then he goes, yeah, so it's not the thyroid. Thyroid looks great. So I'm like, oh, okay. So he has this heart disease. I'm like, okay, so what's the next steps then? He goes, okay, so echocardiogram. He kind of walks me back through that stuff. And and then he goes, or there's a test you can actually do at home. You can actually monitor his breathing at home. So what you do is you're going to set a timer for 60 seconds and then just count his breaths. And I went, what?
What? That's the test?
I just sit there with a timer and I watch his little belly go up and down. And he's like, yeah, next time he's relaxed and kind of just sleeping next to you on the couch or wherever he's comfortable sleeping. Yeah, just stand there with a timer and count how many times he breathes in 60 seconds. You're shooting for something under 30.
Okay.
So we're going to do that. He was all amped up last night because he had gotten his blood drawn and he was freaking out about his foot and it was food time. So we didn't do it last night. So we're going to do it tonight or today once I get home. And we're going to cross our fingers that maybe my cat just had a weird heartbeat because he was at the vet, which the vet didn't explain could be a thing while I was at the vet. Oh. He didn't go, yeah, it might be irregular because it's, there's a lot going on. There's dogs and he's stressed out. It might just be that. No, it didn't tell me that. It was like, yeah, he's either his thyroid or he's going to go. So that's what I'm dealing with. It's the weirdest vet trip I've ever had. And he goes, oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to say after he tells me all his blood work results, he goes, yeah, so struck out on that. Don't really know what to tell you. It's like, can you give me to a doctor who does? I bring him to you. I don't know what to tell me either. That's why I'm talking to you. So
as someone
we're going to cross our fingers for Stephen Burry's continued health.
Yeah, someone who spent over $5,000 saving a pug early in the year. only to have said pug just fall over and die, like what you're talking about. I feel for you because
Yeah, man.
it's tough and it's so expensive. I mean,
dude. Well, okay, so all right, this is Mom. Turn the radio off. But I picked him up last night and I'm looking at him in his stupid face and I'm like, buddy, there's a price on your head now.
yeah,
Like, this is not a 4-year-old cat anymore. Like we're at this point where we're gonna have to make some decisions.
even the pug, he was only 7, so that's why we went ahead and invested.
Totally.
You know, but yeah.
I don't. Shout out to my cat. We're crossing our fingers.
That's right.
Anyways, shout out to all the veterinarians out there as well. We appreciate you all immensely. even my guy who doesn't know how to help me. Yeah, cat might just keel over. Don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, did you tell him I now have an irregular heartbeat?
Yeah.
From going to the vet's office.
No, I've got to go to my doctor. You're coming with me.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not good.
I was thinking about this last night. I want to get into some other NBA stuff because I heard one of my favorite NBA questions of the year yesterday.
Uh-oh.
That I want to dive into. But I was thinking about this last night, and I was thinking about the conversation we were having about the Sacramento Kings. And I kind of wonder, and again, we're not going to cure all their issues with one move or one lineup change.
Mm-hmm.
But I do wonder if there's a way that they can get this season off the ground a little bit and kill a couple of birds with one stone. And we talk a lot about the lack of a pecking order, the lack of a clear on offense. Here's what we're doing. Here is the primary option. Here's the secondary option. Here's kind of the tertiary option, but that'll fluctuate a little bit with maybe a 4th or 5th guy, depending on who's hot. And then we also talk about like, man, hey, it's time to play the young guys. Pull the plug. Like they got to get the young guys in. I wonder if you can kind of do both of those things at the same time.
Okay.
So here's just and you can mix and match your lineups however you want here. But I'm not asking for this for half an hour a game. But what does a lineup with Zach LaVine, Nate Clifford, Keon Ellis, Keegan Murray, and Maxime Reynaud look like? Can I get that for 4 minutes? Where that's a really clear, and whether Keegan is the one or LaVine is the one, you got to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's a much easier, okay, one of those guys is the one of those guys is the 2. Everybody else is going to be a non-primary option. Everybody else there is going to space the floor. There, you've got some defense with Keon and Nick and Keegan. You're getting young players on the court. I know they don't have a true point guard there. That's why I'm not looking for 30 minutes of this a night. But I kind of wonder if that's a lineup that you give a few minutes to and see, hey, does this work?
Yeah, I mean, like I've said this all season long, like the fact that the Kings don't have enough shooters is such a huge issue. This lineup that you're handing out here actually has 3 legitimate shooters and then 2 rookies.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with that because both of those guys should be able to shoot. They project as shooters, Reynaud and Nate Clifford.
Mm-hmm.
But that's been the problem with this Kings team all year long. A lack of defense, a lack of shooting. Like this is a lineup that I would love to see for 4 minutes a half.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not perfect, but because you are going to have some problems rebounding with this lineup.
Sure.
Although Nick does help you with the rebounding numbers. Keegan's a good rebounder. Reynaud's developing as a rebounder. You also might struggle with some toughness in the key.
Yeah.
But overall,
there's flaws to this lineup. I want to make that clear. I don't think this is the ideal maximized Kings lineup, and you can mix and match again, however you want.
My only problem is I don't think. I mean, you don't have a natural point guard in this group, and if you're going to use Nate Clifford as that natural point guard, okay. But when Schroeder is healthy and you've got Schroeder and Monk, or you've got Schroeder and Westbrook, that's a lot of minutes that's got to go to those 2 guys. And so I get this, and I would be okay with it. I think right now we're seeing the transition to Reynaud. Reynaud is probably going to be the backup center going forward once you get Domas back.
Yeah.
And I don't know how long that is. I looked it up yesterday. He got hurt on November 16th. And they said 3 to 4 weeks from that point. They also, just so we're on the same page here, he has a torn meniscus, a slight tear in the meniscus in his left knee, I believe it is. They did not give us an update that included a surgical procedure. So they're going the non-surgical route with his knee, which to me is interesting.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I think that
what's the difference?
there are two schools of thought there. I think one would take a little bit longer. It's also possible that, hey, Domas has not had knee injuries in the past. So there's an accumulation of scar tissue and stuff like that. So they didn't have to go in and fix what was happening.
Sure.
But it's just like the two paths that they decided to go with. And like, this is the second time that Domas has decided to go away from the surgical option, because you remember with the thumb, when he had the avulsion fracture, they also chose to, take the long route.
Right.
But the long route that allowed him to stay on the court, as opposed to, going in and shutting him down for 6 to 8 weeks and having actual thumb surgery.
Right.
So just kind of an interesting side note to this.
Sure.
Yeah, but Reynaud is going to play minutes, I think, going forward. The one question about this is, does Keon ever get legitimate burn?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I've given up on trying to figure out exactly what.
I know when people keep asking, why aren't you grilling Doug Christie? It's like, how many times do we ask the same question? We don't need another soundbite of Doug saying how much he loves Keon Ellis.
Yeah.
As a person.
Yeah.
So unless there's some way that we're going to have a quiet sit down where I get on the same page with what's happening here, and they're like, well, this is what the plan is. I don't know how to solve that question. And I don't know how to answer that question for people. I can keep asking the same question and getting the same answer, but that's just because people's attention spans are like gnats, and they need to hear the same thing again 3 weeks later.
This is all, yeah, right. This is also not. If you're gonna go after a coach, just as a let's pause on the media aspect of this. If you're gonna go after a coach and be like, all right, I'm gonna really hold this guy's feet to the fire.
Yeah,
you get to do that once. You get to really do that. You get an opportunity to open that door once, because if you come out guns blazing on Keon Ellis's minutes, and there's just a good answer for it, and it's like, oh, you ruin credibility with the coach, and you ruin credibility with everybody.
Yeah.
Where now the next time that you want to come in hot, it's like, oh, hey, that was the guy that came in hot about random thing X. So like you said, you can ask. I'll go to the next home game and be like, hey, why isn't Keon playing? And Doug's gonna give me the exact same answer he gave James.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could ask it in a mean way. Doug, what the hell are you doing? Why isn't Keon playing? Which is not a realistic thing in a press conference room, but that's fine. I could do that. And he's gonna go, all right, relax. He's not playing because, and then he's gonna give me the answer he gave James.
Yeah.
There's just,
I mean, he told us, hey, it's going to get worse when Keegan's back. The minute crunch is going to get worse for everybody, but specifically Keon. That was part of the answer.
And you also, there's not going to be and we deal with this a lot with the 49ers, because people, why don't you ask Shanahan this? And then you go look and you're like, he did get asked that. He just didn't get asked it in an angry way.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. People think that.
He did get asked why he didn't go for it on 4th down.
Yeah.
He just didn't. Hey, idiot, why didn't you go for it on 4th down, stupid? No, of course. You're not going to ask it like that. That's insane. No. But there's just not, it's just not a realistic thing to be combative like that in press conferences.
Yeah, it's got to be something very specific.
Yeah, if you're a fan and you're upset with how Doug Christie is coaching, that's fine. I totally get it.
Yeah,
but that's just not. he's not. There's not a way to ask a question. There's not an order of words that is going to make him be like, oh, okay, fine. Here we go. Here's the God's honest answer. We have to play Zach. Like, it's just, that's not going to be a thing.
No, it's not.
So it's been approached. You got what you got. And I don't think there's ever going to be a satisfactory answer on that.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyways, we got a ton more King stuff to get into today. I want to dive into their schedule and look at what's coming up with the All-Star break before the All-Star break in February, because we kept saying, oh, the schedule's going to get easier. The schedule's going to get easier. I'm not super certain it does. And we'll dive into some of that. We'll dive into some other things going on around the West. We've got Tuesday tiers. We've got a Brandon Aiyuk update from John Lynch. Plenty to get into over the next couple hours. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Oh, you silly guy.
I don't know who this guy is on the right, but he looks like he's about to play the guitar.
Oh, that's what's his name? Tony something?
Oh, wow. Huh. Michigan asked, if you're a Heat fan, would you ever think Pat Riley is overrated? I don't know.
It's a weird thing. That's one of the things that you see going on Warriors Twitter a lot. Is like, hey man, if Joe Lacob and co have torpedoed the last 4 years because of this 2 timelines thing, and they continue making the wrong moves, at what point can you be mad about it? Like, if Pat Riley is a legend, he's brought so much success to Miami.
Yeah.
Like, do you ever be like, hey, to hell with that guy, or is he just a legend who gets carte blanche forever?
I mean,
I don't know.
Problem is he's 80. And
sure.
Yeah, you don't nobody gets to do this forever. You know? I don't know. Jesus.
Oh, I was going to look something up. Okay, hang on.
That's a good question, Stephen Castaneda. We should all go out to a lunch. We need a restaurant to sponsor the show. How about that? I believe. Ooh, dang. I think there is a rule about trading back to the same team. I'm gonna have to look that up. I forgot about that. No, Michigan. He wants someone to comp us 9 shots of tequila for 8 people who have
Yeah,
to
you're
go back to
gonna-
work. And Steven. That's what he's looking for. You
That was iconic. That was such a great performance.
you gonna take that shot over there? It's like, nope, here you go. Oh, all right. Cool. How about you? Nope. It's all you.
Oh, here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I have my bag over here doing some number crunching.
Uh-oh.
Somebody wants Doug Christie's feet held to the fire. I'll do it. No, I'm digging through some numbers. I'm not quite done yet. But once I have these numbers all sussed out, we're going to talk about it. It's about the Kings passing and their offense, or lack thereof. And we'll get to all of that. Real quick, before we continue talking about the Kings, John Lynch, the 49ers general manager, had an update on Brandon Aiyuk today.
Mm-hmm.
And it is the most pessimistic I've heard a 49ers official sound on the Brandon Aiyuk thing. It has always been, if you've not been following, the 49ers waived Brandon Aiyuk's 2026 guarantees back in July and basically set the table to be able to cut him in the offseason.
Yep.
For free.
One of the strangest things that we've seen.
Very odd, and even more odd that he didn't want the NFL, Brandon Aiyuk, didn't want the Players Association to fight that, to try and recoup his guarantees.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Really, really strange situation. And John Lynch today was asked if it's realistic, because Kyle Shanahan has been, when he gets asked, is Brandon Ayuk's practice window going to be open? He said, I've been told Brandon is week to week. So once I get the all clear that he's good to go, then we'll open his practice window and he'll be out. That's been the common refrain. Here's what John Lynch said today. This is via Cam Inman to the Bay Area News Group. Quote, realistic, I'm not sure. Hopeful, yeah. That's where I'd leave that. He continues to rehab. Like I've always said, we're a better team when Brandon is out there. Hope that's the case. I wish it were more than that.
It's pretty simple, Kyle.
He's not coming back, guys.
He's not coming
This is
back
done.
because they already decided not to guarantee his contract for next year. They bring him back. He gets hurt again. They are not going to be on the hook for his contract.
Yeah, I just continue to totally. That's just the financials of it for sure. But again, I go back to I've seen so many people write, here's what I think happened. And there's always one thing. If you want to go, oh, it's easy. It went XYZ, and then we got here. Except it's always like, hey, but that's not XYZ. That's like QYZ. Like you're missing. So like this doesn't.
Yeah, we're
work.
certainly missing something, but it sounds like he didn't want to show up to the league or the team mandated stuff,
right?
As far as like rehab appointments and everything else. He's doing his own thing,
Mm-hmm.
but those own things don't like mesh with what the 49ers like recovery and return to play protocol is.
Right.
He wants to do his own thing, and the 49ers are like, okay, I guess we just lost $27 million this year, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Wasted it on a player who's not going to play for us anymore, and we're out. We're out of the Brandon Aiyuk business moving forward.
But that still doesn't account for why he's not appealing it. And if it's the answer is, well, he doesn't want to play there anymore. Yeah, he's going to lose a lot of money.
No, I agree. I think he's crazy for handling the way that he has, but at the same time, he probably knows that the team has all of the documentation that he didn't do what he was supposed to do, and he has no leg to stand on. Figuratively and literally.
Maybe. Something that just doesn't add up to me. Because if he didn't want to do the team mandated rehab stuff, Nick Bosa wasn't with the team when he was coming back from his ACL. He did a bunch of that rehab in Florida. He did a bunch of those workouts in Florida. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we trust him. It's all good. Then with Aiyuk, there's something missing.
Well, okay, so remember we had the situation with Marvin Bagley a few years ago, where it's during the pandemic, and Marvin had hurt his hand. He broke a bone in his hand, had to have surgery, or had to have it like he was in a cast, right? So he went to the Kings and said, "Hey, do you mind? We're in a global pandemic. Do you mind if I go home to Arizona, where my parents are, and hang out there and do my rehab there?" And the Kings said, "Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Just make sure you're doing your regular doctor visits, and we need check-ins and all that stuff." Well, they stopped hearing from Marvin. And then finally we're like, "Hey, we need you to go in and have your hand checked. You've been gone way too long." He thought he was just out for the season. He had just kind of resigned himself to not coming back to the team that year. So the Kings are like, "What are you talking about? We still have like 20 games left. You need to go to the doctor." He went to the doctor, and the doctor's like, "Hey, this hand's been healed up for like 10 days at least, maybe even 2 weeks. Like, he's fine." So the Kings made Marvin Bagley go to the Phoenix Suns, where they were coming to town in like a week, and said, "You need to go start COVID protocol and get cleared to come back and join the team." And then when the Kings came into Phoenix, they picked him up basically, and he rejoined the team. But then even it was still like another 2 weeks before he played. So there are players who follow every single script that are there every day because you get some of the most advanced healthcare possible, especially for injuries. Like the Kings, the 49ers, they have things at their disposal that we normal people don't get to use.
Right.
Like they have laser light therapy. They have all kinds of different types of therapy that we don't have access to as normal people. And that's why you go to the team and you work with the team, and they get you through the process as quickly as possible and help you heal faster.
Yeah.
But clearly Brandon Aiyuk was not interested in that. And I think he understands that he's probably culpable, and was like, "All right, well, I'm not going to win this case, so I might as well just let it go."
Yeah. Yeah. There's just the whole, when if that was the case, I think the 49ers would be like, "Yeah, we're shutting him down for the year. Want him to be healthy moving forward. We wish him the best."
Yeah.
John Lynch saying, "Realistic, I'm not sure. Hopeful, yeah." That's where I'd leave that. Man, what?
No.
It's weird. It's weird. So I don't think Brandon Aiyuk's coming back this year. That was the thing I took away from that.
I take away he will never wear a 49ers jersey ever again.
No, that is not a thing that's going to happen.
It is not.
No, for sure. I've got more Niner stuff coming up in a bit. I heard this question yesterday, and I texted you immediately. I was at a red light, so I didn't even wait till I got home.
All right.
I texted you right away. And I heard this on the is it group chat? The Ringer NBA podcast? I think it was group chat. The question got asked as a joke, but I think this is a fun question. Who's the worst team in the West who could win the East?
Oh, I have an idea.
Okay, what was your idea?
I think Minnesota. That's like the team that I would circle and say, I think Minnesota is the worst team in the West that could, like, I don't think the Suns would win the East. And I don't think the Warriors, and I don't think Memphis.
So could OKC could, obviously.
Oh, of course.
The Lakers are 15-5.
Yeah, they'd win the East.
I think they'd win the East. The Rockets 13-5.
Yeah, I think the Rockets, and they're right there with like the Cavs of last year, Detroit of this year. I think they could still win it. They could win the East.
Denver, I think. Sure.
Yeah, I'm positive Denver could win the East.
San Antonio?
I'm iffy on whether. Yeah, no. I kind of put them in the same boat as I do with the Suns. Like, I think that San Antonio is good, and like they're going to be a playoff team most likely.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also not ready to say, hey, they're like one of the best teams in basketball. Again, Victor Wembanyama has not been able to stay healthy. Here's a crazy thing. De'Aaron Fox, who entered the season with a hamstring tear, he's played one less game than Victor Wembanyama at this point.
Man.
So, like, at some point, he's got to get on the court and stay healthy. Stephon Castle, he's only played 13 games. Like, they have a lot of guys who have not played, who have missed time. I don't know. I kind of want to see what that team looks like.
Wemby didn't play against the Kings, and then he didn't play. They ruled him out the following night because he didn't play against Memphis. Okay, so they are 5-2 since Victor Wembanyama went down.
Yeah, it's wild.
They beat the Kings, Grizzlies, Hawks. They lost to the Suns in Phoenix, but then they went on the road to the Blazers and beat them. Then they went on the road to Denver and beat them, and then they lost in Minnesota on Sunday.
Yeah.
And they played a night against Memphis. Ooh, could the Spurs win the East?
I don't know.
Man. I'm trying to think because there's also part of this that the question is now, are the Spurs better than the Pistons or the Knicks? And I don't think they are.
No.
Because I think those are the two teams, and shout out to the Miami Heat too, who have been really good this year. But I think the Pistons and the Knicks are kind of the top two contenders right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, is Minnesota better than those teams? I think they could be.
I think they could be. I don't know if you just like outright say, oh yeah, they're a better team, but I think they could be.
I think they could win the East. I think that's right. That's the top six. We just went through the top six. That's where the cutoff is. Because you're right. Phoenix, salute to Phoenix. I want to talk about Phoenix. Phoenix is now 13-9.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And I think that's a fine team. That's a tier 3-ish team.
They just have a pecking order, man.
Yep. They have a pecking order and they try their asses off.
Yeah.
It is super not that difficult. That is the recipe for the Suns, and they're 13-9. And everybody behind them, Golden State, Memphis, Portland. Yeah. No.
I hate
not winning
saying this, but I'm going to say it anyways.
I love it when you do this.
The Kings would still be a very good team if they had never made the Harrison Barnes, DeMar DeRozan trade. I just like...
We're going all the way back there?
The dude is... Well, I mean, he's been there for like a year and a half, and I mean, he's averaging 12.4 points. He's shooting 42.4% from three. He's giving you 31 minutes a night.
I think that's an important revision to the Harrison Barnes take, because I was at the front of the like, hey, can we do something different than Harrison Barnes train? I was at the front. But that was also with the expectation of, can we do something different than Harrison Barnes, like a better version?
Yeah.
Not, hey, do you know what they should get instead of Harrison Barnes? DeMar DeRozan. Like, that wasn't no, wait, that's not the plan.
It's just the style of player.
Okay, so I'm so happy you brought this up. It's the style of player. It's the fit. It's the fit now and then. Like, I remember when they acquired DeMar DeRozan, we talked about it. We're like, man, get the dribble handoff game going, and here's how he can fit. And it was this idea that like a version of DeMar DeRozan that slides in as a third or fourth option would be amazing. But in reality, and this is what we did not see, at least I did not see. I don't want to put this on you or anybody else. What I did not see is, DeMar doesn't have a different gear. He just has I'm going to shoot it a bunch of times and I'm going to score 20 plus.
Yeah, DeMar is who DeMar is.
Yes.
That's why, like, again, on the podcast, we talk about this all the time. Me, Sean, Brendan, on the King Speed podcast. Sean has said, like, you cannot fault DeMar DeRozan for any of this because it is literally who he has always been.
Nope.
You can't go out and sign and trade for somebody thinking that they're going to be something other than what they have been for the first 15 years of their career. So, and I agree with that. I agree with that sentiment completely. But that's why, like, I look at this team and it's just like, man, if you just had a 6'8", 3-4 that could, play defense and knock down 42% from three and not ask for a bunch of shots and not ask for anything else, just go about his business being a good locker room guy and a good community guy.
Man.
and doing his thing. And that's, I think people just undervalued, again, being league average, getting someone that can go out there and just play 30 plus minutes a night and be league average is such a blessing.
Yep.
You just take care of that position. I don't need to worry about you anymore. And then what you do, a team that is building something, they go out and they draft a Nick Clifford type player, and they have Harrison Barnes mentoring him to hand the position over, like to eventually take over. But that's not what's happening now. And let's be honest, the Kings need another Harrison Barnes type player. They don't need is another DeMar DeRozan type player. So if you're working with a young player and you're like, man, do I want to, and this isn't a knock on DeMar, this is about team fit. If I want to hand a young player off to a veteran and say, hey, help him become this, like, how do you ask DeMar DeRozan to teach Nick Clifford how to be something that he's not? The answer is you don't.
Right.
It's just a weird situation.
So along those lines, these are the numbers I was digging up, and you walked us. I have numbers on this, and I started looking into this morning, and I've finally finished digging through the tracking data, and I have some fascinating numbers about that help illustrate A, what's wrong with the Kings offense, and B, what's wrong with these particular players on their roster. And it fits in with what you're saying about the Harrison Barnes, DeMar DeRozan thing. We'll go through those numbers next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports.
Yeah, man, this is the problem. I hate when logic just, yeah. Michael, if the Fox trade never happened, this team would be better off. The Fox trade wouldn't have happened. Just
that's it. That I agree with.
Because your team wouldn't have fallen off a cliff. We will be doing a Kings Beat pod sometime this evening. We'll probably do a live show, unless it's earlier in the day. Okay, so Zach, I'm just gonna call you out for how you worded this. James, is it true I heard upper management wanted more Mason Jones over Keon? I don't know if it's true what you heard. Yes, I'm being an asshole. But I don't know what you heard. So is it true that you heard? Yes, probably. I also may have said this yesterday on D-Lo and KC, that there were people within the organization that wanted Mason Jones getting minutes over Keon Ellis. But those people should not be part of the decision-making process, so I'm not worried about it. I haven't watched enough of the Boozer Twins yet. I will start watching more. I just want a larger sample size. That's just me. I need a larger sample size for college players right now, because there are a ton of times where a guy comes in as a preseason like top 2 prospect and ends up being not a prospect at all within their freshman year, and you're like, yeah. You want to hear Sean's opinion on Devlin Carter? Yeah. We'll have a conversation about it.
Magical, magical.
The funny thing is, I am a big time smartass, and not only am I a smartass, I actually have smartass socks. It's a smart, and then there's a donkey. Although I think my golden retriever just ate one of them, which was not nice. But I'm usually not super snarky when I'm on the air.
Is there?
I also curse all the time, which I don't do when I'm here. Very different. I'd say a minimum of 5 players swapped out.
This is an interesting question. Is there that discernible of a difference between Cody and Caleb Martin?
Like visually or as players?
No, has there ever been an NBA set of twins where both were the same quality? I feel like Cody and Caleb Martin are
whatchamacallit?
Caleb? Or are you thinking of twins?
No, the other twins that are very
Markeith.
Yeah, the Morris twins. The Morris twins. There it is.
Markeith and Marcus.
Yeah, one of them was slightly better, but yeah, I mean, clearly Brooke and Robin Lopez, like Brooke is just a way better player. And they're very different as far as styles of players.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle, he's James, and I have numbers. We were talking earlier, you brought up the Harrison Barnes trade. And just, that's what a lot of this season I think is going to be, as we hit certain benchmarks of spiraling. We're probably going to take a look back and go, hey, how did we get here?
Yeah, how did we get here?
How did we go from 3 seasons ago? It was like, light the beam, everything's amazing, the Kings are back. To this, to their schedule got easier and they lost 2 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how did we? So I think this is going to kind of happen a lot as we revisit some of the missteps they've taken over the last 2 or 3 seasons. I was looking up these numbers this morning, and I think a huge problem with the Kings offense, and you're right, this is not, I need to make it really clear up front. This is not DeMar DeRozan's fault. The Kings brought in DeMar DeRozan, and he is doing exactly what DeMar DeRozan does.
Mm-hmm.
I would not expect or ask anything different of him. I did expect different, but that was on me. That's a me problem, not a him problem. That's on me.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to start in the 22-23 season, Mike Brown's first season in Sacramento. And I'm going to run through the first 21 games of this season. This is total number of passes per game. Total number of passes.
Okay.
So that is, I bring the ball across the timeline. I throw it to you on the wing. You throw it to Damian in the corner. That's 2 passes. The Kings in the 22-23 season were 4th in the NBA with 299 total passes
Per game. Average.
And I'm going to round up and down on this because the decimals get to be a lot. 299 on average, 299 passes a game. That's 4th in the NBA. The following season, that number jumped to 305.6 passes per game. 306 passes per game.
Yep.
2nd in the NBA.
Domantas Sabonis leads the team, 8.2 assists per game, 8.1 assists per game. Yep.
Then the 24-25 season happens. That's last year, FYI. The Kings dropped to 287 passes per game. That's 12th. This year, that number has dropped again to 279 passes per game. They are 26th in the league. That's just total passes. But again, that's not always a great indicator because like Minnesota is way down the list of total passes. OKC way down the list because they have really ball dominant number one options who handle the ball, do a lot of the scoring, do a lot of the shot taking. It's not always a perfect indicator, but I think with the Kings, that's a really good indicator of the direction their offense has gone and the way the wheels have kind of fallen off over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I would say with Minnesota, their two best scoring options are straight up ISO heavy usage players,
right,
and Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle.
Yes.
And the reason why OKC is so far low is because their second best scorer has not played or just came back from injury.
Oh, but this is even let me check. I'm on last year in total passes. So this is last season. They were 25th, 24th, 25th.
Okay.
But again, that's a lot of ball dominant.
Yep.
Primary options. Now we're going to go to potential assists. Because if I bring the ball up and I'm able to break down the defense and get in the paint and swing it to the wing, that's one pass, but it's a potential assist. Potential assists, the Kings, in the 22-23 season, were at 49.7 per game. That was third in the league.
Okay.
So 50 a game, potential assists. The next year, about the same, 49 potential assists per game. I was fifth. Last season, 47 potential assists per game. That was 17th. This year, 44. That's 24th. There's just no the answer for what's wrong with the Kings offense. How do you fix the Kings offense? Goes all the way back to what you brought up with the DeMar DeRozan for Harrison Barnes trade. If you could magically undo that, and then magically undo the dominoes that fell off of it.
Yep.
You're in a much better place right now as a team.
Yeah.
Like those numbers that just, and again, we're narrow focused just on this specific aspect of the offense. If you have, instead of DeMar DeRozan, if you have Harrison Barnes, and instead of Dennis Schroeder, you have De'Aaron Fox, your offense probably looks significantly better, whether Mike Brown or Doug Christie is the head coach.
Oh yeah, completely.
Because I don't know. I don't have an answer for like, hey, what's the offense supposed to be? What's the offense supposed to look like? How do they fix this? How do they get better? Like you don't.
Yeah.
No matter how many times.
Pass the ball.
We have these discussions all the time. Like Kenny and I battle all the time. Like my view of basketball, it might not be the view that everybody like enjoys. Like I like to watch the ball move. I like to watch player movement and ball movement and the quote unquote beautiful game. Part of it's because I lived through the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s Sacramento Kings, where it was just the most unselfish, beautiful basketball. And when somebody stood out as somebody who was not playing that style, it was always Chris Webber. When he started to put the ball on the deck and dribble a couple of times, people would start to boo. Like either turn around and fire your jump shot or go at the rim or move the ball.
That's so funny.
And like there was an accountability factor, even with Webber, where it's like, hey man, we know how good you are. Pass the ball. Do not do what you're doing. Like at this point, like again, like Jay Triano had an offense that was cooking. And then you just slowly didn't feed it. You just kept taking little bits of it away until you got to the point where it was unrecognizable. And we all thought, oh, well, Jay Triano had been a head coach or an assistant with DeMar DeRozan before. He knew how to integrate him into the system. There was no integration ever.
No.
So, and again, this isn't about DeMar being a bad player. It's about DeMar being just a bad fit for this team. Like if this team would have pulled off the Cam Johnson trade that they just kept hemming and hawing about and had Cam Johnson instead, I don't care how well Cam Johnson's playing right now. It doesn't really matter. All you needed for Cam Johnson to be was baseline Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, it's player type.
Yeah, it's a player type. You're just like going to get younger and maybe a little bit more athletic at the position, but same type of shooter, same type of usage, same type of shot selection, same type of player. And the fact that you went a completely different route and then just kept doubling down. Like, again, I said it this offseason, like, Dennis Schroeder isn't a bad player, but the fact that Dennis Schroeder isn't a consistent 3-point shooter is completely detrimental to this team. Like, and Russ isn't a bad player. The fact that he can't shoot the 3 consistently is completely detrimental to this team.
To this team, right?
Well, yeah, but it shouldn't be that difficult to build a team around a guy like Domantas Sabonis. And people can say, well, you shouldn't build around Domas. It's like, okay, why would you not build around one of the most consistent players in the league who comes out and plays every single night? Like, why would you not build around him? Especially when the first time you built around him, you won 48 wins and one of the 3rd seed in the Western Conference.
Did they build around him or De'Aaron Fox?
They built around both of them, but realistically, it was around the hub that was Domas. And even the next year, they took it to the next level where he went from like 6.4 assists to 8.2 assists. You ran the ball through him even more. And the fact
if he asked for $50+ million on an extension, you'd give it to him?
At that time? Yes.
No. Now.
Today? Probably not. Because now I don't have the team to build around him, and getting that team is nearly impossible because of the moves you made after that that locked you into bad contracts that probably don't fit. Like, I was looking at this earlier. You were talking about the Miami Heat and how well they're playing.
Yeah. They're cooking.
Yeah, they're cooking. But let's get this straight. You have Tyler Hero and you have Norman Powell as your 1 and 2. Neither of those guys are good defenders. They're just not. They're like Norman Powell. It can be okay, but like realistically, they're bad defenders. But you go out and you get Jaime Jaquez. You go out and you get Davion Mitchell. You have Bam Adebayo. You have Khalil Ware. You just build the team around them. Like, you support the players. Even if you just said, hey, we're all in on DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. Okay, that's fine. If that's what you're going to do, if you're all in on those 2 players, how do you maximize them? Number 1, you trade Domas. Because if you don't have a rim protector behind those 2 defenders, you are absolutely cooked. I almost cursed. You're absolutely
we got a dump button, baby.
Cooked in that situation.
Yeah,
it's not that difficult. If you have players that are, again, if you want to go get Trae Young, the way you play with Trae Young is you got to go get a Clint Capella. You don't have a Domantas Sabonis. Clint Capella, a rim runner, a shot blocker, a rebounder, but who doesn't ask for the ball very much and who sets big screens and rolls to the basket. That's how you maximize that player. Again, you look at John Morant. Like, you go get John Morant, what for? You don't have a team that can support John Morant. Again, another bad shooting guard. Like, in order to maximize John Morant, you need a Jaren Jackson Jr., you need a floor spacer, you need a consistent consistent 3-point shooter at the 2. You need defensive players everywhere because John Morant is a bad defender.
So, okay, we keep doing this. We keep running right up against breaks on the radio side. Okay, we have to step aside. I would like to delve further into this team building question that you've brought up.
Okay.
Because I think the notion that you cannot build around a player because of what you currently have, I don't know that I agree with it. And we'll talk about that next. Plus, we've got Tuesday tiers coming up in the second hour. Who's the best team in the NFL? We'll try and figure it out. Might have gotten answered last night. We'll do all that in the second hour on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Oh! I said doll hairs.
Is it Trey Jones that's not playing well? Oh, no. He's playing well.
Tyus Jones is a little bit of a mess.
Yeah. Let's see. Trey Jones is where?
Chicago.
Okay. And Tyus Jones is in Orlando and not figuring it out at all, averaging 2 points per game and shooting 29.6% from the field. What a weird thing that is. The Kings can't trade Keegan for a long time. And, like, why would you? He's showing signs. My fantasy team is trash. It's been a horrible year. I don't want to talk about it. We made mistakes because we have a keeper league. We threw everyone back and drafted Genty because we thought we would build around him. And then we came back with Brian Thomas Jr. and Neighbors, and then Brian Thomas Jr., both of which have just completely collapsed. Not a lot we could have done. Well, we could have drafted Puka instead, or we could have just kept James Cook. Not that one. I'm like, look, Michael Porter Jr., the King shouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. That would be the exact type of player I expect him to go get right now. Just because, like, why not? Let's just make this thing worse. So.
That's a bad guy.
He's not a good dude, and he's got a ticking time bomb that is his back. He had 3 back surgeries before he was 21.
One minute.
1 minute.
Uno minuto. Hey, chat, I'm going to ask you guys, do you want some bad news? Or do we want to skip the bad news?
Uh-oh.
Thumbs up if you want the bad news, thumbs down if you don't. It's nothing like pressing. It's not like breaking news with like in the immediate. All right, here we go. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Hanging out with you until noon. Then we will hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and those guys will take it up to 4 o'clock. On Sacramento Sports Leader. Sports Talk on ESPN 1320 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch a local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right. I asked during the break at youtube.com/ESPN1320. I asked everyone in our chat there. We don't have a text line, so we use the YouTube chat as a text line. I asked if they wanted some bad news that or not. Like it feels like everything's been kind of bad news lately, so you just skip it. And a resounding, yeah, we want the bad news. Somebody said it's Kings talk. It's always bad news. The Las Vegas Raiders. This is according to Jason Cole. and this is going to circle back to the Kings. The Las Vegas Raiders, according to Jason Cole, in 14 full seasons since Mark Davis succeeded Al Davis with the Raiders, 0 playoff wins, 2 playoff appearances, 2 winning seasons, 8 seasons after this year. It'll be 8 seasons with 10 plus losses and an 85 and 130 overall record. That is a lot of ineptitude.
Mm-hmm.
The Raiders are one of the poster children for bad franchises. They've gone through many, many head coaches. They've gone through GMs. They have done
a weird, outlandish hire, the super stable hire. Yeah, they've tried it all. Yeah.
Okay. Reminiscent a little bit of the Sacramento Kings over the last 2 decades.
Mm-hmm.
For the people who want Vivek Ranadive to sell the Kings and who say this guy isn't winning, if you're not winning, you need to sell. Do you want to know what the Raiders franchise valuation was when Mark Davis took over for Al Davis in 2011?
Oh, I'm going to guess $750 million.
Really close. You're gonna get a ding for that. Well done. $770 million in 2011. Very close. The Raiders, through all that ineptitude, which I'll remind you, no playoff wins, 2 playoff appearances, 2 winning seasons, and 8 seasons with 10 plus losses, and an 85 and 130 overall record.
And a relocation.
Many new head coaches, many new GMs. Would you like to take a stab at what their franchise valuation is today?
$4.3 million.
Oh, you don't get a ding for that one. $7.7 billion.
Billion. That's what I meant. Billion. Whoa. 7.7?
$7.7 billion. They have done nothing but lose and become the one of the NFL's laughing stocks. And the valuation has gone from $770 million to $7.7 billion.
10 times.
That is why it doesn't matter that your team is losing. It doesn't matter. You could be like, I'm a season ticket holder. I'm going to be done holding my season tickets. And there's TV money coming in. There's still people who are going to go to games.
The TV money is where the NBA they just signed their massive deal.
They're going to get money from not being a tax team.
Yep.
Like it's you own a sports team and it's just guaranteed you're going to make money.
Well, I mean, again, when Vivek bought the team from the Maloofs in 2013, it was for a valuation of $535 million. The team is worth over $5 billion now. It's the same exact thing. A sports franchise is tenfold. Mm-hmm. And that is why Vivek continues to try to get into the sports world, because he knows how much money he's made off of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, Vivek, I don't know the exact numbers, but I had heard he owns roughly 15% of the Kings, but 15% of $5 billion is a lot of money.
Yeah, and you're going to make it. And somebody said the NFL is different than the NBA. Yeah, it might not be increasing as exponentially in that way. Getting a new stadium helps.
Yeah,
but it might not be increasing exponentially like that. But you're making money. The valuation's going up.
Yeah,
there's not. So we talked about that a while back when the Vivek sell thing was in the news there for a couple of weeks. But
nope. He was not at the game the other night. Wasn't there.
Probably smart. I would stay away if I'm him. Stay as far into the background as you can.
But he hasn't. He's never, ever.
I know.
I mean, he's always at games.
I know.
So.
But this would be a good time to take a few games off.
Maybe.
So,
yeah.
We're talking about team building, and you said you don't go good Ja Morant because you don't have the team to build around him. You don't keep Domantas Sabonis because you don't have the team around him. I land in the NBA specifically. I'm waffling on this in the NFL. If I feel this way in the NFL with quarterbacks, but in the NBA, I land firmly in the camp of just get the dude in the building, and then go from there.
Okay, but
I get that trading for Ja Morant isn't going to make the Kings good immediately, But I think it then becomes easier to go, okay, we need this archetype. We need this type of player. And you start kind of building in the pieces around him. That's where I land on that.
I agree, but the problem is that you can't do that when you have a 42 and a $47 million player.
Mm-hmm.
One of those guys, number one, should go to get you the player that you want. But then the second phase of that is that the other player's got to be either a good fit with that player or he has to go as well. And it's just not easy to trade a $47 million player.
No, understood. But you're getting Ja Morant not for this year or next year.
Yeah.
Like that's okay. We've got that guy in the building. That's step one. Okay, still got some messy contracts to deal with. Cool. We'll get to that down the road.
Yeah, I'm with you. The player's got to be young enough and the injury history and all that stuff.
Yeah, Ja might not be the specific, but that player, I'm of the mind you get the player and figure it out.
Okay.
Not you figure everything else out. Get everything just right. Okay, now who can we get? Like, no, if Scott Perry with his whole chest feels that Ja Morant is the player for them, cool, go get him. Following Scott Perry's plan. And if he is in on Ja Morant, then cool. Then go execute that plan and figure out the rest later. But again, if it gets to, all right, well, hang on, let's get the contracts off the books. All right, and now we got, okay, let's see. Who do we want? Okay, maybe LaMelo? Is LaMelo? I don't know. And now all of a sudden it's 2029 and they've done nothing. They have some draft picks. So that was my only kind of pushback on the team building idea and who you can build around and who you can't. I would just go get the guy in the building.
Yeah,
if whoever that player might be.
I get that, and then you can also use some of the other players that don't have the massive contracts, but still there has to be an outline of something that can work. And that's why when they went out and got Domas, and you didn't know if it would work because you had two left-handed players and two players that weren't great shooters. And you're like, how do you build a team around these guys? It's not that difficult. Shooters. That's how you build the team. And that's what they did. And sure enough, they were good. It doesn't feel like the pathway forward should be so difficult to see. And I get it. Sometimes the player that's sitting there waiting for you to draft them or whatever is not a conventional fit or whatever. But fit has to play a huge role in anything that you do. Like, I'll say this again, and I'll say it because it could possibly happen here in the next month and a half. Jonathan Kuminga is not the answer for the Sacramento Kings. He's the same exact thing that they already have. A non-passing, high-usage, isolation player that is completely doesn't play defense consistently and is completely about me. How is that going to play? Oh, that's
you're hoping that
it'll be different for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's literally banking on, he just hates the Warriors. That's why he plays that way. Whatever Golden State is doing is not fair to Jonathan Kuminga. Ergo, once he gets somewhere else, Golden State, by the way, leading the NBA while we're on passing data, leading the NBA in passes this year at 341 per game, led the NBA in passes last year at 332 per game. Third in the NBA 3 seasons ago at 298.7 per game. They move the basketball. And for some reason, Jonathan Kuminga doesn't fit. But yeah, go get him. If you're looking for a free-flowing read and react offense.
Nope. That's not what that is. Doesn't shoot the three well enough to space the floor. More and more spacing issues. Like, I don't know what to make of this team. And I get, like, I saw the pathway, and I'll tell you, like, my thought process as watching a team and building a team, like, aligned perfectly with Monty McNair. He just didn't take the next logical steps that you had to take. Like, you get to a certain level and you're like, okay, it's okay for the A's to be like, we all know that they're around a 75 win team, for them to not have great starting pitching because they're not there yet. Like, but once you get this next season and all of a sudden you're looking at this team and they're going to have all kinds of hitters, right? They're oh, my computer just went weird.
Oh no.
But like you're projecting them out and you're looking at like who like they can be moving forward. This next season, all of their hitters are going to be really good. They are ready to roll now. Now you got to go get the pitching. Now it's time to go bolster the bullpen. Now it's time to go get another number 1, number 2, number 3 starter. That's how you take that next leap. The Kings got to the point where they were at where the A's are right now. And all they had to do is take that next logical step. Go get that one more big piece that puts you over the top, that takes you from a 3 seed and cements you as a top 1, 2, 3 team in the Western Conference for the next 5 years. And you balked at the trade.
It was so you brought up earlier, the way we got on this team building thing was, James, you earlier brought up the DeMar DeRozan trade.
Yeah.
Like, man, if you could just undo the DeMar DeRozan, Harrison Barnes trade, like the Kings would be in such a different spot right now, such a better spot right now. And I think you might even go back one more and go to the Pascal Siakam deal.
Oh, yeah.
And man, there's nothing beyond Keegan Murray. There's nothing that could have realistically been on the table there that to me would have been like, you can't do it. Like, love Malik Monk. Shout out to Malik Monk. Salute. He's having a great year. Malik Monk should not be the difference between having Pascal Siakam and not.
And I don't even think Malik Monk was part of that deal until late. And even then, it was still like a negotiation.
Right.
It really did come down to, from what I know, that they wouldn't give him the contract that he wanted. And so they said, well, there's no reason to trade for him because he doesn't want to be here. And it wasn't that he didn't want to be there. He wasn't going to take less money.
Yeah.
And that's pretty simple. Like, NBA players make what they make.
Whether you're in Sacramento, it's not Sacramento related because he took it in Indiana. This is not like, he wanted to be in New York or Miami or LA.
No, he would have been perfectly fine.
No, he wanted
here.
to get paid somewhere.
Yeah, but I think, like, honestly, I think he felt disrespected by the process. Like, the Raptors were here. They were negotiating.
That was that whole evening at Golden One Center.
Wild.
Was the Raptors brass is in the building. They're meeting right now. It's all hush hush. They're in a conference room in the bowels of Golden One Center, and they're going to hammer this thing out. And it was like, oh man, but Pascal Siakam just staying here. Like, it was close. It was on the doorstep
right there. And then we got word. Hey, deal fell apart.
And if a deal, and again, this goes back to, we're just talking about old stuff now, but if the deal falls apart because hey, you know what, this doesn't work out, but we have this backup plan. We have a 1A, 1B, would love 1A, really love 1B too. The 1A fell apart, cool, pivot. But there wasn't a pivot. They just dribbled into traffic and picked up their dribble. And didn't have there was no, like, there's no plan.
No.
Just, he wants how much? Never mind. All right.
But you should have already known. You shouldn't have gone that far down the path unless you knew exactly what he wanted to get paid.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just rough,
so
man. Yeah, it's just like there's so many points where things could have gone differently.
Yeah.
I know someone's bringing up the tax rate in California versus the tax rate in Indiana. Yeah, that's all fine. It really came down to the Kings not wanting to give him that money.
Right.
And, like, some states have like higher income tax, some states have higher property tax. Like it doesn't all work out completely. And the other thing, I know the person in the chat that's bringing this up, it's also the fact that NBA players, just so you know, they pay taxes in every state.
Yeah, every state you play in, you get a tax form from.
You get a tax form, and you have to have a very good tax person who files your tax returns in every state.
Yeah.
So, 41 nights a year or 43 nights a year, you're going to get taxed a certain amount for playing for the Kings. And then you can add in the games against the Warriors and the games against the Lakers and the Clippers. But then on top of that, you got games against teams in Texas and games against teams in Oregon. And like, it does like somewhat.
But here's the bottom
Work
line.
itself
Here's the
out.
bottom line. This is not about freaking taxes.
Nope.
He got 4 years and $189 million from the Pacers.
Yep.
If he had gotten that from the Kings, he would be wearing a Kings uniform right now.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not right now. He'd probably be in street clothes right now. But when the Kings play tomorrow, Pascal Siakam would be in a Kings uniform.
And heaven forbid, what would your team have looked like? What would your would you have?
I know the Pacers don't look bad.
Would you have raised a banner? Maybe not, but maybe. I mean, he did help lead a team to the Eastern Conference Finals twice in a row.
Pretty good player.
Yeah. And I would make the argument that if you put Pascal Siakam on the Sacramento Kings with Keegan Murray, with Domantas Sabonis, with
De'Aaron Fox,
with
Harrison Barnes.
Malik Monk, Harrison would have gone in that trade.
Okay.
It was
okay.
Harrison
Right.
and Herter going in that trade.
Okay. Oh, yes, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. And then, I mean, there were other stuff they wanted, but still, like, things would look dramatically different today. Yeah, it's tough.
Man. All right. Well, that was fun. Jeez.
We did not plan on going down that memory lane today.
We sure didn't.
Yeah.
Tuesday tiers. Did we find out who the best team in the NFL was this week? I think we might have. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Hang on, everyone. If the NFL season ended today, the Niners are at the Rams.
Ooh.
Yeah, don't love their chances there.
No.
Green Bay at Philly. That's a fun game. Seattle at Tampa Bay, potentially fun game.
Yeah.
Bills at Broncos.
Ugh, that's a good game.
That's fun. Colts at Jags.
Ooh.
The first ever Thursday night NFL playoff game. Chargers at Ravens. That's the last one.
Chargers.
Just the Harbaughs underachieving it up.
Oof. Yeah. Milwaukee Bucks have conducted background due diligence on LaVine and others around the league as usual. However, nothing is imminent as Bucks superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo nears. Okay.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Jesse Tapia on the ones and twos. It's Tuesday tier time, boys.
Let's do it. Do this.
We haven't done Tuesday tiers in a while. Did we skip it last week? I feel like we skipped it last week. No. We did it last week.
Yeah.
Because nobody in the AFC moved. Yeah, that's right. All right, so Tuesday tiers, if you're not familiar, we're going to shift gears away from the Kings because, boy, that was depressing today. We're going to talk about instead the NFL because I asked the question yesterday, and we'll start in the AFC. I asked the question yesterday, who's the best team in the NFL right now? And I think we got different answers from everybody.
Okay.
Did the Patriots give us the answer last night?
No.
I'm with Jesse. I mean,
I love what they're doing this year, and I think Drake May is like legit, but no, I don't think so.
yeah.
Why?
I think they're a team on the rise.
Why the Broncos and not the Patriots for you?
For the best team in the NFL?
Yeah.
Neither of them are the best team in the NFL for me. I'm still not jumping off the Rams yet.
Oh, okay.
I like any given Sunday, whatever. You lost to the Panthers. I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, now they're not the best team in the league after a week. Like I still believe in Matt Stafford. I think he's gonna pick himself up. I believe in that offense and that defense still.
Pats have won 10 in a row.
Yes, they have.
I don't know, man. It just that felt. I love Drake May. I think Mike Vrabel's an awesome coach, and they just seem and maybe can't trust Drake May in a playoff game yet, but man,
I kind of need to see it. I need
Yeah,
to see
also.
what they look like, and in a pressure cooker. I mean, again, that's a team that went 4-13, and
Mhm.
I'll tell you who they feel like a little bit. They kind of feel like the Cavs. They kind of feel like a team that's
last year's Cavs.
Yeah, last year's Cavs, who jumps up and wins a bunch of games, and you're like, oh my gosh, and then reality's going to set into the playoffs when you haven't been there before, and you're going to have to try to win when you don't have the experience. And maybe they do it. Like there are occasions where this happens with NFL teams where they step out of the norm and jump up the, I think the NFL a lot more than the NBA. The NBA is very structured. It feels like you make the playoffs and then you move up in the playoffs and then you become a contender. And then maybe a year down the road, you win a title. But when it comes to a team like this, I'm going to have to see it. I'm going to have to see it all the way. Like we can get to the AFC Championship game and I'm still like, okay, I still need to see it. They're in the Super Bowl and it's like, oh, okay. But is it because Mahomes isn't there? Is it because the Bills took a weird tumble at some weird point in the season? I don't know.
Drake May could end up being elite as well, though, too.
Yeah, he looks
like if they
really
end up
good.
getting to the Super Bowl, I think it's because like, oh yeah, Drake May is just like he's here. He's one of those guys.
They're putting up points like crazy. 25, 31, 32, 24, 28, 27, 26, 33. Like they just haven't really, since losing to Pittsburgh in week 3, they just really haven't had a dud.
And last year they probably had the worst coach in the league.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gerard Mayo, not
a good coach, not an effective head coach at all. All right, so I've sticking with the tier system here. We're in tier 1. These are the legitimate contenders.
Okay.
I think the AFC has 3. And I've got the Bills, the Patriots, and the Broncos.
The Bills, yeah.
I think those 3 teams stay at the top.
I'm with you.
The Bills are here. Like, sure, I don't love them this season, but fair enough.
They just I give Josh Allen a lot of equity here because of his ability to take over a game unlike really anybody else in the league.
Yeah.
He just might go into a playoff game and have 6 touchdowns and overcome whatever other issues they have. But I agree. They're a little bit flawed, but Josh Allen's force of nature ability kind of keeps him there. On the cusp, tier 2, I think one team.
Oh.
And I think it's the Colts.
Oh. That was a noise, and it wasn't a good one.
Wait, the Jags and Colts play this weekend, right?
Do they?
I think,
I'm so sorry. I'm not.
yeah,
up
they
on
do.
The, on the
They
Jacksonville
play. The
Jaguars
Jackson
schedule.
Colts play this weekend. I'm willing to put whoever wins that game in tier 2.
Oh, loser leaves town.
Not leaves
Jags
town.
Colts?
Loser isn't
Loser leaves tier.
Isn't a contender-ish
Okay.
team. Yeah, loser leaves tier.
The Colts were so good early in the year. I'm gonna let them stay in tier 2 for one more.
Do we know what happened to Sauce Gardner?
He hurt his calf and might just be out.
Okay.
Oh, I think I saw
Like
something that
multiple
might have been
weeks.
worse.
I will check that right now and see if we got an update. But either way, Daniel Jones is playing with the fractured fibula, I believe it is. Like it just feels like they're feels like they're sort of limping towards the end here.
Let's put a pin in the Colts. Chiefs are moving down.
Yeah.
Get the Chiefs out of my life.
Might be a tier 4 team.
Yeah, but
this is just not.
But if the AFC is stupid enough to let them in the door,
there's no door. This is the thing. There's no door. There's no door. Enough. If Andy Reid's got to tell me, yeah, we're gonna win out and do all this, and we're gonna go on a run. No, it's not happening.
And they're gonna
done.
tickle
They're
tonsils
cooked.
along
Yeah,
the way.
they're cooked. It's over.
I think they're done. But you're right.
But if they're not,
if they sneak in, I'm picking them.
I'm taking them against the field.
But right now, that's not a great team. I think they're a good team, probably above 500. Not a real threat right now. They are too flawed. I've moved the Ravens down 1. My question is not should I keep them in tier 2? Do I move them down to tier 4?
Yeah, they're with the Chiefs.
Lamar Jackson's been ass, dude.
Yeah,
I think injuries might have caught up to him this year too, as far as the lower body ones he's sustained this year. I think he's still playing hurt.
Yeah, I agree. He just doesn't look right.
Like he's got to be out there. Like he's not playing well. So it's like, yeah, Lamar's playing bad, but it's just right now they just don't have it. I think he's playing hurt.
So we good with Chiefs? Go ahead.
I don't even have them in the same tier as the Chiefs because I don't think that if they make the playoffs, I have the same fear that they're going to run the table that I do with the Chiefs.
Ravens this week, they're at the top of the division.
Yeah, I've got them. So let's run through this because I think you make a good point, James. And I wrote down 1, maybe 2 next to the Ravens because I had them in tier 2.
Yeah.
I prematurely put them up at tier 2. I said they're good. I wrote it down on the board. The Ravens are a tier 2 team. They're not. It's not a tier 2 team. That is not a good football team.
Beat the 49ers on the board.
Yeah, I know. Over my last 2. This is tough. I've got Kings winning 3 or 4 from January 16th to 21. Don't love it.
I've got the 76ers being better than the Bulls on the board, as random as that is.
Oh.
All right. Here are the other tier 3 teams. Texans, Jags, Steelers, Chargers. I like the Ravens and the Chiefs with that group.
Texans, Jags, Steelers.
Do we move the Steelers down?
Yeah, they don't belong here.
Get the Steelers out. Steelers are done here. Somebody said that Aaron Rodgers looked like he tried to rob Kevin McAllister's house. And dang.
Yes.
That was a good observation.
The Texans are back? Question mark?
That's not a good football team. Texans might be back. Texans trending up. Chiefs, Ravens trending down. Texans, Jags trending up. Chargers,
they're there.
They're a team.
They're a hard-fought Jim Harbaugh football team.
Boy, are they.
Yeah. I just don't know what to make of them.
Sometimes Justin Herbert's the greatest quarterback who ever lived, and sometimes he's not.
I can't.
Omarion Hampton back this week? Potentially.
Allegedly.
Oh, yeah, that's what they said. But Kamani Vidal,
cooking.
He's the great nephew of Hank Aaron?
Oh.
Yeah. Hank Aaron was his great uncle.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
All right, tier 4. I've moved the Steelers down. The Bengals are here. We've moved the Dolphins up.
Oh no.
You can't see him.
You hear that, Ma?
Celebrating.
We made it.
We've moved the Dolphins up. They're rock solid tier 4.
They beat the Jets this week. They're 6-7 going into Monday Night Football to go 7-7 against the Steelers. I don't know. I'm not saying they're back, but Kyle just moved them up a tier. I
think the Steelers are falling apart.
They're a mess, dude.
Yeah, and fans chanting for Mike Tomlin get fired. Like, what is? Have they ever fired a coach?
Not midseason.
Okay.
Well, I don't know that they. I don't think they might not have ever fired a coach.
No, I think every coach.
3 coaches in their history.
It's like Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, and Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, they're not going to fire mid-season. That's not going to.
Well, don't they have one other great besides that?
They might.
Yeah,
I don't go past Chuck Noll. Sorry. And then the dregs: Browns, Raiders, Jets, Titans. I feel good about that group. Let's go to the NFC.
Couldn't imagine being in that group.
I'm so glad we're. Yeah, can you fathom? Tier 1 in the NFC, it's a single team. It's still the Los Angeles Rams. Don't love how they looked against the Carolina Panthers. More on the Panthers in a bit. But the Rams stick by themselves in Tier 1. We good?
Yeah, you're allowed one bad game.
Yeah, I
They've
agree.
been playing so well.
Yeah.
And they still hung out. It's not like they got a bunch of guys hurt and they got blown out and were questioning everything. Like the Panthers converted a couple of fourth downs and they took advantage of the Rams cornerback Emmanuel Forbes, who's 5'9", 114 pounds. So I expect other teams to now try that, but I think the Rams are going to have answers. Tier 2 remains the same. Eagles, Seahawks, Lions. Good at that group.
Can I ask a question about the Seahawks?
Please.
Should they be too? Like, should we be higher on them? They're 9-3, and it's like Sam Darnold had that one bad game, and it was just like, oh, yep, not going to touch that, not even going to look. But I was kind of looking back, like, is that even fair?
Yes.
Okay, so give me tier 2.
Eagles, Seahawks, Lions. Although I think we might. I'm leaving the Seahawks here because like you said, James, with the Patriots, I've got to see Sam Darnold win a playoff game.
Okay.
I need to see Sam Darnold string together good games in those spots.
I get it.
I think because of that, they're perennially going to be tier 2 for me. Very, very good team, though. And I would not be shocked if they won the Super Bowl. That's why they're tier 2.
Yeah, I feel like they're kind of flying under the radar since then. And I don't think it's fair, but also
their defense is sick.
Yeah.
Their defense is very, very good.
Okay, so I need to hear tier 3 because, I mean, you have the Lions up there, but the Lions aren't in the playoffs.
Lions might have to move down.
They're not in the playoffs right now at all.
Okay, let's move the Lions down. I'm fine with that. I think I've just been doing the thing where I anchor to my preseason thoughts on them, but they just...
I love them, and you look at their offensively, like everything is stellar, and then they don't win.
Yeah, I keep waiting for the breakout game, like,
they're the Chiefs of the
there's
NFC.
The Lions. Yeah,
it's not going to happen, I don't think.
You can't quite pinpoint. It's just like, they're just not...
Packers swept them.
Just not there. Let's talk about the Packers. I had them in tier 3.
Keep them there.
We good with the Packers still in tier 3?
Yeah.
Every time I try to trust you, you break my heart.
The Packers, and then I wanted to put them in tier 2.5 last week. I wanted to take the cowards way out and add half a tier. We're not going to do it. I'm going to keep them in tier 3. Bears?
Yeah.
Number 1 seed in the NFC by tier 3. Okay. This feels disrespectful.
Bears winning the Super Bowl?
Who else is in your tier 3?
Who's going into Chicago in bare weather and beating them in the playoffs?
Literally anyone.
Maybe, but I don't know. I figured I'd ask.
Didn't the Giants almost beat them in Chicago?
Nobody, everyone. I don't know.
But it wasn't in I'm talking about January when it's cold, when it's windy.
The tier 3 is just the NFC North with the Broncos, Cowboys, and 49ers.
Wait, the Broncos?
Excuse me, Buccaneers, Cowboys, 49ers.
Buccaneers, Cowboys.
Bucks, Cowboys, Niners.
Can I do something real quick?
Tier 3.
I would like to adopt the Cowboys as mine for right now. Kyle has his Jags. I went my Falcons at the beginning of the season. It was a failure. I'd like to go my Cowboys the rest of the season.
Cool, man.
Don't hate on me.
No, cool,
Don't
man.
hate on me.
No.
Don't hate on me.
Go get your jorts and your high socks and your sunglasses.
Don't do that. No, don't do that.
And
because
you can just be.
They beat the Raiders.
They
beat the Raiders, and I was like, might be something there. And they're like, oh, it's the Raiders. Who cares? And then all of a sudden, they won 2 in a row since.
Sleeveless shirt, whatever Cowboys fans do. I don't know. I imagine they wear jorts with tube socks.
I'm adopting them. You got your Jags. All right, I'm gonna go my Cowboys after my Falcons debacle.
I mean, hey,
I'm just saying, but in public with
I wear Crocs in public all the time.
With white
Crocs
socks
to work
with white socks.
I like what the Cowboys
or Tevas. How about that? Tevas.
Cowboys Lions loser leaves town match on Thursday.
Might be. We'll see how long
Can
Cowboys
we flex that
last.
game out of Thursday?
Oh man,
why is that a Thursday?
Is that this week?
Yes.
Who's at home? I think Dallas is. I don't know.
I don't know the answer to that.
Both teams played on Thanksgiving, so that makes sense.
Dallas is playing at Detroit.
Oh man,
I'm giving you last.
Yeah, it might be tough.
Put it on the board or don't.
What are we putting on the board then? Because I'm not necessarily.
We have a whiteboard here in the studio where we write our take.
What do we want to put on the board then?
Hey, the over on that game should be like 72.
Maybe
the combined score. Yeah, that's where I would go. Yeah.
I would like to propose the Panthers as a tier 3 football team.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I've watched a lot of the Panthers this season. Weirdly enough, I like.
They just so I had them in tier 4. The Cardinals are a tier 4 team. The Panthers are better than Arizona.
Yes.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't
Panthers
know that
just-
Arizona is a tier. Well, I mean, there's a bottom tier. There's the
We've moved
Commanders, the Giants.
Commanders, Giants, Saints, and Falcons. I'll put the Vikings there. The Vikings are so ass.
Yeah, they're
That's
horrible.
not a good football team.
No, their
But
quarterback.
the Cardinals, like, man, you got to buckle up your chin strap and play.
I don't know, man. Where do you have the Niners again?
Tier 3.
And you're trying to put the Cardinals in tier 3?
No, I'm trying to put the Panthers there. Cardinals
Oh.
are tier 4.
Okay.
Cardinals are tier 4, flirting with tier
49ers
5.
are low key inching towards tier 2.
They are inching towards tier 2.
I'm not. See, I can't do
They got
that.
it, but hold on.
I need. Can you
Yes,
take
go
care of
ahead.
business against Tennessee? You go to 10-4. Then you've got at Indy, home Bears, home Seahawks. If you go 2-1 in that stretch, cool. You can be tier 2.
I can buy
into
the
the playoffs.
49ers playoff run suggestion, idea, whatever you want to call that, if they win the division, I think. And I don't know if they're necessarily going to do that. I just don't know if this team can go on the road throughout the playoffs and just kind of get it done.
I agree. Going on the road in the
But I feel
postseason
that way
is tough
damn near
for
about any team in the NFC.
But yeah, if San Francisco, so here's a wild thing. I saw this on the internet, and I would like to go through it with you guys because Jesse brought up the 49ers and trying to win the division, which I don't think they're going to do. I think the Rams bounce back. The Rams might not lose again the rest of the year. But the 49ers don't play this week. They're going to move up in the playoffs no matter what. So Chicago and Green Bay play.
Oh.
A Chicago win, the 49ers move past Green Bay to the number 6 seed. Green Bay wins, they move up to Chicago's spot. Chicago comes down, and the 49ers then pass Chicago for the number 6 seed. So Chicago goes into the week as the number 1 seed. If they lose, they finish the week as the number 7 seed. That's pretty brutal. No matter what happens, even if they tie, the 49ers move up to number 6. Then you've got Seattle playing Atlanta. If Seattle loses to Atlanta, I don't think they will, but if Seattle happens to lose to Atlanta, the 49ers move up to number 5. If the Rams lose to Arizona, the 49ers jump up to number 5. If Seattle and the Rams both lose, again, I don't think they will, but if they do, the 49ers jump up to the number 2 seed. That's crazy.
Yeah,
They're closer to being the number 2 seed than they are to being out of the playoffs.
104 sounds right.
That's nuts. That's nuts for this team. But I'm with you because right now they would go to LA. I don't think they go into LA and win in the playoffs. I don't think they go to Philly and win.
Not even sure they're going to Chicago and win. If Chicago is not to be the 1 seed or whatever.
Yeah, we'll see what Chicago looks like over the next couple of weeks.
But you flip it around, I mean, send the team into Santa Clara. It's like, I don't hate
like
the
their
49ers
chances.
Yeah.
Like them better for sure.
There's no team in the NFC strong enough to just be like, oh yeah, they can go on the road this amount of times. Like whoever's gonna get hot, I guess at home, I think is kind of who's gonna come out.
Man, it could be the Bears. That's so crazy. All right, we got the handoff coming up next. We'll dive into some of the King stuff we've been talking about. We'll talk about the our Tuesday tiers as well. We'll get Damian and Kenny's thoughts on that on the Insiders next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Hello, everyone.
I'm
going to check the total on that game, James.
It could not be high enough. Like, that's going to be a barn burner.
Thursday night.
Thursday
Detroit,
night.
Dallas.
Yeah.
Loser leaves town match. I know. And they keep winning. Yeah. The over-under for that game is 54 points. Oh, that's nuts.
Wait, what's the point? What's it? 54?
54.
Yeah, I'd take over.
Texans-Chiefs loser leaves town match too. That's big time.
Oh, yeah.
Well, no, because the Texans still have a chance of winning the division, no?
I just mean for me, it's like
you're just out.
I'm out on that team as a Bill Simmons calls it crossing a team off. That's
stupid.
That's it.
Hey, let's get to crossing a team off segment.
That's literally what they do.
That's your boy, Jesse.
All right, don't do that.
Um,
Hey, you guys want to know what Cousin Sal was talking about yesterday?
you guys hear what Sal said? Not even cousin Sal.
I can't
Call him
believe
Sal.
Ryan Russillo's living the podcast.
What happened with that? I don't know.
I don't know what
They got
happened.
Contract
beef,
ran
right?
out,
He's a
and
Barstool guy, right?
Portnoy gave him a bunch of money. Yeah, Barstool.
And
Has anyone been watching that Big Noon show with Portnoy?
That what?
wow.
The Big Noon show. That's what they call it, right? The college football show.
Big
College
noon
football kickoff.
kickoff show. You
Okay.
could say kickoff.
What is that? A
I have
flag or
no
something?
idea.
College football. College football's pretty.
Yeah, no, I know. Right, I understand. I did not know he was doing a show.
No, you didn't know that was the big controversy for week 1 because he's a Michigan guy. The first game of the season was Texas versus Ohio State at Ohio State, and the story was Ohio State banned
Oh,
him from,
yeah, that's right.
from being on
That's
the set.
right. I thought that was just I did not realize he had a show though.
He's on the show.
Got it.
It's
Okay.
not the Dave Portnoy show.
Got it.
But no,
Um,
to answer your question, I haven't actually. I watch Game Day college game day.
Yeah, game day's far.
I kind of think I can't decide if the Chiefs are cooked this weekend, and I love the Texans plus 3.5, or if this is a Chiefs in case you forgot game.
They're not capable of invading.
That's it.
Texas.
That's it.
Not this
No,
year.
it doesn't seem like it. I love the Texans plus 3.5 there.
I
I'm trying to
think,
find any trap lines.
I think the Texans, not to step on what we'll talk about later, but for new listeners at that point, it'll be all good. I think the Texans can go. I think they can get on a run, like
Mm.
all the way to Santa Clara.
Interesting. The Browns are favored against the Titans by 4 points.
That sounds right.
The over-under in that game is 33.5.
I would probably take the under.
I'm hammering the under.
Yeah. That's one of those games where a young quarterback's going to get sacked like 14 times.
Both of them.
Miles Garrett will break the sack record that day.
Yeah.
They need 4?
I think so. He has that 19.5 or 19.
19. Jets favored on the road by 2.5, or Dolphins favored on the road by 2.5 against the Jets.
Big game. Biggest game of the season.
A lot of good lines this week.
Jets have won what, 3 of their last 4?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game for Miami.
Got something to prove?
Just going game by game. Just kind of lurking around.
If I had
Maybe the Chiefs lose this week. I don't know. Maybe the Dolphins win this week. I don't know.
a lot of extra money, I would put it on the Rams -8 against the Cardinals. That's a 2-touchdown win.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. Jesse Tapia helping us out on the 1s and 2s. Kenny Caraway and Damian Barling are here for the handoff. What's up, guys?
What's going on, man?
Chilling, trying to find out who the best team in the NFL is.
49ers.
Good luck.
Patriots?
Probably not. Maybe,
They're in the
but I
discussion.
can't say that they're not. I don't know how anyone can say this team is the best team in the NFL and mean it. I mean, you could mean it,
Sure.
but okay, like Kenny could say the 49ers, you could say the Patriots, I could say the Rams.
Did the Rams?
the
Just
Rams
like
feel
just
like
because
the
the Rams
Rams,
lost
yeah.
this isn't the BCS.
Right.
Well, yeah, did the Rams lost last week scare everyone off that much?
No,
Like they've been
No,
dominant.
no,
all
they're
year.
it's
still
just
number one.
it just opens up the conversation more.
Maybe not in the power rankings, but they're still number 1.
Yeah, it just opens up the conversation.
I guess. We just went through Tuesday tiers. I'm just making sure that everything looks okay.
Well, let's run it back.
Run it back. 'cause
Yeah,
I'm
I've been
running
waiting
back
all
here.
day for this.
Oh, okay. Oh, you want to? Should I just start pushing Tuesday tiers to the handoff on Tuesdays?
Man, that would be great.
Okay, great.
That would be great.
I just don't have anything to say about the Kings anymore, guys.
I
don't-
do.
Okay, great. Perfect.
I got plenty to say about
Um,
them dudes.
All right, so the AFC tier 1.
Mhm.
I got Bills, Patriots, Broncos.
That's fair.
Bills, Patriots, Broncos.
That's fair. Even though I'm gonna say something. you know.
Yeah, go ahead. You say it.
Get your stuff off.
I think the Texans about to take off.
Oh, that's not what I thought you were gonna say.
No, I think the Texans about to take off, but I can't put them in tier 1 right now. Just out of respect to those other 3 teams.
Okay, why the Bills?
Because I think that we talked about this earlier. There's an argument to move them down, which I'd be fine with. I feel like they're a little bit flawed. I also don't think the AFC is very good. And if you told me that Josh Allen just went into a game and took over and accounted for 6 touchdowns and overcame all of their faults, I would believe it.
Okay. Why? So is it Josh Allen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
so. Justin Herbert doesn't do
it
for you. Trevor Lawrence doesn't do it for you. Okay. No,
No.
I understand.
No.
Yeah. No, I understand. This is a.
He is a singular force of nature in a way that I just don't think anybody else.
This is a remixed version of a conversation Kenny and I had last week about like when push comes to shove, you could talk about these teams all you want to, but when you break them down to their quarterback, how do you feel about Drake May versus at the time Patrick Mahomes? How do you feel about Justin Herbert or Daniel Jones, versus a Josh Allen or a Lamar Jackson? Like it's a I mean, even CJ Stroud is exiting that tier of Trevor Lawrence and Justin Herbert, and he's starting to enter, not the Josh Allen tier, but he's starting to enter a higher tier of quarterbacks that you got to start looking at a little bit differently. And I can't help but feel like that's a lot of what this playoff conversation is going to come down to.
I think,
or the best team in the league conversation is going to come down to. Sorry, Casey.
No, I think you're correct. I don't think it applies this year.
The quarterback?
The quarterback situation. I think Josh Allen has shown me enough this year that he ain't just gonna go beat anybody by himself. Did you know there's a
but before you continue,
yeah,
not beat anybody by himself, but like if it was just on face value, if it was Josh Allen versus Daniel Jones,
I'd pick the Colts. Well, not now. 2 weeks ago I would.
Okay.
Not now. But CJ Stroud,
yeah, that's what I mean. I think CJ's starting to exit that conversation a little bit.
But my thinking is Josh Allen hasn't shown me that he can go beat the Texans defense. Like the Texans defense will give him hell and give not just Josh Allen, but that Bills offense hell. I wouldn't pick I wouldn't pick the Bills to go into Denver and win. And I by no means think Bo Nix is better than Josh Allen. But Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, the same way. Patrick Mahomes, the same way. They haven't shown me this year that it's like, nah, no matter what, just pick these guys. They've looked a little funny. I was going to say, and they're still great, but they just haven't been the same, right? There was on Prize Picks, that
was free.
There was a season play that I made, season lineup that I made, and it was with all these quarterbacks, right? It's kind of been gone to hell because Joe Burrow was in there for passing touchdowns. Brock Purdy was in there. Purdy was in there for passing yards. But one of the ones that I'm pretty sure I'm going to get was Patrick Mahomes, 300+ yard games. It was 4.5. I went less. He's got 2.
Wow.
Like he don't do that no more. At least the last 2 years. He doesn't just, hey, get on my back. I'm throwing for 350. We winning this one. He doesn't do that. And that's one of the reasons why I don't think they're making the playoffs. And I look at Josh Allen as like he's gone back a little bit to old Josh Allen, where he'll do some Superman stuff where 6 touchdowns and then he'll turn the ball over 3 times. He'll start trying to force balls late in games into crazy windows and all this other stuff. Play on. Play on.
You got a little antsy there a couple sentences down the road, didn't you? It registered what happened.
He started saying balls so many times. He's just like taking balls, forcing balls into windows, tight windows.
But he's gotten back to the old Josh Allen a little bit. And that's not necessarily a thing that I can rely on.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I asked a question yesterday. If you had to bet $1,000 on one team, I wouldn't bet it on the Bills. But just when it comes to a team that could come out of the AFC,
who would you bet it on?
The Rams.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but if I had to choose a team to make it out of the AFC right now, it would be the Bills. That's just my own personal opinion.
I don't hate that.
So. Yeah, I think I agree.
Wrong.
I don't hate that.
I might feel differently, but that's not a bad.
But I think to Damien's point, Is it because of Josh Allen? Because it is for me.
No, it is. It's because of Josh Allen.
Like Drake
it's
May
still
has
a
not been there.
quarterback-driven league.
Bo Nix, I just don't trust. Like
Yeah.
I'm not there with him. Josh Allen, like, all right, yeah, it's an MVP. Tell me when one couple of playoff games.
We've seen Denver's defense is incredible. We've seen defenses like Denver before.
Mm-hmm.
And unless you have a guy like, and you can point to the Trent Dilfers and the Rex Grossmans to get to Rex Chapman to get to a
Rex Grossman.
Rex Grossman.
Rex
Chapman's a shooter.
It's the same type of quarterback.
Yeah, right. Pretty much. You can point to those guys as guys who get to the Super Bowl or win the Super because they're the they're the sore thumbs.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones that are like, oh, okay, it worked with them.
That was also 25 and 20 years ago.
Oh yeah,
like it was just different era.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I think I'm just gonna say this all day long. Forgive me. I think the Texans defense is the one. I think they're better than Denver's defense. I've seen Denver give it up a little bit to the Giants, to the Commanders. Like they give it up a little bit. The Texans,
Houston's at the very least, I think, better coached.
Right.
Yeah, I think Denver on occasion they played to the level of the opponent. They're still that team. They're winning, but they find ways to win. They don't blow out teams a bunch of times. Where I think maybe the Texans, like their defense is so stout. I don't know.
Is there a scenario where
I think it's also worth noting that Patrick Surtain's been out and he just came back.
Yeah,
it's a good call. Good call. Reigning defensive player of the year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a scenario, which I don't think there is, where the AFC goes through Houston? I think the most they could probably do is maybe two home games. Maybe.
Is there a scenario where the AFC goes like they get the 1 seed?
Yeah, they got 5 losses. Yeah,
they're not.
Man, you really are in on the Texans right now.
In this AFC, yeah.
They would need New England to lose out, and they would need to win out.
They're not even in the playoff picture.
Yeah, they're not. They're not. Yeah,
they're
in
the picture
right now,
but they're not in the playoffs
they're
right
the
now.
8 seed right now.
Yeah,
I'm leaving them in tier 3 right now. I will move them up if they beat Kansas City.
Yeah. And that's part of my, like, I'm assuming I'm picking them to beat Kansas City, and I'm picking them to beat the Colts again.
I've got the Colts. I've still got the Colts in tier 2. I think I'm anchoring to how good they were early in the year.
That's okay.
I'll leave them there for another week.
Yeah, they
get to hang out by themselves.
That's okay.
Where's Jacksonville?
Tier 3. Tier 3 right now is Chiefs, Ravens, Texans, Jags, Chargers.
Chargers are better than the Colts today.
We sure?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not.
Mm-mm.
I'm not.
Mm-mm.
So Trey Lance gonna have to start a game.
Colts and Jaguars, by the way, got 2 with each other the final 5 weeks.
Right now, they would match up in round 1 of the playoffs. It's going to be the first ever Thursday night playoff game.
I kind of feel like
second time I've said that joke.
The Chargers and Packers are kind of mirror images of each other. I don't know.
How so?
I mean, it's all based off a quarterback who hasn't really won a bunch like beyond regular season.
Good coaches.
And you're sitting there watching a team that just feels like they're a playoff team no matter what, but they're also not a team that you're like super scared.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's interesting. If the Chargers were having the exact same season they're having, but they wore Chiefs uniforms, I think I would feel different.
Understandable.
Like I think I just look at the Chargers and it's like,
Yeah. I like the navy blue though.
The
navy blue look fire.
Nice. Yeah.
The Chiefs do have the equity of the last like 7 years. Like, I mean, there is value in that. Like, I know we joke about the loser leaves town match. Jesse put that up for Thanksgiving, and the group text was, man, the Chiefs really are eliminated. They're really not going to the play. But deep down, it's like, oh, maybe like what if they win? Like, there's no reason to believe this Chargers team is going to put together a run, or excuse me, Chiefs team. I'm sorry. There's no reason to believe this Chiefs team is going to put together a run, but it's still Andy Reid. It's still Patrick. Until the math says no, they can't do it. It's like even if it's just a smidge, it's like, well,
Yeah.
We'll see.
If they lose on Sunday, though, they can't do
It's
it.
done.
And I think that's where the math comes into play. You start to get to a point where I don't think you can.
They
Yeah.
can still get to 10 wins if they lose on Sunday.
Yeah, but they're not gonna
But
have any
they-
tiebreakers.
Yeah.
They lost to the Bills, who are ahead of them, and then they would have lost to the Texans, who are ahead of them, and I think they lost to the.
Then you start getting
But
into
they play the
situations where
Chargers
teams
again.
have to die.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
play the Chargers again, so I don't know what the second tiebreaker might be. AFC record, conference record.
something like that. Games and record in common matchups, but also it changes if it's 2 teams or 3 teams tied. It's weird. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Shout out to the, I guess it's the Athletic, because they say it's the New York Times. So I'm assuming it's Athletic.
Yeah.
But their little playoff percentage calculator thing that I
Mhm.
found a couple years ago that they keep up to date by the second is pretty damn cool. That's the one that made me stress out after, what was that, 2021,
Mhm.
when the Niners lost to the Titans on like Christmas week or something like that. I was like, yeah, they lost, but it's not really that big of a deal because it wasn't a conference game, and they'll still in control. And then they start, like, I went to that thing and it did the math, and it was like Niners have a 17% chance of making the playoffs after that. So wait, what? What? How did that happen? Yeah, they do a great job.
What would it? I think Jesse brought this up yesterday. What's the thing with the Bears? They're the number 1 seed with a 77% chance to make the playoffs. It's behind the Buccaneers and the Packers and the Eagles, the Rams, the 49ers, the Seahawks.
They're behind those teams.
Yeah. They're the number 1 seed in the NFC right now.
Can I, pardon me for doing this, can I bring an overreaction Tuesday to the handoff?
Oh,
I
my.
want to hear what they got to say as well.
Yeah, because we're too good for overreaction Monday. So we do it Tuesday,
Yeah.
unless something's cooking with the Kings and it's normally stale. So then we push it to Wednesday. And every once in a while, things are really, really bad with the Kings on Wednesdays. Then it gets pushed to Thursday. And Jesse just calls it NFL overreactions.
Overreactions entering week.
That's it. That's it.
As the game goes, I say a statement and you say that's overreaction or that is a proper reaction.
Okay, great.
The NFC playoff teams are set.
The NFC playoff teams are set. Let me look at the NFC playoff teams. That is not an overreaction.
You think?
So
It's set?
you kind of agree with that.
Yeah.
Which I kind of do too.
You think Dallas is out?
Mm-hmm.
You think the Lions are out?
The killer
Unless
for those
something weird
teams that
happens
are
with the
out
49ers.
is obviously they have to leapfrog those teams. Like they got to leapfrog the Bears, the Niners,
Detroit's got 2 left against the Bears? No, just 1.
just one.
No, that's Green Bay.
Detroit's
Green
got Dallas this Thursday, then they're at the Rams, then they get Steelers, Vikings, and then they're at the Bears. And they probably got to win out.
Here's why I say no. Packers, Browns, Packers, 49ers, Lions. That's the Bears schedule.
Mm-hmm.
The Packers have the opportunity to the Packers still very much the Packers can win the division. The
Mhm.
Lions can move up with those losses for the Bears, and that could take the Bears out of the equation.
The Lions are 7-5. Let's say they go 4-1 to close the year. That puts them at 11-6. What's the Bears schedule?
Sorry, let me go back to the Bears. I was just going
Packers,
to
Browns,
49ers.
Niners, Lions.
That's it.
Not
So
in
the
that
Bears.
order.
So
the
going
Bears would
back
have
to the
go,
Lions.
the Bears would have to go 2-3.
The one can't be against Chicago, though. You said 4-1. The
Mhm.
one can't be against Chicago.
Right.
It can
Right.
be against the
'Cause that's-
Rams
yeah.
or the Cat. It can't be against Chicago.
Unless Chicago loses out going up to that game or something.
Well, yeah, I guess, yeah, for
okay,
sure.
right.
This is and the Bears are 9-3.
Yeah.
This is the way, and this is
I don't buy them at all. by the way.
maybe flawed. Yeah,
Can't. They've had some. They've had.
Yeah.
One of my
I feel
best
you.
friends is a Bears fan, and all he does, and doesn't bitch about them in the way I whine about my favorite teams in a chat where it's like one play and I'm like, game's over. This is stupid. Why am I even watching? It's like there'll be 42 seconds left, and he's like, another loss. Da 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 da. Can't believe I watched this team. And I'll be like, wow, oh yeah, they are going to lose. And then I'll look up and they've won. Like, what in the world? Like it's skin of their teeth every single week.
Yeah.
I'm just having a really hard time buying it.
I understand. Well, this is really a simplistic way of looking at it, but I think, you know how I feel. I think 10 gets you in.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Bears got at least one more win in them. That means the Lions have to get to 11 to a certain degree.
Yeah.
I don't think the Lions are getting to 11.
And you guys don't think the Cowboys have a shot?
I think they'd have to get to 11 too.
So the Cowboys have the Lions, then they're Minnesota, Chargers, Commanders, Giants.
Are you
The
joining
Cowboys-
Jesse?
They're playing really well.
Jesse and James,
And
they're
they have that
Jesse's Cowboys now,
stupid
by the way.
tie. So they would be a 10-6-1 team.
Oh, okay, let's calm down.
I'm just saying. Just
You
look at the
James
schedule.
and Jesse.
You
let's.
said you were in.
Who did?
You did.
Oh,
You don't remember.
Okay, so they're
no.
they're
Did
gonna
I?
beat the
Hold on,
Vikings.
James, hold
Is
on,
there
hold
somebody at the
Well-
top of the? Is there somebody at the top of that?
There is
organization?
No one better than Jerry Jones.
Oh,
That was the
Oh.
other day.
oh snap.
He's with us.
Oh snap. No, we got to
With
talk about
us.
this. Tell them where we're at right now, but we got to talk about
I'll tell
that.
you I'll tell you exactly where we're at. We're at KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app.
Dave, you want to say it again?
That's
There is no one better than Jerry Jones.
Bro, chill. Relax. Relax. We heard you the first time. Good.
Bad call by me.
Everybody's cute with their little buttons. That's good.
I don't
Everybody-
press buttons.
Everybody's cute with their little buttons while
That's
I'm sitting
that's
over
the only
here.
button I got, but that's a
Yeah.
thousand every time.
BS.
That's completely BS.
I understand that the Cowboys have beaten the last two Super Bowl participants. They've won 3 in a row, one of them against the Raiders. That barely counts.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They beat the Eagles by 3.
Yeah. Huh?
And
they were down 21
that- yeah. No, that's impressive.
Mhm.
They beat the Chiefs by 3.
Mhm.
It's good. That's fine.
Mhm.
That defense can catch up with them at any second. That defense is awful.
Mhm.
It can catch up with them at any second.
Have they made enough additions though to kind of clean it up a bit? Like Quentin Williams and
Quentin
Kenny
Williams
Clark aren't
played well.
enough.
He's played
The
well.
secondary is not as a.
We'll
Not
see
as
on
horrible.
Thursday.
Here's the
Yeah, we'll see on
here's the
Thursday.
Who
killer.
runs the front office?
They have to be.
I'm not playing that game.
They have to be. Yeah,
I think Diggs is 20, and when practice windows opening up this week too.
they have to be perfect the rest of the season,
Mhm.
and it's just hard for me to believe that they can.
here's the killer for them too. I believe once again dealing with tiebreakers. I'm not exactly sure, but they have to get to 11 too, don't they? Because if they tie with the Bears beat them head to head.
Yep.
Packers, I don't know what the tiebreaker is there, even though they tied. But I
That's
think they
even Steven.
and I don't know if they have enough NFC wins to overtake the 49ers if they were at 10. So I think the Cowboys got to get to 11.
Let me. Yeah, sneaky good part of the 49ers season is that they're 8-2 in the conference.
Mm.
Yeah, the Cowboys
Dallas
only have 3
3-4-1.
wins.
Ugh.
Yeah, in conference.
And,
I
that,
agree with
and that's
Damien.
why
They have to be absolutely perfect and get help.
Mm.
And
And that's why I asked that question, because those teams that are out, they have to pass these people.
Mhm.
I think if all things are like everybody's 10-7, I don't think the Cowboys and the Lions get in. They have to pass. They have to leapfrog these teams that are going to be at 10 wins, I believe. All of them. I think the Bears will be at 10 wins.
Speaking, congratulations to the San Francisco 49ers, who I just noticed this, are on the plus side of net touchdowns for the first time this season. They have scored 1 more touchdown than their opponents.
Remember,
Gotta
like
give
the
'em-
first 5 weeks, they hadn't scored a rushing touchdown.
Remember when
that
they
was a
didn't have
lot
an
of weeks, yeah.
interception?
Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
Chicago, by the way, -3 net touchdowns.
Remember, like the 5 games. they
Alan, the
didn't get a
Bears
sack?
fan, I talk to him weekly. He feels good about this team.
Oh, good.
I too have a Bears fan friend in my life. He feels good about this team.
They should hang out and go bowling and
I
stuff.
think we
Caleb?
all have one Bears
Yeah.
friend fan, right?
Is Caleb Williams already the greatest quarterback in their history?
No,
Jim McMahon?
no,
No, it was Cutler.
it's Cuddy.
Oh, okay, yeah. Shout out
Oh,
to
no.
Jay
It
Cutler.
was Cutler.
Cutler for sure.
Is he serving 5 to 10? Where's Jay Cutler?
You could tell me anything about what Jay Cutler is doing, and I would believe it.
If nothing else, he's in legal trouble.
Yeah,
Maybe he's not actually in jail.
Did he get caught on camera saying something?
It wouldn't surprise me.
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did either, but it wouldn't
tells
surprise
that
me.
story about they saw Jay Cutler at the airport in the restroom, and they had a mutual friend, and so he starts saying to Jay Cutler like, "Hey, I know so and so," and Jay Cutler just tosses his head back and goes, "Don't care."
I looked up what's Jay Cutler been up to on Google, and people.
Okay, yeah, please.
Says Jay Cutler released from jail early after serving time for ...
For what?
Driving while
DUI.
intoxicated.
Oh,
he rear-ended somebody
Well, can't do that.
with a DUI.
Body cam shows DUI arrest of ex-Chicago Bears quarterback Jay Cutler. Yeah, not great.
Damn, man.
His Tennessee driver's license was revoked.
And him and Cavallari are divorced, aren't they?
Oh,
Yes.
yes. Very divorced.
Extremely.
He had
Very,
a
very
possession
Couldn't be more
of a
divorced.
handgun as well.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, Jay Cutler with a handgun. That should comfort America.
Do you have any? That's the best quarterback in Bears history you're talking about.
It might be the first quarterback I've ever
That's-
seen in the NFL with a double chin. Just saying.
What
this is super.
What was my man's name from the Giants? Was that Lorenzo?
Eli Manning? Oh,
Lorenzo?
Jared Lorenzen.
Jared
Jared
yeah.
Lorenzo. Is he
Ben
gone?
Simmons.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Jared Lorenzen left
Kentucky
us.
legend,
Yeah, the
too.
hefty lefty. R.I.P.
Is
Got
Ben
any more
Simmons the NBA version of Jay Cutler?
Who'd you
What?
say?
No,
Ben Simmons?
No, Cutler was
No.
way better than Ben.
No.
Cutler played.
No.
Okay.
You have to find an NBA player who was good and probably a functioning alcoholic.
Well,
Jay
Jay
Cutler.
Cutler was
I
absolutely
gotta
a-
go back to the 80s for that
Yeah,
one.
Cutler was a marginally functioning alcoholic.
The NFL's Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons was like dope though for
Might be
like the
Brandon
first
Aiyuk.
5 years, and then he fell off the face of the earth. But like he was like all defensive teams. Like he was
Le'Veon
good.
Bell.
no.
How about
Who?
David Boston?
Well, that's a good one.
Oh,
David
that's a
Boston.
good one.
Roided
David
up
Boston's
Buckeye.
That's a
Put up huge numbers like 2 years and then bleh.
that was a
Yeah,
good one.
once he got off the
steroids
juice.
wore off.
I just say Le'Veon Bell because Le'Veon Bell took the year off with his contract.
Yeah,
Said I'd rather not play, and that just torpedoed the rest
everything
of his
went
career.
poorly for him after that.
I'm gonna flip that. I'm gonna go to the Cutler side. And I think this guy
Don't go to the Cutler side,
nah,
sir.
Nah, because this
He's
guy's
dangerous.
he's better than Jay Cutler. I was gonna say Dwight Howard.
No, it's
Yeah, Dwight,
disrespectful to Dwight.
Dwight Howard's better, but I mean the accolades. Like Cutler got to NFC Championship game, got to some playoffs. Dwight Howard got to the finals actually, and then just kind of fell off. It was just kind of like he was one of the great players in the league, and for the last 10 years of his career, he was just kind of there.
Yeah. That's interesting. I don't hate that. The peak isn't the same,
Right.
but the trajectory overall is
What
pretty
about
similar.
Gilbert Arenas?
Now we're cooking.
Yeah, that's a good one. That might be the
That's a
one.
really good
Now-
one.
Yeah, that might
That's
be
a
the
really
one.
good one.
I do think
Bradley Beal.
No, like
That
Brad-
Nah.
because Gilbert. I mean, no, you're cooking, but Gilbert was better in the NBA than Cutler was in the NFL.
Right.
So it's
Yeah.
a little off, but
Yeah, Cutler was really good. Like
He
he was
was.
really good with the Broncos. Like
Mhm.
Cutler's.
A good year with the Dolphins.
Hey, there's a Monday night game against the Patriots. I'll never forget. I was in college. It was one of the greatest nights ever.
Was that the
You got any
one
more-
where the 99-yard touchdown is that one?
No, that was a long time ago. That was West. Are you talking when the Patriots did that?
Yeah.
No, that was a long time
Oh,
ago.
okay.
Why are we bringing up? What are you doing?
Oh, how long ago was Cutler on the Dolphins?
It was 2019-ish?
18?
18? 2018?
2018,
There you go,
he
Dwight Howard.
threw a
I
touchdown
thought
to
he was
Jakeem
done
Grant
in
that day.
11.
2017.
17. They
Cutler-
started out 4-3 that year.
That was his last season in the NFL. It's crazy. He's only 42 and he's been out of the league for 9 years.
Yeah, Ryan Tannehill tore his
8 years.
ACL that offseason, and they called up Jay Cutler. That's my life.
Dang. Can I
19 touchdowns, 14 interceptions.
run a Kings thing by you real quick?
Sure.
Okay, great.
I love Jerry Jones. What
Oh
the
my
hell?
God.
And do that one.
What
Hold
the
on.
hell is that,
World?
bro? What?
There is no one better than Jerry Jones.
What is going
heard
on
Hey,
in this?
that's
I've
why
heard
they're the
that
best show
before.
in the country because they're lockstep. They both love Jerry Jones.
Oh, just know I'm gonna be sitting on the other side of that board here soon. No, everybody get your jokes
What
off.
are you gonna record us on the Vox Pro?
Okay, Lake Show.
I know
that one does need to go.
mean.
Too
That
far?
one
Was
does
too
need to
far
go.
across
That is
that
going.
cross
You're
the line?
damn right. That went too far.
I have a Kings thing for
Lakers
you.
got beat up last night.
Yeah, they did. Suns are good.
Yeah,
I like the Suns.
that game turned quick.
Yeah.
Without Book too. Book going out in like the first quarter.
Yeah, man.
That game got my attention a little bit.
You said something about Dylan Brooks yesterday, and I was like, no. I think I'm coming around.
I like Dylan.
I don't like Dylan Brooks, like just personally. I just don't.
Seems like a very nice guy.
Nah, no chance.
Did you see
He's
him with his
just Canadian.
family? Did you see him with
He's
his family?
just Canadian. Yeah, he just sat there and was like, oh, yeah.
No, he
Mom.
was very nice.
Yeah, no,
and
my mom knows I talk trash. Like,
did you see when he
cool.
was in Rodeo Drive and he gave the guy the tickets to the game?
No.
Dylan Brooks seems like a really nice
Thumbs
guy.
down.
I've seen 3 instances. He seems like a nice guy.
Every team he's ever been on wins.
Mm.
Not like championships.
Right. But it's a successful team.
But it is a successful team. The Grizzlies have gone backwards since getting rid of Dylan Brooks. He was a foundational piece of what the Rockets have now built, and then they moved past and had to move on from him to acquire Kevin Durant, which they needed. And now the Suns have just embodied what he is as a player. Like, they're super tenacious. They are 48 minutes every night. They're going to play hard. They're going to play good defense. They're going to follow Devin Booker. Like, they're not going to try and do too much. Like, we always talk about the pecking order on the insiders. They have a clear pecking order. And then when you need it, he goes on, drops 33 and beats the Lakers.
The real killer with Dylan Brooks is the playoffs. Like, when he gets to the playoffs, like, he does all this stuff offensively in the regular season, and then in the playoffs, he is
like, let him shoot.
Yeah, he's awful.
Yep.
Like, I was obviously, because I'm hating, I was definitely rooting for the Rockets to beat the Warriors last year, and every time Dylan Brooks went up for a jump shot, I said, "Oh no."
Yeah, that's a win. That's a win on a possession.
And it was a miss.
Dylan Brooks broke ass jumper.
Yeah, it was a miss every time. But outside of the playoffs, like the space we're in right now, I'd love to have Dylan Brooks on my team.
He's the exact type of player the Kings need.
Yes,
I know you can't. I know you can't probably go get him, but is there another player like that? Because if they're do whatever, like, go get that guy in the building. That's
there's different
changer.
versions. Yeah, like I've always talked about Bobby Portis is that type of like angry, but just like the power forward version of that.
Yeah. I don't hate that.
Love to have that guy in the building.
Can I run my lineup idea by you guys? Because we talked about yesterday. We James and I have had a lot of conversations about what's the offensive pecking order for the Kings, and I think they need to figure it out. I think that's one of their problems. I think they can figure that out while also playing some of the young players. And I think maybe get the season off the ground a little bit. I'm going to run this by you guys.
All right.
I'm not asking for 30 minutes of this a game. I'm not asking for this to be a starting lineup, closing lineup. Can I get, what do we say, 5 minutes a half? 4 minutes a half?
Yeah.
I get a few minutes a half of this. Zach LaVine, Nate Clifford, Keon Ellis, Keegan Murray, Maxime Reynaud.
Okay.
There's a clear pecking order there. Zach LaVine's going to have the ball in his hands. Keegan Murray's going to be the 2. You have shooters around him. And you have enough perimeter defense with Nate, Keon, and Keegan.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all.
That I think you're getting young players on the court. There's an obvious pecking order there.
I don't hate that at all. I mean, that's a lineup that serves, like you just mentioned, multiple purposes. Seems like they would fit together in a basketball sense. So sure, let's see it. 5 to 7 minutes a half.
Someone call Doug. Let him know.
Absolutely.
Do you have misgivings?
About the lineup? No. I don't have any misgivings about the lineup.
Right.
I have misgivings about the possibility of it happening.
Oh, I would be stunned.
Okay.
If it actually happens.
Simply because
I'm just trying to come up with my own solutions.
He won't play Keon Ellis. Like, and that's the thing too.
Did you see the Kevin John video?
Yeah, his best friend, Keon Ellis.
I didn't see the Kevin John video.
Oh, it's Doug and Keon palling around after practice. Doug like mimicking dunks and like, oh, yeah, dapping each other.
Like,
yeah,
you crazy boy.
It was crazy.
What?
We don't even get to see Keon
Handoff
anymore.
talking about you don't play this guy.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Yeah, I haven't even been able to ask him if he's watched Doug Christie video yet because I haven't got to talk to Keon in like a month and a half.
And that's the, like, Doug's got to Doug's the one more than anybody who's got to figure this out.
I agree.
Because no matter how you feel about Keon, what you're doing isn't working.
That's it.
Try something else.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's Kyle Matson's lineup, then play Kyle Matson's lineup. If it's James Ham's lineup, play that. It's Kenny Caraway's, play that. Just try something different.
Mm-hmm.
Let Keon Ellis play basketball. Let Max play a little bit more basketball. Let Neek play. Like I think what gets lost is it's kind of like when you if you like me and James, we've read a lot of books on JFK, right, on John F. Kennedy and the assassination of JFK, and like the evolution of like a conspiracy theory. And if you say no, I do believe in the conspiracy theory that John F. Kennedy was murdered, not in the way that we were explained, then it immediately becomes something crazy. Oh, what do you think? That the mafia did it? The aliens came down and did it? What do you think? The limo driver turned around and did it? No. What I'm saying is the explanation we've been given isn't what happened. Therefore, it's a conspiracy theory. When you say something like play the young guys, it becomes the fight that Kenny was in yesterday, where it's like, no, KC, you don't want to play Max? Oh, you don't want to play any of the young guys? Well, if you want to play the young guys, you don't have to play all of them. It doesn't mean you have to just wipe the starting lineup out and put Keon Ellis in and it means, hey, let's start by seeing Neek for 25 minutes. Or let's start by seeing like with seeing Keon for 30 minutes and Max for 18 to 20 or something like that. Like there's a way to do this in which DeMar DeRozan still plays basketball for the Sacramento Kings. Zach LaVine still plays basketball for the Sacramento Kings. You still see, Dennis Schroeder and all of these different guys playing basketball, but you work in these young guys, and it's not a just wipe out and send everybody home. There's a way to do this in which might be really effective for the Kings.
I agree.
The thing is, we know what doesn't work. But Doug seems to have difficulty from shying away from that and trying something different. The unknown seems to be scarier than the known of not working. And there are, I think, a very large portion of Kings fans who are like, well, just give me the unknown and let me see that it doesn't work.
That's it. That was my whole thing yesterday. Nobody's going to be mad if Nick Clifford plays 25 minutes and DeMar DeRozan plays less minutes because of it, or Zach LaVine plays fewer minutes because of it. Well, that's fine. But apparently they're all bought in. Everybody's trying to figure out, hey, how do we fix this thing? If that's the case, then you should be open to, all right, God, let's try something different.
Yeah.
Well, and I know nobody wants to not play. I get.
But they don't know that they don't believe that they're the problem.
Sure.
No one ever believes that.
And nor should they believe that.
But that's Doug's job.
That's right. That's Doug's job.
Right.
But Zach LaVine doesn't think he's the problem. He loses minutes. What am I losing minutes for? I'm the highest scorer on the team. 5 and 16,
Zach.
Well, even though,
but it's not my fault.
I'll say this too, though. Like when we were watching the game the other night, and they had the starting lineup was horrible. Then they go to the bench unit. The bench unit brings them back. They start the third quarter. The starting unit is horrible again. Then they bring in the second unit. Doug was trying to piece in DeMar for a few minutes to see if he would work with that with four of them. And then he put in Zach LaVine to see if he would work for four. Because what you're trying to do is go, okay, I know it worked with Keon and we played better as a team, but I'm going to need that score to get me over the top in this game. So I have to see if I can filter in one of these other guys and see if it works. I was okay with like the mixing and matching. I was like, why didn't they go back to the same five guys? It's like, well, yeah, but a lot of times the same, like the first half and the second half looks totally different. Your starting unit can come out and like build a 30-point lead and then lose that 30-point lead in the third quarter. Like teams make adjustments. So I'm okay with like tinkering, but at this point it's like, hey, these young guys have to play.
There's a scenario that I try to think about that I don't know if everybody always takes into account. And it's that Doug watches these guys all the time, like watches them play basketball all the time. And let me be perfectly clear. This doesn't mean don't play him or don't play him more minutes. I established yesterday. I'm not tripping either way. But If they practice and they're playing their scrimmages and Neek and Maxine get dogged out every time in practice, I'm just throwing out a scenario. I don't know if that happens, but if they're getting dogged out every time in practice, that doesn't lend to, hey, just put them out there for 25 minutes a night. You'll remember this, James. Jaeger's year, there was this big scenario. I think it might have been Bagley's rookie year or Fox. I can't remember. But it was, hey, it was more of the same. This team isn't going anywhere. Why aren't they just playing the rookies? Put Justin Jackson there. Play the rookies. Like, let them play. And I'll never forget, it was a Sunday afternoon. They played the Wizards, and he started all them rookies, and they got blasted.
They lost by 40-something.
It was a 30-point game, like in the first quarter.
You remember Paul Westphal kept getting asked if they could put Jason Thompson at the 3. So he said, fine, and started Jason Thompson at the 3 with like D'Alembert and maybe it was with DeMarcus. It's like, yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah. Just so you know, it doesn't work. Yeah. Like,
and I wasn't here covering the team for Westphal, but I remember that Jaeger move that Kenny saw. I remember that vividly because it was
immediate.
Oh, like, yeah, it was
the second the ball tipped off, they got destroyed. Yeah. And I'm not saying that would happen with Neek and Maxine. I'm not saying my whole thing is I'm gonna give Doug and these coaches a little bit more grace. And I'm not saying nobody's disrespecting them, but grace and respect. You know, they see these guys a lot more than we do. And if they're not playing, I'm assuming if it's not anything nefarious, there's a reason for that. Whether the guy's not healthy, whether he hasn't earned the time in practice, whether I don't know. But I think there's a reason. There's a reason Doug isn't
I want to add
going all the way there, as opposed to he just either is inept or being told what to do.
Yeah, but I'm also going to point out that one of the flaws to having a roster that's built so incorrectly is that how are you supposed to judge players in practice when, again, Nick Clifford is 6'5" and going up a 6'6", DeMar DeRozan who shoots mid-range jump shots, and like if they're going up against each other in practice, it's like, okay, but what happens when you get into a real game and the small forward is 6'11" and is a 3-and-D specialist? You don't have, this whole iron sharpens iron. Okay, that's fine. But your iron sharpening iron like mentality is like two really rusty, like short blades. Like it's not
made of wood.
Yeah, you're not actually sharpening. You're not getting ready for the game that you're going to play because you go out there and it's like, hey, that McDaniels kid is way taller than DeMar DeRozan and does way different things. But when you're going up against, that's all you have to go up against in practice is the players that you have.
So I would add to that I want to be clear, not say I don't know what happens, but if he's getting dogged out by a 6'6" DeMar DeRozan, what you think a 6'10" Julius Randle gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Like if we're in practice and DeRozan is just bullying you at 6'5", 6'6", Doug's like, well, what the hell you think Julius Randle gonna do to this man?
Yeah,
sure. That might be what's going on. Once again, I don't know. I'm perfectly fine with playing your lineup you talked about, playing these guys extended minutes. Fine, like let's see what it looks like. But I just also say, hey, Doug sees these guys every day, and maybe he sees some things that we don't see, and he doesn't have to do what Jaeger did in Westfall. He doesn't have to show us. Like, he doesn't have to say, here, public, this is why I don't play. Like, no, this
and that's the other part
just
is
crowdsource it.
Doug still is starting what he believes is his best players because Doug needs to win. And I'm sure at some point after a few practices, like they're practicing more this week than they've probably practiced at any point during the season other than training camp. And he's probably like, maybe that's what we need, some time together on the road, some practices. This game, it's going to be different. It's like that. It's that abusive relationship. It's going to be different this time. It's going to be different this time. It's never different.
Yeah.
And, maybe at some point it does just magically become different. But at this point, that's what it feels like it'll be. It'll just be magical. It's just magically different. We saw it for 2 games. We saw them play better basketball for 2 games and then came out in the first 5 minutes against Phoenix and got their ass kicked.
Yeah.
And played catch up for 3.5 quarters, or for 3 quarters. Played catch up for 4 quarters, but
Doug said it a bunch of times. It's like, they've shown me they can do it. So it's so frustrating when you go out and you beat 2 teams like that, a Denver and a Minnesota, and then you come out and I don't care what their record is. Phoenix is not as good as Denver or Minnesota. They're not even in the same Kyle tier. Well, they are. But when you go out there and you play against a team like that and you just can't repeat what you did the previous 2 games, like as a coach, you're just like, man, like, why do we have to take 2 steps back every time we take a step forward?
Yeah.
And it's a brutal place to be.
Yeah. King's not in a good spot, guys.
No.
It's a hell of a take there, Kyle.
Yeah, thanks.
Hell of a
Thanks.
take.
Tune into the Insiders tomorrow at 10 a.m. D'Lo and KC are next. James and I with you tomorrow. Shout out to Jesse Tapia helping us out. He will be with D'Lo and KC, of course. Until tomorrow at 10. Drink water. Be nice, people. Woo! Thanks, Shouty House. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number 1 one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's get in here. Come on, man. It's another day. It's another day. It's the second day of December. It's D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Alongside executive producer.
What are you doing with him?
We here ready to work, baby.
Yes, indeed.
And the Kings are going to make sure we're working.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nothing easy with that basketball team.
Nothing easy.
Ended this show yesterday and just kind of sat around the studio for a little bit, finishing up some KSFM stuff. Just kind of sat down, had Hoops Hype on the laptop. And sure enough, there's Mark Stein talking about the Kings, talking about Zach LaVine, talking about Keon Ellis. And it's like, all right, interesting. Nothing revolutionary, nothing stunning.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, given the pathetic state that the Sacramento Kings are in, yeah, they're getting talked about. Their players are getting talked about. And Zach LaVine might be a slightly greater of an asset than any of us maybe think. I think there's a caveat to it, which Mark laid out, and he didn't lay it out as a caveat. He just said there's discussions about what if, and it seemed to open up conversations a little bit about what Zach LaVine's future could be. And it's something that's come up recently, and it's that player option for next year. We've all been under the assumption that Zach LaVine picks up that player option because it's $50 million. And, you know, we often look at that in the simplistic terms of, well, there's no way that Zach LaVine is going to make $50 million elsewhere next year. But sometimes that's not the point. Sometimes the point is, how much money can you guarantee yourself over the course of the next couple of years? Can you guarantee yourself $90 more million in your career? Can you guarantee yourself $100 more million? Like, if you know that contract is out there right now, yeah, you might be willing to turn down that 50 in order to secure that 90 or 100. Whereas if you took the 50, you don't know what's available for you in the upcoming years. But right now, you know that this dollar figure is available for you. You also know you're on the upper end of 30, and you're not LeBron James, right? You're probably not even Chris Paul, who got a big contract late in his career. You're not that. You're not going to be Steph Curry. Golden State Warriors are going to have to pay Steph Curry whatever he wants to. Like, and Steph Curry's still the greatest shooter alive. Like, you're not any of those things. So you have decisions to make when that player option is available. And it seems that it seems that Zach is, at least the way the conversation is being shaped now around this player option, it seems that Zach is judged a little less by his play and more in his play versus his paycheck. And that's often the case with fans. And we talk about, yeah, you know, Keegan's been cute for a couple of years. His paycheck is different. It's going to change. We saw it with De'Aaron. We're living through it with Domantas Sabonis. We've seen this time and time again. Zach LaVine is judged against the $50 million he earns. But if that number comes down, do people look at Zach LaVine like, no, this is a high-end scorer. This is a 25-point per game scorer. And look at Sacramento. They're a disaster. Yeah, we'd absolutely be willing to pay Zach LaVine $30 million, through the $30 million a year for the next 3 years or 4 years or whatever. Yeah, we'd absolutely be willing to do that. Will he become a hotter commodity if teams are able to have that discussion with Rich Paul, with Zach LaVine's agent, about his plans for the upcoming season and perhaps his desire to stay with that team that is acquiring him through a potential trade for the long term? Does someone make a play that, yeah, we're not interested in Zach LaVine for a rental this year or even a rental next year? Like, yeah, we believe we can win right now, but we want Zach LaVine here for the next handful of years. Does that make him more of an appealing trade target right now, because I don't think in the whoever trades for me gets that $50 million. I don't think that's appealing to anybody.
Right.
But the ability to acquire him for the second part of this season and keep him around at a lower dollar figure might be significantly more appealing to a handful of teams across the league.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it definitely
might be a small handful, but
Yeah.
I believe that they're out there, and we'll talk about two of them here in a second.
Yeah, it boosts his profile. I don't want to say like to a whole nother level, but yeah, it boosts his profile. Like it makes teams consider the thought of bringing in Zach LaVine, and he's one of those guys that you mentioned it. If you seem to be looking at him more because of his contract as opposed to his ability on the floor.
And he has shortcomings as a player. Don't get us twisted.
Yeah, for sure. It's just one of those things where I feel like if you accept who he is, it's a little easier to deal with. Obviously, if you have if you have a different salary, that makes it even easier to deal with. But we sniffed that out 10 games into Zach LaVine's tenure here with the Kings. Like, this guy don't shoot enough. I was told he was some type of ball hog who only this chucker and all this. Nah, I want him to be more aggressive. And I think that's essentially what the issue is. He's too passive. And if you get him in a situation where he's not relied on to take 17 to 22 shots a night, then, I keep thinking about, like the Clippers. Like they have other guys around him that those nights where he wants to be passive and wants to let the game come to him, so to speak. You have guys that can, kind of pick up the slack for that. If you don't, like the Kings don't, it's problematic. So if you get Zach LaVine, knowing the type of player that you're getting and the person that you're getting, I think he could be extremely helpful and valuable to a team.
Yeah, and I think there's a handful of teams that, there appears to be a situation developing. This is going to be stunning. Basketball fans, brace yourself. There appears to be a situation developing in Milwaukee. The Bucks aren't good. They've been without Giannis. They went without Giannis for a chunk of time, and everything went bad. They haven't, been lighting the world on fire in his short return here. But it appears, according to reports, I haven't looked to check this, and I'm not even sure. I assume it's referring to Instagram. We've gotten the removal of Bucks-related pictures from Giannis Antetokounmpo's Instagram account.
Why do they do that?
I just noticed that during the handoff. I'm sorry. I didn't notice that during the handoff. I saw the report during the handoff. Let me see if I can find old
These
Giannis.
athletes are hilarious, man. Why do they
there's Giannis. Let's see. Here's Giannis. Yeah. Okay. So yep. They're gone. The only one we got is I don't know what this is. It's Giannis holding the trophy up.
Let me see.
But it's not when they won he's holding the championship trophy up. Oh, this is an NBA Cup championship. That's the trophy he's holding. That's the only Milwaukee related picture that's still up. The rest are gone.
Well, that is a Milwaukee one, though.
His 16 million followers are greeted to what?
I don't know what he had before, but he does have the.
Oh no, he had videos, he had pictures, he had a lot of posts. Like he's got what the 3, 6, 12, 13 posts.
Well, I was saying he got the one with them holding the championship, the NBA championship,
the NBA Cup.
No, he's got an NBA championship here.
Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, he got one below that.
But it's not like he has a Bucks.
Yeah, I was gonna say
hat on, but it's not.
I was gonna
Bucks
say
gear.
you can't see a lot of the Milwaukee Bucks there. But yeah, there are some things that have disappeared, which is
original point well taken. He is done with the Bucks.
It's step one. It's step one here in in the latest of the Milwaukee Bucks Giannis Antetokounmpo situation. All of that was to get back to Zach LaVine, in that Milwaukee has been a team that we have seen who might have some interest in Zach LaVine, and restructuring what LaVine makes could go a really, really long way in making him more appealing for a team like the Milwaukee Bucks. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the frustrating thing about that is it feels like, unless the Kings, Zach LaVine, whoever is directly involved with the Bucks, it feels like the league won't move until the Giannis thing is taken care of. That's what it feels like. I'm sure there are little side deals here and there, but Zach ain't a side deal. That's a big money deal. And
let's look at Giannis next year is the player option.
I think so.
Next year, so he declines the player option. Next year would be he would enter free agency the following season. No, that's incorrect. The player option is the 27-28 season. Okay. Now, so the conversation is he's extension eligible this offseason. If he passes on that, he's entering what realistically is the final year of his deal,
right?
Because he's Giannis Antetokounmpo and he doesn't have to pick up that player.
Exactly.
Boy. I think too, when you talk about the league being on hold, how many teams can really be involved in this? You know what I mean? Like, how many teams could really be involved in the Giannis conversation, given the parameters that we just laid out?
Right.
In that, like, you can't make this trade, which is going to cost you an ungodly amount of first-round draft picks. It's going to cost you salary, all of that different thing, with hopes that you can convince him to stick around. Like, no one's going to do that. You're going to have the conversation in the back room about, hey, here's what our intentions are if Giannis doesn't want to pick up that player option. In fact, we encourage Giannis not to pick up that player option because here's what we're going to offer him.
And to that point, you have a contract that might put you in those conversations. Zach LaVine or Domantas Sabonis.
Yep. Yeah, the DeMontis thing is that's a whole other conversation.
Three teamers moving people around.
I think he's out of sight, out of mind right now because of Hey, so that's a great man. It's perfect phrasing right there. The 3-team thing, because you don't think about it very often in terms of how can you move this player, how can you move this contract to this contract. Well, there's probably another Vivek Ranadive out there.
I was about to say, hell, the Kings literally just was involved with that.
That's it. The Kings traded De'Aaron Fox for Zach LaVine. It doesn't matter that De'Aaron Fox isn't on the Chicago Bulls. That was the trade. And that's how the trade got done. And that's how the money worked and matched. And that's how all of these teams were able to get involved. So I'm not, it's just worth noting.
Yeah.
Just worth noting. Another team is the Clippers. The Clippers have no hope. Like, there's
no hope with dope.
And the Clippers might be the dope. You talk about there's no hope with dope. The Clippers, they might be the dope. And you've got a situation with them where their draft capital is ass, and they're just stuck and they can't win. They have this massive payroll, and it's like we've got to get someone in here who can, James Harden in the year of 2025 is attempting to carry the Los Angeles Clippers, and it is going terribly. And I'm not putting that on him. This is a team who, when we saw them in the preseason, this was a team entering the year, regardless of how good you thought they would be. One, this was a 50-win team this last year. Two, they're a deeper team than they were. And man, it is not going well.
Yeah.
It is not going well at all.
Yeah, they're desperate. You mentioned, like I said, their draft pick situation and the expectations that they had. There's nowhere to go but to try to be good. So you if you're Ballmer and Lawrence Frank and all those guys, like, yeah, we got to figure out how to be good now. I would be good this year because we don't have no future. We have a present. That's all we got is a present. The future that we have is everybody's off the books in 2 years. That doesn't do us any good right now. So let's figure out what we have to do to get good this season.
And there are the prospects for Zach LaVine that we know of.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wonder I genuinely wonder how much more appealing Zach LaVine becomes for the next 2 to 3 seasons if his salary drops next year from $50 million to $30 million. And I saw G Money in the chat over on youtube.com/ESPN1320 say Zach LaVine's not leaving money on the table. That's not leaving money on the table. That's a calculated gamble that the money you take this offseason will not be there for you the next season. And with the fear of aprons and first and second and, you know, teams being fearful of making a move that sets them back, getting stuck with Zach LaVine at $50 million next year, if things don't go your way this season, is probably really concerning. And I don't know at what point the Timberwolves, I don't know at what point the Clippers get where it's like, this season's gone. And they have to start thinking about ways they can get better next year because they can't do it through the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And they have to start thinking about how can we have to do something to improve our basketball team. And it has to start now. When do they get to that point? Because they're just as bad as Sacramento is. They have Kawhi, but do they? They do, but do they? Right? You're relying on James Harden, and James was great for them last year. It's not working out for him this year. You lost Bradley Beal, a month ago. He's not coming back for you. He might not play another game in a Clippers uniform. Like, you have so many different things that you're dealing with if you're the Los Angeles Clippers, and they all lead to your franchise falling off a cliff. And that's not even factoring in whatever the hell is going to come about from this NBA investigation.
Yeah. If I'm Zach LaVine,
could you imagine? I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
Could you imagine the NBA going, hey, I don't know when your next first-round draft pick is, but it's gone. Because they can't take anything from them this year because they've already given that away. Oh, we've got 2030s. Well, you don't now.
Right.
Oh, my God.
And essentially, to a certain degree, voiding Kawhi and all this other stuff, unless they said, no, the contract's voided, but the cap still remains, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I was going to say.
that would be helping them out.
Yeah, because if you voided the contract, they may be like, whew. All right, Adam. Shoot. You gotta.
Dang, man.
Are there any other contracts you want to void while you're here?
Hey, well, Ryder, let me tell you what we did with James Harden contract.
Let me tell you how let me tell you how Bradley Beal is really getting paid.
Thinking about it from Zach LaVine's perspective, if money is the motivation, why would I, at my age of 30, why would I just punt on $50 million? And I bring that up because I can play next year and get the 3 years, 90 the following year.
You don't know that, though.
You don't know that if you get hurt, but like you're right. Like, you don't know, anything could happen. But if I'm healthy, I'll get 390.
Yeah, I just don't think you know that. And here's why. Right now, between today and February 6th, you could blame you get the Kings stink on your that gives you like a cushion. That's like grading on a curve.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we know Zach LaVine's a really skilled scorer. He could be like, look at Zach LaVine's career. He's an efficient shooter. He is a year by year 20-something point per game scorer. We know that. He's still that right now. It's just not as efficient as it normally is. It's not as, it's that stupid ass organization. They can't get right. They got Scott Perry in here trying to fix all of these things that went wrong. They traded De'Aaron for nothing. They threw a first-year head coach out there who is just a beloved figure in the organization. We don't know that guy's really a coach. It's just Sacramento. We can absolutely, he will fit our organization to the tune of 3 years, 93 years, 100, whatever.
Mhm.
You don't get that if it happens the second year, in my opinion. You get that right now because it's fresh, it's new, and no matter how bad you in the chatty house or you listening on the radio thought the Sacramento Kings were going to be, even if you thought they were a 36-win team or a 37-win team, you didn't think they were a 19-win team. So when you're as bad as they are, when you're as surprisingly as bad as they are, I think you get some leeway as a DeMar DeRozan player, as a Domantas Sabonis player, as a Zach LaVine player. You get a little bit of leeway. I think you can get that for this year. I don't think you get it for a second year. I think you take that 50. I think you take that 50 and the next year rolls around, you might have teams go, man, he had 2 really trash years with Sac. I don't know, man. He might be a mid-level guy.
You think?
And then what? He's 30,
like 31, maybe
31.
I thought he was just 30.
Oh, is he so 30 now? So you get through the 31, 32 then.
And, see, I think that's there for him for a number of different reasons. I think the numbers will still be there. I think you get him in a contract year, he'll elevate whatever to get what he needs to do. And then the biggest caveat, you're going to have a Rich Paul client. You're going to play hardball with him and not give him $30 million a year? You don't think Rich Paul could get him $30 million a year if he stayed another year in Sacramento?
Zach might not be Rich's priority next year.
But he's still a Rich Paul client, though.
No, he's still he is. Rich Paul's lost clients. I'm not saying it's Nerlens Noel or anything like that. I'm just saying Rich has lost clients. Like, there's a reason for that. Like, when you have a client list, there's a hierarchy. Rich Paul, Rich Paul's number one agenda item right now is LeBron James's retirement. It's not Anthony Davis. It's not Zach LaVine. It is LeBron James's retirement. And if you feel like you're not getting the attention you deserve, like, yeah, he might not be able to get Zach LaVine 30 minutes. Think about it, and this is the great unknown. And this is what we have discussed at length since this offseason. Was what we went through at the start of free agency and then the days and weeks, months following, was that an anomaly? Or is that the new norm? Because we're living in an era of cap restrictions we've never lived in before. We're living in an era where big spenders lose the mechanics that they had to get better and younger. They're losing those. We have never experienced this before. So we don't know the answer to that question. We could talk about the cap going up. We could do all that. We don't know. By the way, the cap didn't go up. It did. It goes up it didn't go up the amount that they thought it would. Yeah. And every metric, like we've always asked, hey, what's the who's going to be the first $100 million player in a season? Who's going to be the first one to get that contract? And you start doing math, and all of the math is based off the same thing. Well, if the cap goes up by, I think it's 10%, if the cap goes up by 10% every year, which it has for such and such amount of years, it's likely going to be Victor Wembanyama or whoever, right? Well, all that's gone because the cap didn't go up 10%. And now there's people saying, well, the cap's not going to go up 10% either next year. I can't figure out why. Given that TV deal that I can't figure out how any of this is happening.
Right.
But it is. And so the question remains, is that the new norm, or is that kind of a one-off and that's not going to happen in that extreme nature again?
Wouldn't that be? Well, I mean, for me personally, if I was Zach, we kind of talked about this yesterday, I would opt out so I could get out of here.
And it's
like I would opt out. So
that's the other part
for a number of different reasons. The organization isn't where I want to be, where I want it to be. And Sacramento's a fine place, but this ain't gonna work out for me.
Mhm.
I'd get out of here and move on. And I know a lot of people think maybe you leaving money.
Do
on the
you hate
table, but-
Sacramento to the tune of $50 million? And it's probably not 50 because he's going to get a contract, whether
Right.
it's the contract we're putting together right now, or it's it could wind up being 30 million. Could wind up being. Do you hate Sacramento enough to lose $20 to $30 million?
And this is where we differ, and I think maybe even Zach differs with me on this one. I didn't made so much money, and I'm about to make more. This has been miserable. I just want to go. Yeah. Go ahead. Let's see what time it is. Let's see what time it is, baby. He ain't ready. He not even locked in.
Let's see what we got here.
He not locked in.
Oh, okay. They're gonna run an ad here as I start. Zach LaVine has been in the league 11 years. Oh boy. Zach LaVine has been in the league 11 years. The former number 13 overall pick in the 2014 NBA draft. UCLA.
They clap.
Peak year is, no surprise, right now. He's owed $45.9 million this season, just for fun. We'll say it's $46 million. Zach LaVine owed $46 million this year at the age of 30. Again, he is the former number 13 overall pick in the 2014 NBA draft. The Rich Paul Clutch Sports client, Zach LaVine, 11 years in the league, has earned what? $323 million for Kenny Caraway, $295 million for Jesse Tapia. And the kid doesn't lose, man.
I know it doesn't.
$255.6 million for Zach LaVine at this point in his career. If he takes the player option next year, his career earnings will reach $304
That's
million
what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about.
I don't even know.
Bro, what the hell?
The last time you have
What
won
the hell?
a
If I
game
didn't
here.
collapse the first season of this,
Oh,
like
my
Kenny
God.
would not have won a game.
This new
What the
season
hell?
has Jesse up 2, and Casey has yet to get on
Come
the
on,
scoreboard.
man. Hey, come
We'll
on,
come
man.
back.
Come on. I didn't mean to throw that at you.
I'm just envisioning the radio and it going, I didn't mean to do that.
My bad. I meant to flip it.
Just punch Roger Goodell.
Casey getting all of his frustrations out on me right now. Jeez.
Oh, man.
Man, Jesse's the first year of pocket watching was when Ray Allen hit the 3. It did when they
It
had
saved
the,
me.
yeah.
You know, it saved my legacy. It saved my legacy.
It's hilarious. Jesse, job not finished.
Oh, man. What was I about to say? Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking. There's a lot of good high school basketball games today. I know Coach Fields is in the house. Y'all playing tonight, man? Where y'all at, man?
I gotta check my Apple. The Apple Music things are coming out.
Yeah, I saw mine.
Let's see what I
Drake
got.
dominated my stats this year.
Drake dominated Apple Music.
But see, that's a little misleading. Well, not the Apple Music, but mine particularly. I did a lot of play Kenny's station. Like I know I did a lot of that.
Yeah.
So I guess when I did get specific, it was
no surprise.
Hey.
All right, let's see. Let's do this on the air. I like this. I don't do it for the gram. I do it for Compton.
That's what I need. I need a light for my backyard. That's what I was supposed to look for.
A light?
Yeah, one of those something so we can play basketball when it's dark.
Oh, I thought you already had one.
No, I just got a light from the house, like not a porch light, but something like that. I need something on the other side of the backyard.
All right, this is one of my favorite things every year. As we get into December, Apple and Spotify have dropped their stats, their replay, what Apple calls it the replay 25. No surprise here as I'm looking at mine for the first time. Kendrick Lamar was my top artist. 3,149 minutes of Kendrick Lamar. Each month brought new memories. It says Kendrick Lamar was my top artist for 6 months in a row. It says, what else do we got here? 86 albums moved in rotation. I just want the thing where they show me the minutes. Where do I find that?
That should be the first one.
No, that wasn't my first one.
Top artists, and then under you just said the minutes, right? Then you say 3,000.
Well, no,
minutes?
yeah, but oh wait, here it is. So okay, no, yeah, I see. Okay, here it is. Kendrick Lamar, Michael Jackson was second, Beyonce. Then you get into like Bobby Brown, Janet Jackson, LL Cool J, Cardi B, Jodeci's up there. Oh my, and this one's fresh. I ran this Essentials maybe for a week straight. I'm on this crazy kick right now for Tyler the Creator. Like I have gone too long not appreciating Tyler the Creator.
Not a Tyler the Creator guy.
Nah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. I don't know what one. The funny thing is Michael Jackson is second at 723 minutes. Kendrick Lamar is first at 3,149 minutes.
What was Mike's number again?
733.
And like I said, see, this is a little deceiving because on my replay, Drake is one at 1,205 minutes. 2 is Chris Brown at 528 minutes. Like I haven't listened to that much specific music on Apple Music because, like I was saying during the break, what I do when I'm in the car is I usually just put the little Kenny Caraway station, and that's usually how it goes. But Jay-Z is third. That's surprising. I don't feel like I listened to that much Jay-Z this year, but he's third. Khaled is fourth. Nipsey Hussle is fifth. What's the song you listen to the most?
How do I find that?
I don't know. I'm scrolling top.
My guess off the top of my head is it's Euphoria, but I'm not sure. Let me see. Oh, there it is. Top songs of 20. Yep, it's Euphoria.
How many times?
69.
That's crazy. That's everywhere. It's got a lot going on.
Here's my top 6 songs are Euphoria, King Kunta, TV Off, Element, Squabble Up, and Mad City. Those are my top 6 songs, and then Key Sweat comes into play. The Classic Man remix hits, and then Backseat Freestyle.
I wanna
in fact, 1, 2, 3, 4 more Kendrick Lamar songs hit.
I want to recount on mine because they say my top song was "Give Me a Hug" with 37 plays.
I don't believe that.
Number 2 was "Mutt" with this Chris Brown remix with 33 plays. I feel like I played Mutt. That should be number 1. I played Mutt a lot this year.
You talked about that station. Your personalized radio station. I played my personalized radio station 8,000 minutes.
Now, how do you see that one? I haven't seen.
Just keep scrolling down, like on the main screen.
Okay.
It'll tell you your top stations, your top playlist. Obviously, Kendrick Lamar was my top playlist. Yeah.
I'm not. I gotta see what it's saying. Oh, the top playlist. It's not even on my top. Like the station would be on like the playlist.
No. Scroll past the playlist.
Okay.
Scroll right below it. It should say your top stations. Like I have my station, Beyonce, Jodeci, and similar artists, Stevie Wonder and similar artists.
Yeah. Top album compilation. Jeezy.
I listened to a lot of Bobby Brown for some reason.
Shout out Bobby Brown.
And November was all Michael Jackson. That's all I was listening to in November. But that was, I think that's when the girls got a hold of my phone. Like, I'm surprised the Wicked soundtrack isn't somewhere on here.
Yeah.
Because my Apple Music runs the Apple Music through the house.
Oh.
So,
my top artist in August was a little problematic.
Just August.
Yeah, who was it?
Yeah, it was Just August and say who it was.
Just August. It was
it was Robert.
No, it wasn't.
No?
It was
no.
Kanye West. There's a difference between Kanye West and Ye.
That's the least problematic of the 3 I was thinking.
Who's the other one?
Diddy.
Oh no.
Kenny was watching the trial coverage like, man, I want to hear Can't Nobody Hold Me Down now.
Is that Doc out?
50?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I assume so. He's doing media for it. I gotta assume it's out.
Saw some recaps of that. That was like somebody just took bullet points, like watched it on Twitter.
Of the interview or
of the 2 episodes.
Oh, okay.
And one of the situations was crazy. Did you hear about the Suge Knight situation?
I don't think so.
Where I guess they were all in the club.
Okay.
And now who knows if it's true or not. But the guy goes, they were all in the club, Suge, Puff, and then like people they were with.
Okay.
Puff brought Suge and his homeboy outside. Mm-hmm. And they're talking, I don't know what's going on. All of a sudden, an off-duty police officer comes up, stands in between or stands next to Suge's homeboy, looks at Suge, and shoots the homeboy 5 times. And he said that's really, really how everything started. Seems a little crazy that I've never heard that before, but if that really happened, that's crazy.
I heard I heard because I listened to it. Only God Can Judge Me, the Jeff Pearlman book on Tupac. One, it's a great book. It's different than any other book I've read on Tupac's score. I've read a good amount of books on Pac. This one is very, very different. And it talks, there's a point where he's talking about Pac's relationship with Suge and his demeanor like around Suge. And like the whole getting him out of that Clinton facility and how that all happened, and then everything that transpired in the months to follow. And it laid out how Pac got really fake around Suge. Like he didn't like him. He just kind of went with the death row persona.
Yeah. And
it was the first time I ever heard anyone lay out that Suge is fake. Like Suge's not like there he talks to Bloods, he talks to gang members in Los Angeles and Las Vegas. He goes, Suge is he's not a banger. He's not affiliated with our gang. He just kind of latched on to him, and because of who he was, we let him. He's a giant dude.
Right.
He is a very big, imposing dude, but he was playing a role. Like he was not a street guy. And that was the first time I had ever heard that, and I thought that was fascinating. And I thought, well, how did we get, to the Tyson fight in September? And Jeff, I thought, laid it out brilliantly. He was like, if Pac had been doing anything else but watching a Mike Tyson fight, he wouldn't have approached Orlando Anderson. If he was in Las Vegas to gamble, if he was in Las Vegas to do a show, he would have never approached Orlando Anderson. He would have let somebody else do that. But he didn't. He was coming off of the high. And if you've ever seen the video of him leaving the fight, he is jacked up because his boy just whooped Bruce Sheldon's ass.
Right.
And it wouldn't have happened if he was doing anything else except watching one of his closest friends fight.
That's crazy.
Which, by the way, was a postponed fight. The fight was supposed to happen in July. Like, the series of things that happened that led to that day and him actually being there are crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
And I don't know if I'll watch the doc or not. There's other things I still want to watch Eddie Murphy, but and they laid that out too. They said the hit was put out on Pac and Suge. Orlando Anderson was aware of that. Orlando Anderson, after what happened in the lobby, he said he's the one that pulled the trigger, and he wanted his money, which he never got.
That's what the doc says. I don't believe that.
Which
he
never got.
I don't believe that for a second.
You don't believe Orlando Anderson did it?
No, I absolutely believe Orlando did it, and I believe because he was there with his crew and he got jumped in the MGM Grand. So there's another part of that story where he's leaving the MG, like they're camped out. I think it's at Club 662. And Pac's not there. They get there super late. He's at the hotel changing clothes. He's telling Kadada, you can't, I don't want you here around this crowd. You can't be a part of this. So they wind up leaving super, super late. And the only reason that Orlando in that car saw him was because he stood up through a sunroof and started yelling at some girls who were walking through the street. And they're like, yo, there he is right there. They hit the U-turn, come back, pop, 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 and that's it.
No, for sure. But I think the hit was already out. So
yeah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that Sean had a hit on him.
I didn't believe that 3 years ago.
It's easier to believe now.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to believe now.
3 years ago. Now, I don't know about that guy.
Definitely not. We'll come back. If I said to you, in fact, I will say to you, star NBA player will miss extended time. Who do you think I'm talking about? Have you seen the tweet?
No.
Okay. Who do you think I'm talking about?
Luka.
We'll come back. And well, everyone can look at their phone. It's Zion Williamson. We'll explain when D'Lo and Casey return here on ESPN 1320. Jack, I gotta watch that Eddie Murphy doc. I just haven't gotten to it yet. That. Man. Hold on, let me get this for you. They didn't have 12 cars following them. They had, I think, 2 or 3. One of them did follow them, and that was the one with forgot brother's name, but he was in the Outlaws. He ultimately got shot and killed like a couple years down the road. He was the only one who described what the shooter looked like. They just got away. But it wasn't 12 cars. It was like 2. Might have been 3, but I think it was 2.
Lil Bam Bam just be saying anything, bro. What
Steven, that text is 1,000% true.
I don't know. Maybe I'll watch that deck at some point. I don't know. There's a lot of basketball and football going on.
No Kings tonight.
No Kings, but college basketball is going crazy tonight. Crazy. Florida versus Duke. UConn versus. I'm trying to do this without looking. Who is UConn playing? UConn playing Kansas.
Mm.
And Kentucky is playing. Kentucky's playing somebody better than them. Who's Kentucky playing? But they got like 4 college basketball games on. It's crazy this year. Or tonight.
That's funny. If I send you this, just know I'm doing what's best for me.
I was cracking up.
That's hilarious.
Oh man.
And they say, hey, Lane, you got to get in here to LSU. We got to give you a little spray tan real quick.
If he says my family, I'm falling out.
Oh, he said a lot yesterday. He didn't say that, but he said a lot.
UConn and Kansas. Oh, North Carolina and Kentucky. That's who it is. Woo.
4 of top songs of 2025 are Taylor Swift songs.
Well,
no surprising. No surprise. His top album is Some Sexy Songs for You.
That was one of
his number 1 artist is Drake.
That was one of the better albums of the year. I wouldn't say it was the best. It was an R&B record or album, but they did a good job with that. Much like a lot of the albums nowadays, if it was 5 songs shorter, like it would have been really, really good.
Yeah, some of y'all need to chill. I ain't never getting through Summer Walker's album. There's too many damn songs on it.
That's one of my favorites. That one, the Leon Thomas, which didn't come out this year, I don't believe, but I've been playing Leon Thomas a lot.
You know, Leon Thomas still in the Billboard top 10.
Man,
that song's still in the top 10. That's why it hasn't stopped playing on our stations.
That's one of the best songs of the decade, easily. The Mutt is fantastic.
It's a good song.
Fantastic.
It's a
song.
It's a good song. I don't know if I'd say fantastic. It's a good song. I like Leon Thomas though.
Mutt and Folded are the 2.
Folded is great.
Mutt, Folded, and It Depends are the 3 best songs
of the year. Yeah, those are the songs battling for the I don't know if Folded is the R&B Grammy.
Oh no, Folded is, and I think Folded's gonna win.
Mm.
Folded gonna come away with a couple of Grammys.
Yeah, they might, or she might. Yeah. So as stated right before the commercial break, Zion Williamson, with a right adductor injury, will be reevaluated in 3 weeks.
Man, that's terrible. That is terrible, man. I hate that he can't stay healthy.
It's never gonna happen, is it?
It doesn't feel like it, man. It doesn't feel like it.
He's got 42 next year, 44 the year after. Would anyone make a move for that? 80, round up $7 million for Zion Williamson for 2 years. Would anybody make a move for that?
Yeah, it feels like anybody would. Somebody would.
Really?
Feels like somebody.
Think about everything we just talked about as it pertains to Zach LaVine changing that contract, apron concerns, cap concerns, restrictions, all of that. You think someone would do it?
I think you said next 2 years, right? I think the Clippers would.
That's a great point. Yeah, that's a terrific point.
I think the Clippers absolutely,
because they have no other recourse.
They have no other recourse, and I do believe that when they look at taking on salary and taking on contracts and stuff, they're open to anything that ends in 27. I don't think they would take, like, unless it's somebody great, but they wouldn't take. Oh no, contract is up in 2029. Like, I don't think they do that. But 27, because in 27, it's supposed to be a crazy free agency year, and all their contracts are off the books. I don't think I could look real, because I was just looking at it the other day. They might have like a random, like, coffee or somebody like that on the books.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Other than that, like Harden's gone, Kawhi's gone.
Yeah, we looked at this not too long ago.
Yeah, Cameron Christie and Zubac are the two guys. Everybody else is gone in 2027. So I say that to say they talk to the Pelicans right now. It's like, yo, Zion, yeah, we need to do something. Let's take a chance. And it's only for 2 more years. Let's talk about it. And we hate John Collins.
Well, yeah. Yeah, there's that. I guess you have to find somebody who hates someone on their. Well, damn. Old Domas.
I wasn't even thinking about Domas. I was thinking about Zach, because Scott may not be the biggest fan of Zach. But damn. Okay. Domas got 3 years left, huh?
Yep. You'd basically be saving $40 million.
Oh, I know.
Oh man,
he just doesn't play enough. Though.
I know.
I
know.
Like I'm definitely like
I know.
open to the idea of the Kings taking a chance, but it's really difficult when he just doesn't play enough basketball.
I don't think there'll be much. I mean, 3 weeks takes you to. I mean, it takes you to the end of December. I mean, you still have plenty of time headed into the trade deadline. But the problem is, this is the second time he's been hurt this year, and now you're clearly entering. You're entering territory where he's going to wind up missing half of the season again. Or he's certainly approaching that number. And even if everything goes perfect, he's going to wind up missing, miss probably a total of, by the time, let's say he is in fact back in 3 weeks when the reevaluation happens. Well, we had about 5 to 6 weeks already. He's been out.
Yeah. The killer.
In a season, by the way, in a season in which he came in shape, in a season in which he visually looked different than he had in years prior.
Yep. The killer with Zion too is, I remember I watched the game earlier this year against the Clippers. I believe he played in that game. I know Jordan Poole was going off, but I feel like Zion was playing and went off too. Man, he be cooking when he plays. Like, he is a force. He can't be stopped. He scores at will. And I know scoring is frowned upon nowadays in the NBA. Like,
Stop it.
It's frowned upon. Like,
Stop
if you don't
it.
do anything else but score, like, you're a bad player.
But passive aggressiveness is noted.
But he is, when he plays, he feels unstoppable. He feels like he is a guaranteed 25 no matter who he's playing against.
But at what point is the missing games too much to get to deal with that?
Might be here now.
I don't know. I don't know.
It might be for somebody who's been willing to take a chance on him.
Let the record show, though. I do it.
Oh, you make the move? Is it like
right now? I do it.
Sabonis,
see you
LaVine.
in 3 weeks, buddy. See you in 3 weeks, pal. I wouldn't trade for Zach because I'm starting to think there's a real possibility Zach doesn't pick up that player option because there's something else out there for him. And I'm pretty confident, regardless of what happens over the course of the next couple of months, Rich is going to know that. Rich is going to know what's available for him.
Yeah.
And I think the perfect team to call back to is the Clippers. But you mentioning them and the Zion thing is interesting. Are they willing, coming off of the Kawhi Leonard thing, or not coming off of it, he's still there, dealing with what they deal with Kawhi Leonard, would you be willing to take a risk on another player who can't stay healthy? Zach LaVine, for the most part, is very reliable.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're the Clippers, if you're willing to do that a second time.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's risky going after Zion. It is risky.
Like I said, saves you $40 million. It saves you $40 million, and it probably boils down to whether you think Domas can net you something greater, which I don't know. I do not know. Yeah. I don't think the league, Zach LaVine, I think, has the stink of Sacramento on him and a really bad season and a really high contract. I think there is always, I think Zach signed this contract with Chicago a long time ago. And I don't know that the league really felt like Zach was that player. That team wasn't ultra successful, and this league is going to judge your team success over your individual playing stats on regular occasions. But Domas, I don't know that the league ever really thought highly of him. You know, I think back to Indiana, and I know he's been an all-NBA. I know he's been an all-star. I just don't know that. When Domas came here, of course, he's a victim of a polarizing trade to a certain degree. But when he came here, like there was very much like, what are you doing? Like you traded for one of the most awkward fives in the league. Not awkward in terms of the way that he plays, but awkward in that he's non-traditional in the big man sense. He's a very, as we have learned and discussed repeatedly, he's a very specific type of player. And I don't know that the league ever really, we can joke about Jokic light or Jokic zero or whatever you want to call him. I don't think anyone else did that. I think they'd acknowledge when he played well and applaud him when he had a couple of good seasons. But I don't know that the league ever, meaning the people who cover it and the people who are in it, really took Domantas Sabonis seriously. Right. And because of that, I don't know with this. Now you have the contract attached to it for 3 more years. I don't know who goes, you know what we're missing? A big who doesn't protect the rim and can't shoot threes. If you have an offense in which you want a center who can, find open shooters, if you have a team full of 3-point shooters, then yeah, maybe Domas is your guy. If you have at least one creator on the floor, yeah, maybe Domantas Sabonis is your guy. But outside of that, I don't know who it is. It's why I keep going back to the Warriors. Maybe it makes sense for the Warriors. Draymond could play more of a traditional type 5, like he could be the defender. Like, I don't know. I mean, again, with Domas, you're talking about maybe you give it like you have one other year. You have the rest of this year and next year to really try to get Steph another title. And then after that, it's just like, well, this was the cost of doing business. We either succeeded or we failed. But regardless, that last year is probably a wash, and that $40 million, it'd probably be much higher than that by that point. That's just the cost of doing business in this trade. But we either accomplished what we set out to accomplish, or we at least had to try.
Let me ask you something that I heard this morning in the Bay Area. Who would you? They didn't bring up Sabonis' name, but we're talking about Sabonis, so I want to ask you this. Who would you, if you're the Warriors, who would you go after, Sabonis or AD?
Anthony Davis.
Yeah, AD's clearly the better player.
Mm-hmm. Risks.
The risker is how much he plays.
32 last night, by the way. Mavericks beat the Nuggets. Yeah. And it's the Zion Williamson conversation.
Yeah.
And it's the Zion Williamson conversation, and maybe not wanting to be discussed. It's like times 10 though, because we know what Anthony Davis is when he's healthy. Like we know we have glimpses of Zion Williamson when he's healthy, because it's always start, stop, start, stop, start, stop. With Anthony Davis, he's had seasons where he has been a healthy basketball player. He's had all NBA seasons very, very recently. And there's no question, like, he's bad. Yeah. It would be Anthony Davis.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. Also, as I think about,
might be a smidge bit more expensive. Yeah. I'm sorry, it might not be a smidge. It might be a lot more expensive.
Or something,
yeah, I think it's 58. and I think it ends. I think he has the same thing Domas does. I think it's 3 years, and that last one is, whew. Let's get the exact number, but I
want to say
high.
it's 63.
I was gonna say 68, but that seems ridiculous. It's probably not. That seems ridiculous. That's probably too high. Let's see what Anthony Davis is talking about here. Ooh. Anthony Davis, Dallas Mavericks. He will earn.
We could double up. I ain't tripping.
You were right. It's 62.7 in the 27-28 year.
What?
Go get back in the gym.
Yeah, stop.
What's up? What you trying to do?
You can't.
I'm ready.
You can't throw down. You can't. What are you talking about? You've already lost. You're not even on the board this year.
We only played 2 games.
You're working on your jumper right now. You need to run sprints.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, we start with basics.
Come on. Let's be honest. Devin Carter. Like, why don't you?
That wasn't very nice.
Not nice at all.
I wasn't nice to who?
To anybody involved.
To Kenny.
Alone.
Anthony Davis 54.1, 58.4. That's the number that was stuck in my head for this year. It's actually next year. 58.4 and then 62.7 in the 27-28 season. That is Anthony Davis's contract. So it's 2 more years. And that 27-28 is in fact a player option.
Man.
That at 34 he's taking. I'm telling you now, opt into that contract right now or pick up your player option, whatever it's called. Because I don't know that the 3 years for 90 is going to be there.
You pick up the player option. Zach, you got options.
Yeah,
you don't.
Yeah. Anthony Davis, you don't. Zach, Zach, let's think it through.
Side note, I'm not saying anything to anybody. Or just nothing like that. I'm just pointing out. Are you guys old enough to remember how much of a sure thing Zion Williamson was?
Oh man,
coming out of Duke. For everybody, it's like, just think we want the number 1 pick, and it's a guarantee. That's how you get better. Do you know how much of a sure thing Zion Williamson was?
Mm-hmm. Well, yes, but to bring this conversation back, both of them. I mean, Anthony Davis is a Hall of Famer. Like Zion's career hasn't exactly gotten off the ground.
Right. AD had to get with the top 2 player of all time, though.
Didn't work in New Orleans.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like,
but he was great in New Orleans.
He was super
great in
talented.
New Orleans. Yeah, he was incredible.
They won 1 playoff series, I believe. I think 1. Did they get to another one? I can't remember. He might have just got to the playoffs.
Well, they got to the playoffs the year DeMarcus got hurt.
Oh no, they went to the playoffs twice because they lost to the Warriors. The one where they won, they beat Portland and then lost to Golden State in the second round.
Was that the year?
I don't know which one. I don't know which one was DeMarcus.
Am I wrong about that? Did they make the playoffs the year DeMarcus got hurt?
Maybe, because that might have been when AD went crazy. Like,
well, they were cooking when DeMarcus' Achilles went out. That's one of those NBA games. Like I remember where I was staring at the TV watching. I was at the 1140 studio wrapping up a show, and it's like, oh God, DeMarcus just went down, and it looks really bad. Awful.
Yeah, I was coaching a game that night at CO, and went to my phone afterwards and just saw everybody talking about DeMarcus. I was like, oh man, that was a Friday night too. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if that was the same year he got hurt though. I remember at the last month and a half of the season where they actually beat Portland in advance. Last month and a half of the regular season, AD went crazy. Like he was going crazy. Got them into the playoffs, and I think they swept Portland that year.
Yeah, Portland low-key lost a lot of series in the first round. I mean, Dame's very much remembered for the bye-bye, but that didn't happen often for Portland.
They did make the playoffs that year, by the way.
Yeah, they were good.
Was that the Portland year? Was it the year they advanced?
Come on, Jesse.
I'm checking through. I got them going through 5 different stat pages.
Well, if we just had the premium stats that we were promised, you would have just been able to check one stat.
Would have been a quick check.
Would have been a quick check, man. Yeah, I mean, and that's even when you think you get your picks right, man, you can get them wrong.
It is the year they beat the Trailblazers, by the way.
Yeah.
Who was the leading scorer? No, I'm kidding. We know
What's
who
your
it is.
problem, man?
That was Rondo year. Him and Rondo were cooking that year.
Rondo and AD?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rondo's on that team. Josh Smith, if you're into that sort of thing.
Damn,
Jameer
that's
Nelson was there.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh my God. And wasn't that Alvin coaching?
Let's see. Tony Allen was there as well. Yeah, Alvin Gentry was coaching.
Alvin. Yeah.
Man,
Yeah,
that
old
is
Alvin.
a band of misfits.
Oh, yeah, you had 4 players with at least 11 years of experience in the league by that point.
What do you think Alvin Gentry, like if Alvin walked in here and we just said, all right, everybody, bye, and we turned every camera and microphone off and we said, how's it going? What do you think Alvin Gentry would say?
We will not quit.
I don't think that's what he'd say.
The first 3 of the first 5 words I can't say.
Yeah, I think you're.
And not even in a mad way, just like,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
The first word would have been like, what was he, the alderman or councilman in The Wire?
Yeah.
First word.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's exactly how it would have gone down. I was just like, man, I don't know what's going on around here. Actually, Alvin probably.
Hey guys, don't forget Michael Jordan's on TV tonight talking about nothing. I just want to remind everybody. They just sent I just want to make sure everybody knows Michael Jordan will be on NBC tonight saying absolutely nothing. So make sure you come in and you can come in and talk about what a GOAT he is tomorrow.
Are you done being disrespectful to the great staff we're doing?
I don't think that was
Let
disrespectful
that
at
man
all.
speak. He's got stories to tell. He's got his POV that he wants to get out there. Stop being disrespectful.
They're low-key hyping up these little interviews. Like, remember that one clip we watched where he did the behind-the-back move or whatever, and the announcer's like, oh my gosh, Michael Jordan, he's like a wizard. Oh, this is incredible. How's he doing
I don't even know
this?
I don't even know how to explain what I just saw.
It's like, that's what you're really excited about?
You mean when he dribbled the ball? What? That's bro, these stands, man.
No, that was funny. That was hilarious.
Like, wow, this is incredible. Wow.
I don't even know how to describe what I just saw Michael Jordan do. Okay.
You know what's also funny is Mike's one of his signature moves is this is when he goes baseline and does a 1-2 scissors pull up on Larry Bird.
DeMar DeRozan did it
that's
the Wizards last week.
That's the one. Larry Bird, a better defender than who was ever guarding DeMar DeRozan. 2, wasn't that the 60?
That was the 63. But he,
Point is,
you
You know what the
moves,
funny
though.
thing? Didn't they lose that game?
they did. They did. I think they got swept in the series.
Yeah.
This whole thing, Michael Jordan scores 63 against the Celtics in the Garden. Oh my God. Yeah, the Bulls lost.
It doesn't affect winning.
And why won't anyone talk to me about him being on the Wizards?
Great question.
Well, I mean,
Why don't we talk about that?
why
Because
is it
it happened.
called-
It happened.
because
why
it
is it-
doesn't exist.
Why is it called the last shot when it very clearly wasn't the last shot?
Because
His
the
last
Wizard-
shot was against the Charlotte Bobcats on May 2nd. And
actually
with
his
the
last
Wizards.
shot was against the Philadelphia 76ers, if you're into that Wizards
course you know that. Of
conspiracy
course.
theory. But it didn't happen. If it did happen, he was still averaging 20 plus a night with no cartilage in his knees. If that were to happen, the Wizards thing.
Yeah. Well, you
And
know
Ron
what?
Mercer got blocked. You talking about a chase down block with a little slap. Oh, man, Jordan, 2 hands, give me that.
yeah, I'm 41% shooting that year.
Can I tell you something? It's not easy to find highlight tapes of Michael Jordan on the Wizards. There aren't a lot of these Instagram videos. They're out there, but there aren't a lot of them.
It's AI.
All right, who was voting Michael Jordan MVP in his first season with the Wizards? He finished 13th in MVP voting that year.
Same.
Probably Kenny
Same person
and the people
that,
like him.
Same person that didn't somebody get Domas the MVP vote
Yeah.
last year. It wasn't even a Beam Team 1 year.
Oh, that's a good question from Polo. If Michael Jordan wasn't on the Wizards, what was that Mariah Carey dress?
Lord have mercy. Let me stop. Shout out Mariah. I saw her with a I ain't gonna say
No,
that.
go ahead. Say what
No,
you saw her doing, because
no.
I think I saw the video too, unless it's something else.
Well, no, I was gonna say something.
Say it.
No, I was gonna say that I was fake giving away tickets over the weekend to Mariah Carey in Vegas. It's not fake; it's a real contest, but
Yeah.
it's not 1025. It's Odyssey.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd love to go see Mimi in Christmas. But
Really?
the video I'm talking
Really,
about,
you haven't learned your lesson?
well,
You know that show was
yeah,
12 minutes from here, right?
yeah, I heard about the review.
Bro, you gotta let it go.
I
You
heard
gotta
about
let
the
it
review.
go.
I gotta see it one time for myself.
Let go of Mariah Carey in person and let go of
Never.
Zion Williamson.
Never. I'll let go of
We'll
Zion.
ask Jason. Jason loves Mariah Carey.
I
Jason
let go
saw
of Mariah.
Mariah in Vegas, I think.
I gotta go see her. I gotta go see her. The video was also her money long. Is that the one you're talking about?
No,
Oh,
I was talking about the Thanksgiving video.
I don't think I saw it.
I think she was serving Thanksgiving food, and her friend, she had a black glove on with a $42,000 ring on her finger that she was showing to her guests.
Mariah ruled, man. I love Mariah. She's hilarious. They don't make them like her no more.
The great thing about her is she's unintentionally hilarious. Like she's so kind of like disconnected. She doesn't realize that her behavior is funny to normal people.
Oh man, that's my girl, man. Like I said, they don't make them like her no more.
How is it? Yeah, I don't know. Mariah is
There she
Mariah
is.
special.
Looks like she's in the Sky River kitchen.
Mariah been in the spotlight for a long time.
She
How
has.
is it? Stevie Wonder has been in our life well before I was born, since he was a child.
Mhm.
And there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with him. He seems to be a completely normal human being.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like I mean, the thing with Michael Jackson has always been, oh, Michael didn't have a childhood. That's why he was this. That's why he was that. And his dad, and maybe that's a different factor, his relationship with his father and all of that. But Stevie Wonder was legit like 12. Like he might have been younger than 12. His name was Little Stevie Wonder.
Yeah.
And he's been
He's an outlier.
We're
though.
at like 7 decades of Stevie Wonder in our life, and it's like, no, he's a completely normal human being.
Yeah, he's an outlier. I mean, he does have the one thing that kind of
Allegedly.
Speaking of the two, the video where Stevie Wonder's trying to give the mic to Mariah.
There's a Shaq story out there.
Oh yeah,
no.
yeah. Shaq's full of crap, man.
I don't know.
No, look, there's Mariah making greens with this ring on.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Take the ring off.
Yeah.
She's got the ring over the glove.
Over the glove. We'll come back. We talked a little bit about the Suns. We got to get the Patriots their love. I'll tell you what I thought as the Patriots were running away from the Giants last night. We'll get back into the Sacramento Kings as well. Some overreactions coming up. Jason Jones on the way. It's Steeler 1 KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I just saw another. So, all right. Oh, all right, man. So, you guys don't tell me what happened in this game. No spoiler alert. I'm watching. Well, it's on Bulls Magic from last night. Once again, no spoiler alerts. So Austin Rivers and Vince Carter just sit on the bench the whole time, commentating. Did you see this?
Mm-mm.
Austin Rivers
What
is
game
sitting.
was this?
It was the Peacock game last night. It was they had the double header.
Suns Lake. Oh,
It was a double header. So first
Oh.
game was Bulls Magic, and then
I didn't see Bulls Magic.
So yeah, Vince Carter is in a suit with a headset, sitting next to Jamal Mosley, and Austin Rivers is in a suit with a headset, sitting next to Billy Donovan.
Real quick, tomorrow, schedule mishap. I'll mention this on the air. TK will be with us tomorrow, 2:15.
Do they
Yeah,
do
I
every
noticed.
game like this? Well, Mariah's gonna be on Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve.
What time is Tristan on tomorrow?
2:15.
Oh, okay.
Which one of your callers did I hear on 95.7? This, my guess is that would be our brother TC.
Yeah, TC was on there this morning. I heard him.
Who had a bigger music catalog, Beyonce or Mariah?
Depends on who you ask.
It might be Mariah. It's a good question. See what our man JR talking about here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. But by the way, met JR for, been doing it 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Met JR for the first time on Thursday, Thanksgiving morning.
That was good
awesome.
to see JR, man. Big ups to him, man. Appreciate him coming out to run to Feed the Hungry.
JR, what's up, man?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good,
Excellent.
man. Good. How you doing?
Oh, you got me cracking up, Mariah Carey, because every time she comes on, I start laughing. My wife goes, "Why do you diss her?" I go, "I don't. I totally respect her, but she's so oblivious to like a common human and how she acts. She would be the girl you would not want to be talking to at a Christmas party, right? She would just go off some tangent, and you'd be like, "All right, I love you, but I gotta check out, woman." The ring over the glove, and then of course the Stevie Wonder microphone. At first I thought that was
but
fake.
JR,
I thought that was AI at first. I'm like, is that really going on?
JR, no, man. But you gotta, man, they don't make them like Mariah. This is what stars do, man. This is how stars behave. They don't make them like Mariah no more, man.
Oh, I drool over. I won't lie. I mean, she's freaking awesome, but she's just oblivious to the world around her. But hey, real quick, you guys almost made me cry when you were going over LaVine's salary over his career. Holy moly! And now he has to debate whether he gets another $50 million. Can us common folk just kind of take a breath there? And that is 30000. It's not like $3 million or 300. I just blown away at the salary and the salaries, not only him but in general.
Yeah. And
we're all worried whether he wants to play here or not. I'm no longer worried about that. I think he'll do just fine.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, JR, no matter what, he'll be okay. He gonna eat. But I mean, does being in the 300 club matter? Like, I think he has to be. I think the whole Zach LaVine thing boils down to knowing he can sign a contract this offseason. Though not the Zach LaVine player option boils down to, can he sign a contract with the team he's traded to, if he's traded, or any team this offseason that is in the vicinity of $90+ million.
He would still get there though, right? Like if he's
with 90? Oh yeah, absolutely. Because he'll get it with 50.
Yeah.
Like he'll get it next year,
right,
if he picks up the player option. So he's not going to sign unless he really hates Sacramento. I don't think he's going to opt out and take mid-levels. It's absolutely not. And I think how Doug handles this thing moving forward could play a factor into how much he hates Sacramento.
Real quick, this was a off the radio conversation we had. I got to show you guys this though, because I was rewatching the Bulls Magic game from last night. It was on the Peacock app, NBC doing their thing. And I noticed, I said, so Austin Rivers is sitting right next to the Bulls bench and broadcasting, like he's doing, I think, I can't hear obviously, but I feel like he's doing color commentary. And Vince Carter is also on the call, and he's doing color commentary from the Magic bench, like sitting next to Jamal Mosley.
Okay.
Austin Rivers sitting right next to Billy Donovan, right?
Yeah.
But they're also sitting next to regular people.
Okay.
So I just have to show you this. This is Vince Carter broadcasting the game last night, sitting next sitting next
Yeah, no, that's not gonna work for me today, boss.
This car sitting next to this random man who's got a couple pounds on him.
Hey,
And
you guys
Vince is
sitting next to Steve today. I need some room. I need like a designated seat or something.
broadcasting the game.
That's amazing.
Can you imagine Steve drops
I've
his
never-
popcorn on you or something when you're trying to report something?
In all of the Peacock games I've watched, I don't think I've seen that before.
That's why it stood out to me too. I was like, do they always do this? I had no idea.
That's funny.
Look at Steve and Vince.
Steve.
Hey, do you want to bite?
Hey,
You know what's funny too? So does Vince just have to sit there and hold that broadcasting equipment the whole
It's hella
game?
uncomfortable.
That's what I'm saying.
Vince is like, this is what I signed up for.
Oh man,
That's funny.
good luck, man.
You ever see the video? I'm sure you have, where LeBron sits down and he's not playing that day and he's in street clothes and he sits next to the little girl
Yeah.
and the little girl freaks out. Why does LeBron pretend like he doesn't see that?
Keeps looking to the left.
It just kills me that
He does
LeBron
do that.
is acting like he doesn't see this little girl freaking out. They come over and interview the girl, and LeBron is just sitting there watching basketball.
He does do that. That's hilarious.
Come on, King.
Oh man.
LeBron's funny. I
He's-
love LeBron. I think he is the greatest player ever, but he's funny.
Did you I missed this.
I don't
but
think LeBron is playing for the guy in section 220.
no. I missed this, but was there a last night? Was there a hey, let me hurry up and get this 10th point and then get me out?
Well,
I heard about it. I didn't see it, but I heard about it.
It is LeBron had a rough night. The Lakers had a terrible night last night. LeBron did not look good. LeBron, I think he hit a 3 with like 7 minutes left. 6 minutes left.
Yeah.
Game was over. Like the Suns opened up kind of in the second quarter.
Mhm.
And the Lakers, the run never really happened.
Mhm.
And yeah. Streak's alive.
All right, man. Where's
Sure.
do we know
I
what
think
the streak
line-
is at?
I think 1,200 and something. I should be able to get it for you in just a couple.
And this
of
is now
seconds.
twice he's done something like that. Remember when he hurt his ankle, but he wouldn't leave the game till he hit the corner 3?
Yep. LeBron James finished with 1,297 consecutive regular season games. James made a 3-pointer with 6:51 left to preserve the streak, which began January 7th, 2007, less than 3 weeks after Cooper Flag was born.
Oh man, that's crazy. Yeah, just give him the double digits. man.
That's
Just
a
give
hell
it
of
to him.
a. That's a hell
Hey,
of a.
hey,
stat
hold on.
right
Hey,
there.
hell no. Hell no.
Oh, hold
Hey,
up.
no, hell
hey,
no.
hey, hold on.
No.
Hey, hold on.
No,
Let me
hell
turn-
no.
let me
Hey,
turn your mic off. Let me turn your mic off. Let me bring my man Reggie in here. 916-909-1320. Reggie, brother,
Hang up on this man.
I am happy to hear from you today.
No, hang up on this man.
All good.
Hey,
Reggie,
Hey.
what's up, man? What's up?
no, Reggie, no. Reggie, how was your weekend? That's
Oh
what I
my
want to know, Reggie.
gosh.
How
Oh
was
my
your
goodness.
weekend?
It was lovely, my brother. Very lovely. Lovely. I enjoyed the weekend. Called my mom in Ohio.
Yeah.
And
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, bro.
lovely, I could tell it. Us against the world.
Man, come on. Hey, we've been trying to get Reggie to call in for 3 years.
Mhm.
And this is the time he decides to call in?
Yes.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Hey, I got much love for y'all. I'm at work. I'm decided to take lunch.
Hey, Reggie, how's that watch you got on right now? Is it
my
doing?
gosh,
How's that
bro.
watch?
Oh, it's putting out good time.
Oh yeah.
Good
Better
time.
than time
Hey,
next, my brother.
Hey, y'all still selling tattoos? Is that what we doing over there?
Why you bringing up old stuff? You know how old that is?
Terrell Pryor.
Do you know your coach was suspended for half of last season?
Man, he just took one for the team, man. He was never found guilty of nothing.
You see this guy? This is what I got to deal with, Reggie. This was what happens when you're not around to protect me. I was telling everybody yesterday, you've been protecting me for 20 years. You see what happens when you're not around? I got to deal with this guy.
I know it. I thought I was gonna have to hem him up a little bit, but with him, and he was doing his best to be good.
But look, Reg, I already told you. You know, it's the game plan. It's the game plan. Just go ahead, get the one next year at the Horseshoe, and get that boy out of there, man. Get him out of there, and then we gonna go back to work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, Reggie.
But
We appreciate.
I just want to holler at you guys and let you know I've been trying. I'm at work, so they looking at me crazy.
Hey man, go Hoosiers, man. Go Hoosiers. You know what it is. Let's go.
We appreciate you, Reggie. Love you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Shout out to my boy Reggie, man.
That's the legend. He not only keeps us safe, he keeps the players safe down there in that tunnel at the Golden One Center. He don't take no mess.
Yeah.
No mess at all. Big Ohio State fan for those that and unlike the individual directly in front of me actually has ties to Ohio.
He said he lived like 2 miles from Columbus, like from the stadium.
All kidding aside, we got to make the trip one day just as fans to either one of those stadiums.
I absolutely, I want to go to the game, but it's always Thanksgiving weekend, which is always problematic.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I in all seriousness, I love to go to the Horseshoe. I'd love to go to the big house. Like I want to see.
Have you ever been to a big college football game, like a big stadium?
I've been to the LA Coliseum. It was
Okay.
USC versus Arizona, so it wasn't like super packed, but it was the Coliseum.
Yeah. We gotta I know Rich from Anywhere has always invited us to LSU and
go see our boy now.
Let's go. Bro, what a weird press conference that was. The amount of BS that poured out of that man's mouth was stunning.
I want to be locked in next year. I'm not gonna lie. College football is not my thing, but just whatever that was, I was just locked in.
Is there a single individual in that sport that gets a reaction the way that Lane Kiffin does?
Doesn't feel like it.
I'm not sure. He had everyone in the palm of his hand.
Because he had people reacting to him. Then he had people reacting to the way that people were reacting to him. Like that's a multi-layered pull that Lane Kiffin has on this sport, and it's crazy.
Check this out.
Never won a national title or anything, bro.
Never won anything.
No, I'm not even sure he's made it to the playoffs.
He's
yet.
never won.
Did Ole Miss make the
anything.
playoffs last year? Maybe. I don't know. But no, he hasn't won anything. He's just been fired.
He was called a Nepo baby when his career started. And now he's over here just garnering. Listen, hear me before you cook.
Yeah, no, you're good.
It was the biggest weekend in college football. And Lane Kiffin was the story.
Mm-hmm.
Lane Kiffin's next job was the dominant story. Now, part of that is the changing landscape in college football and what that weekend means. But still, it's Ohio State and Michigan. Michigan wins. They've got a legitimate shot at the playoff. Ohio State loses. All of a sudden, the number one team in the country is losing headed into the postseason.
Yeah.
No one cared.
Alabama, Auburn.
No one cared. If he's not taking the Florida job, who is? Is he taking the LSU job? What's going to happen with Ole Miss? Why does he want to do it this way? Oh, we're going to have a response to this. We're going to have a response to that. What's he making? I don't even know what I'm making here. Jesus Christ, man. Are you serious?
It was crazy.
Incredible.
So I do listen to Bill Simmons Monday, especially when the Niners win. Especially when the Niners win.
We know you listen to Bill Simmons.
Only when the Niners win, though. Well, I mean,
you only listen to anything when the Niners win.
That's a good point. I haven't been able to get caught up on power lately because the Niners been winning.
There you go.
But
that and you hate Tommy.
Well, I got to finish the second season. No, I've got 2 episodes in.
Two episodes in or 2 episodes left?
2 episodes in to the second season. Once again, he's just riding around Chicago like, yeah, we're doing things my way.
It doesn't get any better. It doesn't get any better.
Are you going into somebody else's city and just we're doing it my way? All right, bro. But I'm gonna watch. Shout out Deion Taylor who worked on that season as well.
Yeah. I think he worked on this one too.
Yeah, I can believe. Yeah, he works closely with Tommy, or Christian Safor. I think.
Have you ever seen him play a role where he's not Tommy?
Yeah, he was in Deion's movie. It was like a thriller.
Okay,
and he was
that the one where was that like the Final Destination movie? I can't remember what it was called.
Yeah, it was something like that. It was like a little scary movie, and he was a husband.
I remember I saw him in something. It was a big movie. He was such a bitch. I was like, I can't watch this. Like, why is Tommy like this?
I don't like
this. Like, I can't even see this. Like, why is he acting this way? But sorry. Bill Simmons.
But Bill Simmons does his Sunday night with cousin Sal, all NFL football.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just NFL football. They guess the lines, all this other stuff. For maybe the first time I have ever remembered, I've listened to these guys for like a decade on Sundays. They said, yeah, usually we stop the show right here when Sal is done, but I got to bring in Todd Mache and Van Lathan because we've got to talk about Lane Kiffin. This is crazy. They did another 40 minutes on Lane Kiffin. He's got everyone in a chokehold, and I'm not exactly sure why. Like Jesse said, he's never won
it really is fascinating, and he added to it just by all.
I gotta watch. I didn't see the press conference.
So the number one thing that stands out is he acted like he didn't know how much he made at LSU, which is absolutely hysterical. He's like, I don't know what my contract is. Okay, bro.
Why would he say that?
And then he strongly insinuated that Nick Saban told him to take the job, which I don't really have a problem with. Yeah. But because Nick Saban works for ESPN and ESPN has the relationship with the SEC network, people saw that as a gross conflict of interest.
He said he was going to talk to Nick.
Yeah, like I don't know why. Like, and this was writers. These were commentators, and you feel how you feel, but the game is different. Like, I remember many years ago, a women's college basketball analyst that we know very well was told, hey, don't pick Tennessee in the national championship. It's going to look bad for us. Now you have commentators openly rooting for their favorite teams on the air. Like, it's not the way that it used to be.
Go Niners.
And it's a little jarring, like having, and I'm sure this was the case, like Richard Deitch comes to mind immediately. He's a great sports media writer. But he lived through the two eras to where you didn't cross the two things over. He lived through the two eras where you were like sports anchors were almost like news anchors.
Right.
It's like you don't show favoritism, you don't become fans, you don't do any of that stuff. And now Nick Saban's like, no, take the LSU job. It's a huge job. It's a great money job. Like, yeah, absolutely take it. If it benefits me and my company in the process, so be it. But like, to act like we're working under these restrictions of media is crazy. Nick Saban Nick Saban's not a member of the media. He's Nick Saban doing media. It's not the same thing.
Yes.
Jason Jones is the media.
Yeah.
James Ham is the media. Nick Saban is Nick Saban doing media. It's
exactly
not the same thing.
Perfectly said. He said, I saw Lane after the Mississippi State game, and I'm going to take it for face value. He got emotional. I'm going to say it was real. But he was like, yeah, I miss my dad. Like, I would talk to my dad about something like this, and he got choked up. And
I believe that 100%.
He said, I miss my dad. And he said, since he's not here, I'll probably talk to the next, closest people to me, which is Nick Saban, and I'll probably call Pete Carroll and get advice from them.
Don't make that call to Pete.
I was going to say,
he said he's going to call Pete.
Do you think Pete said, hey,
you want to come be my
can I get a coordinator? Can I get a spot on the staff? Hey, Lane, do y'all need one of them general managers? Because let me get in on that.
What do you mean I'm coaching the Raiders already?
What I failed to remember was this is the second time LSU has done this. The same situation happened with Brian Kelly in the middle of a playoff type season.
Yeah.
He left.
Yep.
Marcus Freeman took over and ended up being the coach, and LSU got Brian Kelly.
That's right.
And they're doing it again.
Family.
Yeah, Brian, has he shed that accent yet?
So you know what? You know what? Like, the Lane Kiffin thing is almost the tip of the iceberg, because the Brian Kelly situation was super bizarre. If you go back to, and I can't remember exactly when this happened. So Lane Kiffin gets the job like over the weekend or whatever. We were during the week, and I can't remember if we were on the air, if it happened when we were off the air, but I remember reading the message. and I had read Brian Kelly's attorney was like, they haven't formally fired him, and they're trying to, because what they're trying to do is to claim that it was with cause, so he loses the $54 million.
Yeah.
But this is preventing him from interviewing and getting other jobs because they haven't informed him by letter that he's been fired. So I don't know what that was all about, but it was like a bizarre situation on top of a bizarre situation. And then all of a sudden the alert goes out from all of the college football guys that Brian Kelly has been informed formally that he has been fired without cause. So he's getting the $54 million, and he has officially been terminated from LSU. And then days later, it's like, oh, it looks like Lane Kiffin's going to LSU. Florida might be in play. Then the alert goes out that Florida's hired their coach, and now Lane Kiffin dominates the headlines for 72 straight hours.
And then Todd McShay said this, and this is how crazy coaches are. This is how crazy college sports is. He said, because him and Van Lathan, they were talking about it, and Van was like 2 weeks ago, he was like getting in touch with people in Louisiana, because that's where he's from. And he's like, it's a done deal. Like, Lane's coming here. The deal is done. Tom Shea was like, yeah, like at that same time, I had people telling me that he was house hunting. Like, it's all this back and forth about, is he going to take the job? Is he going to stay? Like, it was done. Like, he wanted to coach the rest of the season for Mississippi, but him going to LSU was finished. But he said, the one thing that I also heard, which is crazy, like, he had agreed to go to LSU. He said he had agreed to go to LSU. This had happened for about a week and a half, 2 weeks. He said, but they did not announce it until after the Alabama game. Because they said, Alabama is the one. That is his baby. That's the job he really wants. And they were like, we're not going to say anything as LSU and all this other stuff, because if Alabama would have lost and they missed the playoffs and if they end up firing the coach, Lane could have said, sorry, LSU, I'm going to Alabama.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Wow. But let's get Mitch in here real quick. 916-909-1320. What's up, Mitch?
Real quick. I know life goes fast. It's not fast enough for you, Damon. Casey, how you guys? I hope you guys had a good Thanksgiving. Happy holidays, you and your families. Well, I'll be calling again before Christmas, I'm sure. Or Hanukkah, whatever you prefer.
It's December 2nd, so I hope so.
What's going on?
Oh, everything's all right. We're all fighting colds here. The daughter's got bronchitis.
Oh, no.
Yes, she does. And in 24 days, I'll get another grandson.
Hey,
congratulations,
Mitch. That's terrific.
24 days? That's like Christmas.
I'm only 5'6", but it's enough. It's enough diapers, you know.
That's a Christmas baby, huh?
The day after.
Okay.
He misses it. That's not his first. But supposed to be a C-section. Hopefully the doctor knows what he's doing. He says the 26th. I'll take his word.
Okay.
I would take Zion if they get one of our high salary players. Roll the dice. He has to realize it's going to be his last chance. Hurrah. And Lane, I think Lincoln, I'm going to go to college ball. If Lincoln Riley had lost to UCLA, I would think I want Lane Kiffin back. How can you not finish the season? It's like winning a pick six, the lottery, and not bothering to collect it. Why doesn't he finish the value? Maybe they win the championship. They've had a good quarterback in Jackson Todd, as you see, this whole season. Jackson Todd, USC guy, very good, and he had two
Ole Miss guy
quarterbacks right now that were fighting for it. Chandler's, and he beat out a guy that's supposed to play some baseball. He's a pitcher. His name escapes me. But
I'm not sure. I think
I'm not. Fine, Bob.
I think
He's a pitcher. His name escapes me.
I think the answer as to why he would do this is pretty simple. Money.
Well, and then
you're leaving now. You're coming, and here's the dollar figure that says why you're leaving now.
Well, the other thing, I think Mississippi won't let him. He wants to coach the rest of the season, which is
no.
You're
not going to.
No, goodbye.
Absolutely not.
See you later.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Let's get TC also here. 916-909-1320. What's happening, TC?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
Thanks for making room for us on your busy schedule today.
No, man.
Nah, listen, it wasn't even a busy schedule. The homie always trying to get at me with the land situation, 95.7 Joe Chasky, and I just have to get put him in his place.
Hold on. Hold on. Lance, like, hold on. Lance, like Trey Lance?
Yeah, listen.
Y'all are still talking about Trey Lance?
Bro, listen, bro is irrelevant. I don't even listen. He's irrelevant, right? But Joe feel like, so Bonte had to let him know, bro, we was all on that train. We was all at training camp with the Lance jerseys, hyped up. That's why I seen them at camp. We was fired up, but dude's irrelevant. We don't even know if dude's a quarterback. I called talking about listen, I really called about the Niners and the Warriors, and the homie jumped on, and I want to tell Bonte I like this sweater, right? His little jacket he had
It
on.
was a nice
and
jacket.
Joe jumped in. Yeah, Joe jumped in talking about, oh, man, we talking about Lance. I said, brother, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the trade if y'all want Domas, right? We can work that trade out. What's up with that? So that's what that was. D-Lo, you welcome, bro. I'm here, but I told you this is the #1 show. I don't care how many shows I call. This is #1, bro.
My brother.
Hey, TC, we got love. Boy, that's my boy right there.
What just happened?
I don't know. Is that what he called for? I don't even think he got to make his
I don't know. Like that was enough right there. So, like TC, that was batted 1,000
Hey, D-Lo,
today.
you're welcome.
I was like, all right, he's got it. We're good. You good? I'm good. We're good.
That almost felt disrespectful. Hey, D-Lo, you're welcome. Nah, appreciate you, TC. Mitch, TC, let's take a break.
We all need a cigarette.
Let's take a 20-second. We'll come back. We'll get back into the Kings. Maybe a couple of overreactions. Want to give the Patriots a little bit of love, too. With D-Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Shout out Leezy. Good to see Leezy last night.
Yeah, man. Did you see the clip of Russ talking yesterday? I didn't at all. I don't know what he said, but Russ was talking yesterday after practice. Yeah. So was Doug.
I always love when TC calls in to talk about Shasky. He doesn't even call in to talk about him. It just happens to, and it's always hilarious.
I don't know what I was listening this morning too, and they said TC. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I might have missed. I thought I heard the call, but
TC, rank your favorite shows to call into in the chat.
yeah. No judgment.
Yeah,
No
yeah. You
judgment.
call whoever you call into.
Just
It's
be
fine.
just be real. Just be real. That's all we ask. Just be real. 13th round will be back tomorrow because we got news. Ooh, that's gonna be a good one. That's gonna be a good one. Well, that's gonna be a good one. I watched this video last night of this guy sneaking into McGregor Mayweather. He stole. He took some guy's credential. Took his name, took his credential, and he wasn't a media guy, didn't have a ticket, nothing. He was down there on the floor, and then eventually was on the ring apron at the end of the night.
I'm gonna do that at Kingsley. I'm gonna take James Ham's credential. Zabo, nah, TC would never.
Where's Zabo? Nah, TC ain't calling it. That I don't mean no disrespect, but that show is so out of sight, out of mind. It's crazy.
I mean disrespect. That show sucks.
It's crazy. Like I know what it is. Like I'm about content. You know what I'm saying? So I tap in all over the place, all over the city, all over the country, all over the state, all this other stuff. Never tap in over there. Like never even crosses my mind. Never.
Rich Eisen isn't bad. Not necessarily like the most entertaining, but
I don't. Not for any particular reason. I like Rich Eisen, so it's no reason.
he's got like the same, not exactly the same thing, but like a similar vibe to McAfee where they're just chilling.
Yeah. He a legend. D-Lo and KC on this Tuesday afternoon. I saw something yesterday that they were showing like Doppler radar and stuff, and there's been a layer of fog over like 60% of California.
I think it's there right now.
Yeah, when did Sacramento turn into Russia?
Damn.
It's freezing out here.
It's hella cold. And they said it's been the last 110 hours that this little layer has just kind of stayed here.
Mhm.
And I've actually enjoyed it a little bit.
Oh, I love it.
It's been perfectly fine.
No, it's too cold out here.
Bundle up.
No, it's too cold. I got to throw a jacket on top of my flannel now just to take the dog out. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, just bundle up. I've actually enjoyed it.
I love walking in the cold. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well,
if you're
to a
up.
certain degree, yeah. Like the cold here,
Yeah.
not the cold that our man Bill was at over the weekend.
No, that's
not the cold in Connecticut, but like the cold here. Yeah, I love walking in.
Did
that.
you see Jake last night on his Instagram?
Okay,
Bro,
that's
come on, man.
insane.
That looked ridiculous.
Jake, so I was
What,
telling
his
you,
t-shirt and shorts.
no. He was bundled up, but I can't imagine how cold Foxborough was.
My goodness.
Last night. I know when the Patriots opened up, like I was kind of like, oh man, good for Jake. Because we knew Jake was there. He told us he was going. I was like, oh, Jake must be having the time of his life. Like, this is great. Good for him. And then I saw his story and the pictures. I was like, God, he's as happy as can be. Me, I was like, oh, this looks miserable. This just looks terribly awful. This is not something I would ever want to do, go sit in the cold and watch a football game. I don't like football live. I really wouldn't like football live in the cold.
I just think back to that. What was the game, Jesse, that you guys played in, the Chiefs-Dolphins playoff game?
Yeah, it was like -10.
Come on, man.
Like there was guys on the Dolphins that, I didn't want to be out there. I was not trying to run routes that day.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's not, nah.
Remember the game where Tom Coughlin's face
the NFC Championship game.
changed colors because it was so cold? Was that in Green Bay?
Yeah. Far through the game and losing interceptions.
What else is new?
This ain't Detroit.
That's a great clip.
Funniest part is he didn't have to throw that interception.
He really
out.
didn't.
Yeah, that was unnecessary.
Like 90% of the interceptions that Brett
the
Favre
Vikings and Saints one, I think.
No, that one was the worst. That one was the worst. The Packers-Giants one was awful too. Was that Favre's last game in Green Bay?
Yes,
think it was.
it's the one he cried because it was the one where it's like, okay, he's not going to retire this time.
Yeah.
And he does the, I don't know what I'm going to do. And he winds up crying, and the Packers are like, great.
How did that go again?
I don't know, guys. I just love football.
Thank you, Brett.
Oh, man. That Viking Saints one is crazy, though. Super Bowl on the line. You're like at the 31-yard line. Throw across your body into triple coverage.
So dumb, man. That's so dumb.
That was so stupid. Oh, man.
So dumb. But shout out to Jake. I'm sure he had a blast. And shout out to the Patriots. That was a game they should have run away with, and they did. We'll have some fun because the Kings don't play again tonight. And Trista, by the way, I should have mentioned this 20 minutes ago. Trista is going to be with us tomorrow. So both Jake Gaden and Trista Crick will be with us tomorrow. But Jesse's got the clip. No, hold on. Hold on.
They're at the they're at the 30.
Favre goes back to pass. He pumps. Now he fires over the middle. Intercepted. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. It was intercepted by Tracy Porter, near side to the 40, and John Sullivan runs him down at the 47-yard line. You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe what I just saw.
Looking at that play, he should have just held on to a call. He should have. He could have easily gotten 5 or 6 yards if he would have just pulled that thing down and dove forward.
But why do you even ponder passing? I mean, you can take a knee and try a 56-yard field goal. This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I forgot about that aspect too. He did have green grass in front. He could have ran for 7.
What was the line? I don't think that was the Super Bowl.
Well, you're playing for the Super Bowl, yeah.
This isn't Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
Minnesota, that's tough. That is tough if you're Minnesota. That's one of the worst losses of all time. That one is tough because you're Minnesota. You're the Minnesota Vikings fan. I can't remember if Fran Tarken's. I think he did play in 4 Super Bowls, not the NFL championship. But like that wasn't the modern era. You've never been there in the modern era. And
how many interceptions do we think cost Brett Favre teams chances at Super Bowls?
It's a good question.
Because there's 2 clearly. Are there more? How many playoff games ended with Brett Favre throwing an interception? So one thing we know for sure, Brett Favre has thrown more championship game sealing interceptions than 1 Super Bowls. Because right now, without even counting, we're at 2-1.
That's facts. Did he throw a pick in the Super Bowl against the Broncos? We can find out.
I don't remember that game
This
very well.
one's for John. That's when he did the little, John, he dove head first and spun like a helicopter. Oh, my.
Let's see. In his final game of his first playoff run, he threw 2 picks. He threw 1 pick in this final game of his second playoff run. No touchdowns. Threw 2 picks in his final playoff game the next time. No interceptions the time after that. Then they get to the Super Bowl. He threw 1 pick. They lose.
Oh, man.
1 and done against the San Francisco 49ers in 99. He threw 2 picks that game. Jesus Christ. Oh, my gosh.
Overrated.
Hold on. Listen. He gets to 2002, loses to the Rams. He threw 6 picks that game.
Stop.
I swear.
Stop.
He threw 6 interceptions.
Bro. How?
Yeah. What was it? January 20th, 2002. And then
now you're throwing 6 picks.
1 and done against the Falcons. He threw 2 picks that year. Loses to Philly.
How many playoff interceptions has this man thrown?
These are all his elimination games. The games they lost to get knocked out by.
I think that was Michael Vick in Lambeau.
Yeah,
Atlanta.
2004 they lose to Philly. He threw a pick in that game. Shout out to this one. 2005 against Minnesota. He threw 4 interceptions.
Gosh.
Yeah, every time they get eliminated, he just can't stop throwing picks. Like I went through the whole career. Like there's like 3 more games. He kept throwing interceptions in those ones too.
Oh, that is hilarious. He is, yeah.
Now I don't like the guy, but I'll and you do
old gunslinger.
Well, no, you do this too. You give Miss Fair due. I'm old enough to remember when Aaron Rodgers was that dude. Like Aaron Rodgers was one of the best quarterbacks I've ever seen in my life. So when people be like, he overrated, I'm like, man, y'all wasn't outside because Aaron was a menace. When you say Brett Favre is overrated, you are right.
Hey, there's always been some wild moments in this building, but never forget. I think it was maybe Jersey Day or some sports day. I'm walking around. Wait, does that say Brett Favre?
No, it's like 3 weeks after the story came out too.
Yeah,
that's
somebody
number
was
4.
walking around in a Brett Favre jersey. Yeah.
Oh man, Brett Favre is a how many time MVP? Is he 2-time?
1 should be 1. 2 feels like a lot.
Yeah, I don't think he's 2.
He's 3.
Yeah, I know he had a few because he's overrated, but he was going crazy in like the mid-90s.
Brett Favre
He was going crazy.
24 playoff games, 13-11, 44 touchdowns, and 30 interceptions.
Come on, man.
I repeat, 30 interceptions in 24 playoff games.
Come on.
His legacy clings to that one title.
And do you remember, what's the one play you remember about that title?
Which one?
With Desmond Howard?
MVP, yeah.
Yeah.
Go Blue. I think he had 2 returns. You have a kickoff and a punt return? I believe.
Favre did have.
No.
He had a kickoff return.
He couldn't have
sure.
because Devin Hester Wasn't Devin Hester the first one to have a kickoff return?
Desmond definitely had a kickoff return because I remember the Patriots had gotten within a touchdown and kicked it off to Desmond, and he
Maybe
scored.
Devin was the first one to open the game.
He
With
did.
the
Oh,
touchdown.
that
Shout out
that
Devin
must
Hester,
be
by
it.
the way.
Yeah.
I think Desmond had a punt return and a kickoff. I could be wrong though. Maybe he just had a long return as a punt returner.
Soren says D'Lo gonna hate me, but Romo and Favre are so overrated. Romo's not overrated. He's properly rated.
Yeah.
Like he's never mentioned in the conversation with, like Brett Favre is mentioned in the conversations with the Rodgers or the Mannings or the Brady. Romo's not. Romo was a fine quarterback in the league. That's what he was. He was a fine quarterback. He didn't say that? Who said it then?
Will. Hey, be careful. You're in the chat.
Will said it. My bad. Will said
You're in the
it.
chat. Just be careful.
My bad.
Damien will take
my-
a shot at you.
My bad. Will said it. No, Will said it. My bad.
No, I'll jump you for no reason. Didn't even. Who was the guy that?
It was Colston. I haven't seen him since.
Colston, that was funny. Colston. Scooter was texting me about Colston 3 days later, which was hilarious. That's when I knew we had one. That's when I
Like,
knew
oh, I don't think that was him.
Colston.
You
still
said
out there,
that. I just
buddy?
put my hand on over my face, like, oh no, I don't think that was Colston. I don't think he was talking to you guys.
Colston got jumped. He got jumped, man. Poor Colston, man.
Hold on, real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 multi-interception games.
Oh my gosh.
For Brett Favre.
Oh my goodness.
In the playoffs.
Bro,
In the playoffs.
That's nasty work. 6 interceptions in a game. Come on. I'm drawing a blank. I can never really keep up with the NFL Hall of Fame. Romo's not in the Hall of Fame, is he?
Oh
No.
Yeah, no.
No, I don't think
He'll get
Romo's
in
going
for
to
the
Hall of Fame.
commentating.
Not at the rate he's going.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that takes a while, to get in. Like
We're talking 3 decades.
What's Madden in for? Is he in twice?
He might be in twice because he got 2 Super Bowls with the Raiders, I believe, and then just his contributions to the game. It's crazy. But that once again, like to your point, that's like 3 decades of John Madden on the mic. Romo, I don't even think he's done 10 years.
Yeah,
he might have done.
I don't know that they acknowledge. I don't know. Like he's in as a coach.
Gotcha.
It feels like he should be in as a contributor.
Well, they gave all of Thanksgiving to him. Oh, there's Colston.
Oh, seriously, yeah, like that whole Turkey Day, that whole presentation belongs to John Madden.
All right, Jesse, you missed this segment yesterday of
what do you mean he missed it? Where was he?
Well, no, he was gone.
Stepped out for a second, maybe?
When we did, I don't know what the segment is, cap or no cap for Coach Spo. Jesse wasn't here.
Yeah.
He wasn't here for that. All right.
So what is this for? what is all this for?
Did you believe him?
Hell no.
For
me?
Oh yeah.
All right,
yeah,
Spo.
For what?
Yeah.
For what?
They never announced it on the big board and none of that stuff. What's going on?
That was worse than John Cena trying to be a heel.
And I like Spo too.
That was pretty bad.
Now, here's today's version. Do you believe Jason Garrett when he brought that turkey leg that he said he got in 93? He brought it to the broadcast.
Wait, Jason Garrett said he brought a turkey leg.
They got it on camera. He had it in foil. He brought the turkey leg he got in 93 for the Cowboys win on Thanksgiving. He brought it.
That can't possibly be true.
I think I kind of believe it.
That can't. So
it is pretty random.
Yeah, like because he's the backup. Like, oh, I'm the backup quarterback. I'm gonna have my moment. I'm gonna bring my own turkey and blah blah blah. I'm gonna eat my own turkey leg after we win or whatever. I don't know.
And he said he got it and said I saw this out of the corner of my eye, so I'm sure I saw he had it in the booth on Thursday.
Is this real?
What's
he
that?
had this turkey leg for 12 years.
Yeah, I don't like. That's what he's saying. The turkey leg that he got. that he won.
Oh, he kept it.
He kept it. Like I do not believe that.
I think you throw it in the freezer.
I mean,
it's so random. I do believe. I think I do believe.
So he moved that turkey leg from house to house.
Yeah, just wrap it up in tinfoil. Yeah, I believe him.
It's pretty. Yeah, I'm gonna say I believe him.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe him.
Okay. Let's pull up.
That's like his biggest moment.
Let's see if we can find Jason Garrett. Let's see if we can find that game and see if Jason Garrett's eating the turkey leg.
They showed a clip on the broadcast. I was half what, but I saw.
So did he just take the turkey leg and hold it?
I don't remember. I didn't see.
Why do people lie for no reason? Like, what was it? What was the point in Eric Spoelstra going?
For what? For what?
What was the point in that?
I'm gonna find that because they played the clip on the broadcast. I'm gonna see if Jason. There's got to be video.
As you look that up, let me remind everybody that Dusty Baker is going to be at the Nugget in Granite Bay tomorrow from 5 to 7, doing a wine tasting and signing bottles of wine. He'll be doing pictures. He'll be doing photo ops. He'll be doing all of that stuff. I cannot stress this enough. If you're looking for a gift for a baseball fan, show up tomorrow from 5 to 7 at the Nugget in Granite Bay. Meet Dusty Baker, buy a bottle of wine, ask him to autograph it. It is a spectacular keepsake, not just for a baseball fan, but a sports fan in general. The bottles, if you haven't seen them, they have a baseball stitch on them, and it makes for a perfect format for Dusty to autograph. We've seen it. We've given bottles away here at the studio for advertising events, and it'll also give you it'll give you a chance to spend a couple of minutes with Dusty Baker. So this is tomorrow at the Nugget in Granite Bay from 5 to 7. If you haven't made it out to West Sacramento, if you live in the Lincoln, Rockland, Roseville area, Granite Bay area, and you want to pick up some wine, if you want to try this Baker family wine that we've been talking about now here for months, this is the perfect time to do it. From 5 to 7 at the Nugget in Granite Bay. I'll be out there for a bit hanging out with Dusty Baker. So come through, get your pictures, talk with Dusty, get your bottles, get the autographs, get your gifts. This is the perfect gift for the sports fan in your life. 5 to 7, the Nugget in Granite Bay tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'm pulling up. I'm pulling up as well, man. I got to see my boy Dusty. Any chance I get
okay, whoa, we got Jason Garrett. Hold on, bring the clip up. We got Jason Garrett. There's Jason Garrett.
It's just brief, by the way.
Captain Comeback. He never did anything like that.
He takes a small little petite bite.
A little bite. Yeah.
Shout out to Jesse for finding that clip so quick.
Shout out Jesse. I got the same one up, and it was a comeback win against the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
On Thanksgiving.
Yep.
And I was trying to bring it all the way home. Favre didn't have any picks in that game. 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, 200
in a losing effort.
Yards. In a losing effort, they lost the game because he's overrated. He's trying to bring it all the way home.
He's overrated and arguably
the fumble.
Well, I can't call him the worst human being to play in the NFL, but
top 10.
He's not. Yeah, he could be in the top 10.
Top 10. It was hilarious. Awful.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Shout out to the normalization of talking about OJ Simpson, the running back.
They tweeted something today like, "Oh yeah, this was the first time we heard OJ Simpson's name on a sports show before." Are you sure about that?
What?
That's the right day on this show.
Did you miss his weekly appearances with Cam and Mace?
Oh man,
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
What'd they call him? Uncle Juice or Uncle OJ or something? Come on, man.
His weekly segment.
Want to do a
No, go ahead.
I'm going to do a couple of overreactions here. Jason Jones is going to join us in about 45 minutes. We'll shift our attention back to the Kings coming up here in just a few minutes. Let's go back to one because I don't know that you answered this. You posed this one to the insiders earlier, so let's start here. The NFC playoff field is set. I think you know where I stand. I think that's an overreaction.
Yeah, not an overreaction.
Okay, tell me why.
I think what Detroit and Dallas would have to do to overtake the teams already in there is going to be a little too much.
But what if, it's easier to do this for Detroit than it is for Dallas. But what if, and it could be either one, Chicago or Green Bay win both of their games?
Things change, but I think they'll split.
It's an easier route if I'm Detroit or I'm a Lions fan, like your man, Chris?
Coach Chris. Yeah, shout out Coach Chris. Shout out
If I'm Chris or a Detroit Lions fan, whoever wins this weekend, I think the first one's this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever wins between Chicago and Green Bay this weekend, I'm rooting for them to win the second one.
Yeah.
Don't split. Whoever wins the first one, win the second one, and that puts me in a far better position if I'm a Detroit Lions fan or a Detroit Lion to get my team into the playoffs.
My first thought, though, is you probably want. Okay, I'm thinking about this as we're going through it. You want the Bears to win. You want the Bears to win them both because
of that.
Because you got a better chance at the tiebreaker. If the Packers win,
because the Lions and the why?
Hold on. If the Packers, yeah.
Come on, we'll walk through it together.
You want the Packers to win because if the Bears fall back to you,
you got the Bears on your
them.
schedule.
Yeah, you don't. Well, no, even then, you don't have to be a game better than the Bears because the tiebreaker. If you guys get the same record, you might have some tiebreakers. If you get the same record with the Packers, they would have beaten you twice.
Because they beat you twice.
So you have to jump the Packers. So you probably want the Packers to win the division and not deal with them in the wild card.
And I could be wrong. I feel like I could make it simpler by saying you're right. No, I think you're wrong.
Uh-oh.
You said you want Chicago to win both.
Right.
Because of the crime. I would want Green Bay to win both because I don't have any games against the Packers left. And if I have Chicago the last week, I have Chicago the last week of the season, and I've already beat them once.
Right.
I can secure my potentially spot if I beat them the last week of the season.
Right. Yeah, you want Green Bay to win. The basis of it all is you want to make sure Green Bay, you probably want them to clear everything. And you're not in a tiebreaker situation.
Okay, with the Pack. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
okay,
because you can't. You have to. You'd have to be a game.
You're
real
dead.
Game
Yeah,
better
and you are, and things are thrown off because of that tie.
Yeah,
I know we've done this a million times, and we'll probably do it a million more over the course of the next couple of weeks. It's Dallas, the Rams, Steelers, Vikings, Chicago. That's what's ahead for Detroit. The one that matters the most in terms of that race is the fact that the Packers and Bears play each other twice in the next 3 weeks. The Bears have the Browns in between those two games. The Packers, they've got the Broncos. They also have the Ravens on the schedule.
Be careful with the Browns. That
Absolutely.
no joke.
Absolutely.
Can I amend my first what I said about it being an overreaction?
Sure.
No, I'm gonna stay with it. It's not an overreaction. But the one team we aren't looking at, in the one situation we aren't looking at, is the NFC South.
Okay.
That champion may not be decided yet. They play each other twice, Panthers and Bucks. I think the Panthers are a game behind right now.
I think
the Bucks
Panthers,
are 7
I think
and
they're
5.
6 losses. Yeah, 7-6. 2 left, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That one might not be decided yet.
You're right.
Call those games the who's getting blown out by Seattle Bowl.
I need to get to that 5th seed. I need to get to that 5th seed from the Niners. Niners are going to gain.
Well, Seattle. They've got Atlanta this week.
Mm-hmm.
They close out their season with the Colts, which feels a little bit different than it might have a couple weeks ago. The Rams, the Panthers that Kenny just mentioned, and then obviously they close out with your San Francisco 49ers.
See, the reason why I even pose it, I think all these teams in here are gonna have 10 wins, except for maybe the NFC South champion. But the wild card and all the wild card teams are having 10 wins. So I don't know if the Cowboys or the Lions or Panthers, for that matter, can get to 11, which is what I think they would need to do.
Okay.
The Niners, shout out to them. They're going to move up at least 1 seed no matter what happens this weekend. I think the Packers Bears game moves them up at least to 6th. They can get as high as I think the 5th seed, maybe the 2nd seed. If certain things
you're
happen.
saying this week they can get as high
weekend,
as
yeah, without even playing.
I assume the Rams would have to lose.
I think it's a Rams, Seahawks
probably the
loss.
Philadelphia Eagles would have to. They'd have to lose to the Chargers.
I saw what it was.
Because that would put. That would put Philadelphia at. Well, I mean, it really just boils. I mean, it has to. It boils down to the Rams. I guess they have the tiebreaker over the Rams.
If the right now they
if the Rams lost, if the Rams lost this weekend,
if the
to
Seahawks,
the Cardinals,
if the Seahawks and Rams lose, Niners jump all the way up to the 2 seed.
If the because the Seahawks are 9-3 too. Yeah, got you. Okay. Who did we just say the Seahawks played? Oh, Atlanta. So it's Atlanta and Arizona for those 2 teams this week. So
Niners would be the 5th seed.
I was gonna say I wouldn't hold my breath.
6th seed, whatever.
I wouldn't hold my breath. Okay, well, let's get one more in. Since we're here, the Rams will not win the NFC West. Oh, I think Jesse. I was going to say Jesse perked up.
It's overreaction.
They're still the best team in the NFL, I think, too. I think that Carolina lost. They get 1 bad loss a season, I guess. Well, 2 if you want to call Thursday night against San Francisco. But
it happens. It happens. I think it's overreaction. I think they're going to win the division. Do you have the Rams schedule in front of you though?
I can get it to you in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Good job.
The Cardinals. We will be right back with the Rams schedule, and we'll shift our attention back to the Sacramento Kings, who are off tonight. And you said something yesterday. I think it was about commentaries that pertain to the Bears in the Black Friday game and the injuries, and then we brought it back to San Francisco. And it wasn't until the San Francisco 49ers, and it wasn't until this morning that I had a realization about how all of that can tie into the Sacramento Kings. And I'll explain when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. You are off 24, 25, 26, 31, 1, and 2. If you want the Monday and Tuesday on either end of those, just let Kyle know which ones and we can work around it. So the way it's working is the 22nd and 23rd, me and Kyle are going to do 10-2, and then it's going to run back, and James and Kenny will be off. And then on the 29th and 30th, James and Kenny are going to do 10-2, and it's going to run back, and me and Kyle will be off. So if you want to do anything on top of those 3 days in each week off, just let Kyle know, and we can get it all set up. I'm positive it won't be a problem. D'Lo, when's your half marathon, and how's the running program going? I'm running CIM Sunday. That's great, Michigan, man. Good luck. I don't have a half. I'm not running a half Michigan. I'm running the full, but it's not till like July. Training's going really well. I'm pretty happy with it. I did have a little discomfort in my knee. I didn't run a lot last week. I think training kind of halted starting Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. And I didn't get back going until Monday. But yeah, so far so good. I haven't had to ramp up too much. By the way, for those who were asking, Trista's tomorrow. She's just for this week. She's tomorrow. She had an appointment today that she wanted to ask if we could go at 3, but that would, throw things off with Jason, and I'd rather just have her tomorrow.
I was coming back into the studio, and I looked at the refrigerator real quick. Not the refrigerator, but the little thing. And I said, "What the hell? Is that a real Coke?" I had to swoop it up.
Wow.
You don't get those often in here. A real Coke. I had to make sure.
That's funny. It's probably like Addie's. She's like, "Hey, where'd my soda go?"
They had like 7 of them.
Oh, okay, good. Almost forgot. Was supposed to run over the Rams schedule. It was like, you got the Rams schedule. Let's get it when we get back. Here it is. It's at Arizona this weekend, hosting Detroit, at Seattle, at Atlanta versus Arizona to close out the season.
Damn, Detroit might lose 2 straight games. And we ain't even got to talk about this. No Amon-Ra St. Brown either.
Yeah, facts.
Who knows how long he's out?
That would actually wind up being 3. Are you talking about them losing to Dallas this week?
Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, because they lost Thanksgiving, so that would be 3 straight losses. It would be 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it'd be 4 in the last 5, and 5 in the last 7.
Oh my goodness!
Since their bye week.
Wow.
And they're tough. They're the Lions are in a tough cat when you get to the championship, and there was a lot of excuses as to why they didn't get and it's perfectly like they were legitimate. It's kind of Super Bowl or bust. Like once you get to that, to the Final Four, so to speak, anything short of that it's tough. And the Lions have found them. It's a good spot to be in, sort of, because it means that you have the squad to get there, but man, it makes it that much more painful when you can't get there.
And I hate to say I told you so, but I'll say I told you so.
Who did?
Me. I told you all that going for it on 4th down is cute. Till it really gets to you. What are you doing?
You're doing this again.
What are you doing down?
You're doing this again.
What are you doing down 10? At the 30-yard line on 4th and like 3 or 4, going for it. What are you doing? Kick the field goal.
That's how the game works. It's cute while it works. And when it doesn't, you're a dummy.
It feels like it only works in September for him.
It worked later into the season 2 years ago. It did.
You got and look, it's never like, oh, never go for it on 4th down. Like you got it, but you got to have a feel like that. That's where it was really my point. Like you got to have a feel for the game. It can't be we just go for it on 4th down because that's what we do. Like no, have a feel for the situation. In that case, kick the field goal, make it a 1-score game, get the stop, get the ball back. They ended up doing all of that, but they were chasing another possession that after not getting that 4th down. So. Dan Campbell. I think he's a good coach, but I don't know, man.
Is he a good coach or is he a good motivator?
Boss,
like a good
CEO of everything.
Yeah.
That might be more so what he is. That might.
And
that
I don't
might
know.
be his
Like
strength.
I genuinely don't know. Yeah. That's the better way of putting it. I mean, he his record indicates, if you are what your record says, his record indicates he is a good coach. But he seems to be a really good
he's the
leader,
captain.
like
He's
a really good leader.
He's the captain. He's the Kyle Shanahan type guy of that organization.
Who is a very good coach.
Right.
Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
And maybe that's the tough part about coaching, regardless of sport, is finding the combination of the two. finding the guy who can both lead and be a good coach.
Mhm.
Like Sean McVay can, Kyle Shanahan can. It appears Matt LaFleur can.
Andy Reid.
Yeah, Andy Reid. Yeah, right. Andy Reid is and the thing about like all of those guys, I don't know that I've seen it with Sean McVay. Maybe you have. But if we've seen it with Kyle, we've seen it with Andy Reid, certainly. I don't think I've seen it with Matt LaFleur. You can, grab someone by the jersey and say, hey, what are you doing here? We've seen Andy Reid's interactions with Travis Kelce. We've seen these guys interact with their star players, and they respond.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing that's important about those interactions. No, Andy Reid, he's willing to have that, that tough conversation with Travis Kelce. No, that doesn't matter as much as Travis Kelce's response or insert big name player here. Their ability in the NBA, Eric Spoelstra can do it. Eric Spoelstra seems to be the only coach that can get through to Jimmy Butler. Right. Like he'll have that difficult interaction and they'll respond. Ty Lue and LeBron James. Ty Lue is willing to cuss out LeBron James in front. Ty Lue in a game where LeBron is, scoring 20 points at the half saying, I need you to be better. And LeBron running around going, I don't know what you're talking about. Saying, yeah, I need you to do this differently. LeBron responds. Of course, that's an interaction that happened in Game 7 of 2016, which is why it's so, so prevalent. But if you hear the stories of Ty Lue, which brings up put a pin in Ty Lue. Let's get back to that.
Yeah.
It's the players' response that matters the most, and Dan Campbell's players seem to respond to him.
They do. I believe
maybe there are some things he should reel in a little bit though.
They those type of coaches don't grow on trees, man. They don't grow on trees, man. Like you said, you got your Shanahans, your McVays, your LaFleurs, your Andy Reids, your Siriannis.
Come on, man. What are you talking? Stop it. Stop it.
They did something dumb over the weekend too.
Well, remember we thought he was getting fired at the beginning of last year.
Yeah.
Like 2 weeks in, or I don't know, maybe it wasn't 2 weeks in, maybe it was 4 weeks in. Oh, Sirianni's out of here.
Man, but it's the same old story though. Like the coordinators start doing work. I saw more questions over the weekend. Like, what does he do again? He's got an offensive coordinator, which the offense seems to be 100% dependent on the offensive coordinator. When they had the good offensive coordinator, they were winning. They had the bad one, they started losing. They got a good one in there, they started winning again. They got the bad one, and then they're losing. What are you there for, Sirianni? Yeah. If that's what it depends on. Nah, he did. What did he? They were down whatever they were. They scored the touchdown. It got them to 9. He could have kicked the field goal to go down 8 and still make it a two possession game. He goes for 2. They don't get it. And now it's a 3 possession game. Why would you do that? You're going to have to score 2 at some point anyway. Just do it when you know, like, hey, I just need this stop to get the ball back and tie it up. I don't know everything about football, but I know some stuff, and that was stupid. That was dumb.
I want to shift to the Kings here. We were talking about coaches. I mentioned Ty Lue. Steve Ballmer said a day or two ago, turning this thing around is on Lawrence Frank and Ty Lue. And I thought, well, I mean, okay, like he's going to let those guys do their job. That's terrific. And then I thought, we've heard speculation about Ty Lue and his relationship with the Clippers and perhaps his future with the Clippers, like a lot. This team's really, really bad. Hypothetically, what if? What if Ty Lue is fired? And I'm not asking, I'm just asking, what if the Clippers fire Tyronn Lue?
Yeah, I think the calls will be made.
There, for the record, there will be a lot of teams in the NBA calling about Ty Lue should the Clippers decide to make that decision. Knowing who our coach is now and how we feel about him, how would Kings fans feel about that?
I wouldn't.
Would you want that call to be made to Ty Lue to coach this team?
I wouldn't like it, man. I wouldn't like it.
You
I just wouldn't like it.
Okay.
Didn't answer your question.
No. No.
I told you how I'd feel about it.
Yeah. Can I point something out? I don't like Ty Lue is 48 years old.
Mm.
Not again. It's just a unique note. Doug Christie's 55.
Mm.
Like
wow.
Could think about that for a second. Doug Christie's 55 years old. Not insinuating that that's older. Not just think about how long Ty Lue, the coach, not Ty Lue the man or the player, or just Ty Lue, just Ty Lue the coach. Think about how long he's been in our lives. He's 48 years old.
Feels like an OG.
Oh, he's very much an OG now.
But he's only 48.
So
I'm 42.
Do you? Well, you're old.
That's crazy.
You're an old ass man.
Ty Lue feels way older than me.
He does. No, he very much does. He feels way older than both of us, and he's very much not. And I'm older than you. Do you do it?
Honestly, all jokes aside, it really does depend on how you feel about Doug. Like if let's just take everything at its face value, and if Scott is a believer in Doug Christie, he has him here as a coach because he believes in his vision, I think you stick with Doug. That doesn't mean going through this season and seeing how things play out, man, not change. It might change your opinion about how you feel about Doug or your belief in Doug. I get that. But if you still believe in the way he approaches basketball, his ability to coach and interact and reach his players, then I think you stick with that, with it just being 1 year with him getting the opportunity. If you are not sold on it, you absolutely make the call.
And I can't figure out whether Scott is or not.
I can't either. My thought is the way they talk about basketball, that seems to be a guy that they would be in lockstep with.
I agree, but it doesn't feel like it.
I know.
It doesn't feel like it. Just putting that out there because the Clippers are bad. Their Clippers are really, really bad.
And I think he's
and it's not Ty Lue's fault, but we know how the fallout works.
I'm gonna ask the question because we all know Ty Lue, one of my favorite coaches in the game. It's been that way, for years. But you guys know it since we've started the show.
4 years. God, I'd give
14
anything
years.
to have an air check of that show where you trash Ty Lue.
Ty Lue doesn't bear any responsibility for this shit. Like if the Clipper season goes the way it goes, like then doesn't bear any responsibility for that. I don't think he should, but I mean, he still is the guy that's the captain of that ship.
When your team is as bad as Sacramento or as bad as the Los Angeles Clippers, those are two teams that are 5-16 right now.
They're both 5-16. That's crazy.
Yeah.
We talk about the Kings.
Yeah.
Like they are the worst ever.
The Los Angeles Clippers are 5-16.
Wow.
No one is above blame, which is why I, posed the question about Ty Lue's future. But I'm frustrated with what's going on here, and I think I don't know what the conversation is in Los Angeles. I don't even know what the national conversation is on Los Angeles. The Clippers, excuse me. I tried to turn on First Take this morning because I didn't want to watch Good Morning Football. Like, I don't need to hear about the Patriots. Like, I watched a ton of football on Sunday, and I even had Sports Center on. Like, there was nothing I really needed football wise. So I went to First Take, and they were talking football, but it was just Stephen A. yelling. And I'm like, I had the baby in the room. I'm out. Like, Morgan's going to be screaming at me in a day if I keep watching this. So I turned it off. So I don't know what the conversation is surrounding the Clippers. But when you're this bad, like, no one's above getting criticized. But one thing that they do have in common, and this goes to you're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. This goes to the thing you said about the Black Friday broadcast and Al Michaels talking about the injuries the Chicago Bears have went through. And you're like, bruh, I'm sorry. Are you familiar with the San Francisco 49ers? The two things that the Clippers and the Kings have in common are injuries. And it seems in the midst of all of this that's going on with Sacramento, we have not discussed the fact that, they've been playing without a starter the entire season. It's not the same starter anymore, but you have in fact been missing a person from your starting lineup, not a sketchy starter, but a solidified 82-game starter for the entire season. You started without Keegan Murray, and the day Keegan Murray returns, you lose Domantas Sabonis. And the deep dive into that is those are the two positions you could not afford injuries at. And you've had injuries at both of them at completely separate occasions. It's not even like, man, we survived not having Keegan and Domas and we got through it. Now we can see what we have. That might be more manageable. You have had to go through the entire season without one or the other. You have not had, Doug has not had his complete starting lineup for the entire season. He's not in any danger of getting it back anytime soon. He's still weeks away from that happening. And at no point does that get added into this conversation. These three games that they've lost to Memphis, Utah, Phoenix, they were all obviously without Domantas Sabonis. They were also without Dennis Schroeder. Now, I know not everybody cares for Dennis Schroeder, but there is no one who can look at his production. I think he had an 0-for-8 game in there, but I don't think you can look at his production since Doug made the switch from Russell Westbrook or from Dennis Schroeder to Russell Westbrook in the starting lineup and say that Dennis hasn't been really effective coming off the bench. They've been without him. One starter, one very important rotational player, just gone, not even a part of the conversation. And I think it speaks to how much it all goes back to the same thing. It speaks to how much this fan base hates this team. Those are two very, very good excuses. And again, they're excuses, but they're still two very good reasons as to why this team struggled the last three games, why this team may have struggled through the bulk of this season. Doesn't matter. No one cares.
No, they don't.
Don't want to hear it.
They can't stand this team.
And it's literally what the Clippers are going through.
Right.
The Clippers, when they played the Kings in the last but I think it was the last preseason game, one of the last preseason games, it was like, whew, that team is deep.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to be able to play a lot of guys. And that's dead. So dead.
That's a great point. I forget it myself. And we say this all the time. Did we get it wrong with like the Kings record? Absolutely, obviously. But we also, when people were like, hey, people are going to get traded off, like Kyle would be like, yeah, I'm assuming it goes bad. People get traded off, all this other stuff. That's why I think the win total will be what it is. And I think we would both say, well, yeah, if people start getting traded and or injuries happen, yes, it'll be a different win total. Like I'm assuming health and the roster staying together for 42 wins or something that I said. Well, people haven't been traded yet, but we all knew they weren't deep enough as a roster to withstand losing anybody, let alone their 2 front court guys.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
Tell you straight up, I don't think I'd say 5 and 16. But if you say, hey, look, Sabonis or Keegan for 20 games and Sabonis for another 20 games are going to be out, what do you think the Kings win total will be? Like, not good.
Yeah.
Like they don't have enough depth to deal with. And if you would have said that about Zach or DeMar, like they don't have enough quality depth to withstand injury. And they've dealt with nothing but injury all season long. And that's a good point.
But
it's
it doesn't factor into the conversation very often.
Well, to your other point though, because people don't like the team.
So like if you tell me, you could speak about this way better than I could. If the 49ers season died 6 weeks ago, what would the response would the response be? Vitriol and anger?
No, it'd be they just lost, the injuries got them.
One too many, right? It just caught up with, there's just too many injuries. I think that speaks to the team. That this Sacramento Kings team is different.
Right.
It's there is nothing that could stall them out. When again, maybe there's some performances that are inexcusable, and that probably plays a factor into this too. But they have been shorthanded for what do we say, 5 and 16? They've been shorthanded 21 games. 21 out of 21, they've been shorthanded. I mean, the Clippers are in a very similar category as well. I don't know if it's 21 out of 21, but they certainly haven't had the complement of players that they thought they were going to have when they played the Sacramento Kings at the end of the preseason.
Right. And once again, this Kings team is not good enough to deal with that
Facts.
stuff.
That's right.
Like they're not. Like if they're losing Sabonis or Keon, and and then that doesn't even take into account Schroeder, like you mentioned. Zach LaVine missed a couple games. Malik Monk missed a couple games. Like they've had Doug has had to mix and match rotations and lineups every single game this year. And they're not good enough to deal with all that.
If Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis have played all 21 games, but DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine had been the 2 players who've missed 21. And it could be Zach first and then DeMar first and then Zach. Do you think the season looks different?
I don't. Well, not maybe a game or two different.
So I was going to say, I think it does, but I think it's a little. I might go a few more than you, though. I might go like 3.
Okay. I was going to say,
and that might be
7 wins.
I think I'd cap it at 3. I don't know that I'd go much higher than that. Yeah, 7 or 8. Like
tough break, and they don't get the benefit of the doubt around here.
Nope. No, and that's okay. Not telling anybody you should give them the benefit of the doubt. What really stood out to me is those are very viable reasons as to why this team has been so frustrating this year. But this fan base is in full go to hell mode.
Straight to hell.
Straight to hell. which I guess is fine.
Yeah.
And they don't worry, Kings fans. They got the 13-5 Rockets tomorrow in Houston, followed by the now 14-7 Miami Heat on Saturday.
That's
your Knicks quietly making a little run here. By the way, they've won 4 in a row.
Shout out to my boy Jalen Brunson. Doing his
player
thing.
of the week. I think him and Luka. I think him and Luka were player of the week.
last week.
Oh, that was last
They got
week.
a new one. It's Jokic and Cade Cunningham this year.
I can't. We're gonna do a quarter season award thing tomorrow. It's gonna be fascinating. I think there's so many interesting conversations to be had about the way Jokic is playing, the way Shea is playing,
these guys,
the way Luka's playing. It's I mean, the coach of the year thing is interesting. I think the coach of the year in the NFL is really is it Vrabel?
It feels like it's Vrabel. And it feels like it's not even close. Like
I mean, I know that there was Steichen there for a little bit, but
yeah, I think the insiders were talking about the other day, or maybe we were, I can't remember, but they're like, Kyle not even on the board.
He never is.
Kyle not even on the board.
He never is.
For the odds makers.
He never is.
Oh,
I mean, and Sean McVay's not going to get credit for his team being 9-3 either.
Ben Johnson will probably be up there.
Yeah, but I don't. Ben Johnson will be interesting. Ben Johnson will absolutely be interesting because I don't think anyone. I don't know that they like Sean Payton enough. I think they're more. I think the NFL likes the new hotness more. Which is why Mike Vrabel and Mike Vrabel, who might have already won the award.
Yeah, probably so with Tennessee, huh?
God, let me look that up. I feel like he has.
I think it's for sure him though.
Vrabel.
Yeah, I think for sure. I mean, he's
he's
got the name, he's got the franchise, they got the record, all this other stuff. So
and also like he's got a quarterback that looked. This team, Vrabel won it in 2021.
Well, 2-time.
Yeah, I think you're right. 2-time, 2 franchises.
Really good coach. Really good coach. It's kind of surprising that the teams that passed on him.
My dearest brother, do you know that Kevin Stefanski has won this award twice?
I heard that the other day.
Including 2 years ago?
All right.
That ain't going to save your ass today. You still going to get fired. I mean, Brian Daboll was coach of the year 3 years ago.
2 years ago. Yeah. All right. That was Kyle's 13-3 year, by the way.
I know. I know.
Oh man.
This man won coach of the year at 9-7-1. Hold on. Jason Jones coming up in a second. Bruce Aaron is that 9-3. That's obviously some context there. Oh my God. This man is the first coach to win coach of the year with single-digit wins.
Come on, man.
Since 1990, when Jimmy Johnson won the award because the Cowboys were 7-9. Go to commercial break.
Oh my goodness. I thought Dayball was bad. That's awful.
I mean, they had to have been 1-14 the year before. The Cowboys. Or 1-15 or what 2-14, whatever it was. Team's longest win streak since 1932. Holy shit. The Bears.
Oh my God.
Congratulations, John Bull and Manny. All right, Jason Jones is going to join us in just a couple of minutes. Normally it's Trista Tuesdays, but Trista will be with us coming up tomorrow. As a matter of fact, great show playing tomorrow, by the way. Jake Gaden at 1:45, fresh off his trip to Foxborough. Trista Crick right after that. And, of course, James Ham in the 3 o'clock hours. The Sacramento Kings will return to the basketball floor to take on the Houston Rockets. I'm sure everything will be fine.
Perfect. Perfect. You know, it's not bizarre because I think we, as fans and media members, sometimes make a bigger deal out of stuff than it really is. But there's more video of Keon and Doug Christie just being the best of friends.
I know you guys mentioned the Kevin John video earlier that I didn't see. So this, I take it, was just at practice yesterday?
This was at the holiday party. Him and Jackie Christie took the video of Doug and Keon posing, laughing, keying it up. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's not that deep. I mean, I'm sure he wants to.
Yeah.
I'm sure he wants to play. Keon wants to play, but I have heard, it doesn't mean like he's happy or anything, but Keon understands the business element of what has happened.
And the business element is just there's too many guards? What's the business element?
Too many guards, the picking up the option. It gave them flexibility to try and build the roster or for trades and stuff like that. Once again, not happy, but also not oblivious to why it happened. And from what I've heard, could be wrong. I don't know. I haven't talked to Keon himself, but from what I've heard, not taking it super personal. Like, it's not like, how could you do this to me? I'm done with the Kings. From what I hear, it's not that. That doesn't mean he won't leave, but he's not taking it personal. He understands. It just kind of sucks. And I don't know. Maybe that's just how Keon takes things in general. Like, doesn't seem like he's taking anything personal with Doug.
He seems like a low key, like he's not going to have a big reaction to something like this. Like, what I would hope, we can ask questions as to and not know the answer as to why Keon Ellis isn't playing. I don't think it's fair for Keon Ellis to not know why he's not playing.
That's right. Yeah.
So if that message has been relayed to Keon by Doug or by somebody else, preferably by Doug, then fine. If Keon knows what it'll take for him to get into the lineup, even better. Because if I have a player that has a skill set the way that Keon Ellis does, and as a coach, I have a reason that I can't play him, I want him to know what it'll take for him to get on the floor. I want him to know what it'll take for him to be a part of this basketball team on a night-to-night basis, a consistent part of this basketball team on the night-to-night basis.
And James Ham continues to say every time that we bring it up, he says everything that he's heard is the Kings fully intend to try to retain Keon. Like, there hasn't been any thing that he's heard that has changed that and changed how they feel about Keon. It does make it a little bizarre, when he's playing 6 minutes or getting DMPs. But yeah, I haven't heard anything bad about Keon and the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, doesn't mean that he'll just sign here regardless. Like that's not. But usually you hear things like, "No, the two sides aren't even talking," or the second. I mean, look,
the Keon just walks into practice and doesn't talk to Doug.
Look, I heard the second the Kings and Zach LaVine can move away from each other, they will.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
They know what it is. They've got to do what they got to do.
I'm
right
sure
here.
this is a mutually detestful relationship. I don't even know if that's a word, but we can make it one for Zach LaVine and the Kings.
They all know what it is. They know that they got to deal with each other right now. But both parties know the second they can move on, they're moving on.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard that about Keon Ellis.
Mm.
So we'll see what happens. But yeah, him and Doug are just
13 days, guys.
13 days. Don't get it confused with 6 weeks. Because we all know I needed 6 weeks. 6 weeks was all I needed to turn Money in the Bank right around. I think it was Money in the Bank. I can't remember. I can't remember if it was WrestleMania. Can't remember if it was Money in the Bank. Can't remember. That's what it was. It was Royal Rumble. I needed 6 weeks.
I don't think it was Royal Rumble.
Whatever it was, Triple H wasn't doing his job, and he needed me. He needed me. Dwayne Johnson.
Notice
The Rock.
We haven't seen The Rock since. He literally said this company is ass. They're not selling tickets. They had to call me to do it, and we haven't seen him since. What is isn't the Saudi Arabia thing, the Saudi Arabia WrestleMania? They want Rock versus Roman.
That's what I
heard
The Rock. I don't know if
I think it was Rock versus Roman. Man. Which okay. The Saudi Arabia WrestleMania is in fact next year.
Yeah.
It's just not at the WrestleMania we're conditioned to, because that's Las Vegas. That's in April, but there's a second WrestleMania next year, and that's in Saudi Arabia. Do I have that right?
No. I don't know.
That might be
because I thought it was just the next WrestleMania. After Vegas.
Mania in
But you might be right. A little more tapped in tonight.
Arabia. No, promise you I'm not. WrestleMania 43 will be held in Saudi Arabia. Oh, okay. Okay, it's 2027. It's not a second WrestleMania next year.
That's crazy.
It's literally a standalone WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia in 2027.
They're really trying to plan out 2027 WrestleMania. Well, you know what's happening in 26.
Well, they planned the 2026 WrestleMania, and they said, nah, we're just going to go back to Las Vegas after announcing
Minnesota's in the running. I think they end up giving Minnesota a SummerSlam. I think that's what they did. But now we actually do have 2026 WrestleMania, allegedly Roman and Cody, where Cody turns heel. That's my prediction.
Okay. Based on what, your extensive viewing of WWE programming this year?
I thought about tapping into Raw last
You're like
night.
someone talking about the Kings who hasn't watched a game all season.
I thought about tapping into Raw last night. Then I had something else.
You know what's funny is Jason's not here, and I think it's because he knows you're here.
Well, I don't know why.
You haven't
I don't know why
been
he
here.
would feel that way.
You haven't been here for the better part. I mean, I know you were here for a minute last Tuesday. You weren't here the previous Tuesday. And I think Jason was like, oh, I'm going to go talk to my good friend D'Lo. And it's like, oh, this guy's here. Forget it.
If he's going to come with that stupid jacket, he can stay away.
Jacket, hat, T-shirt, hoodie.
He can stay where he's going to be at. If we're not talking about the Raiders, I don't want to talk to him. The Raiders.
Yeah, the Raiders, the WWE of the NFL.
I would like to know if Jason would fire Pete Carroll. You and Jesse were like, yeah, he's got to go.
Oh, I feel
third
like
coach
Jason.
in 3 years. Well, do we think Pete Carroll was I always forget GM's name. Spytek.
Sean,
Was that was that his choice? You think?
remember.
Because if
Was
it was, that's
Spytek?
kind of crazy.
Yeah, was Spytek was hired first, but that's Brady's guy. Yeah, I gotta imagine it was.
That'd be
It's
a little
just not-
crazy if you got to get rid of your guy again.
I didn't understand it when it happened. Like, what is the direction here when you hire a 74, 75-year-old head coach? Not trying to be an ageist. Shout out Michael Scott.
I remember he was a fool for that. Keep going. It just reminded me of the episode.
It's disrespectful. Okay.
Season 4, episode 7. It was
that might be right.
It was the chili episode.
It's not all you. That's not.
It was when Pam, her boyfriend came and they broke up.
Season 4, episode 7. It's funny because I think you might be really no. That's not the episode. Sorry. You were close enough though that it made me look.
That was the episode when he was jumping off the parking garage.
Different episode. No, that's what's that? Is that stress relief? I can't remember what that one's called. My life. Oh, my life.
I did see that one.
I just don't know what the vision is when you hire a 75-year-old head coach. One that needs an organization that needs. We'll bring Jason Jones. We'll bring the Jason,
other clothes
Jason,
in his damn closet.
Jason, I was speculating that perhaps you weren't going to show up this week because you saw Kenny was here, and we've had such great conversations, you and I, the last 2 weeks. I thought you might have seen the stream and thought, "Oh hell, I don't want to talk."
I had some stuff. I was tired of. I had some stuff come up, but I couldn't. I can't miss my Tuesdays. I can't miss this.
Yeah, no, and we didn't want to miss you, man. You look. First of all, you look great.
Why do you always say that when he wears these stupid ass colors?
I don't
look
say
at you. You got a dream on your chest. Beam don't even work right now, does it?
It does.
No,
barely.
There's no evidence that it works.
Well,
we have no idea.
The
if
last
beam is
time
broken
they
or
tried
not.
it worked.
There's no evidence that thing actually works.
I mean, I ain't a Kings fan, and I'm hurting for y'all. I'm like, man, this is rough.
It's pretty bad, man.
It hurts me to watch Doug pre or post game talk. I'd be like, oh.
So we asked this question because there are 2 5 and 16 teams. One is labeled as a significantly bigger disappointment than Sacramento is because they were a 50-win team last year, and that's the Clippers. You just mentioned Doug. Steve Ballmer said it's on Lawrence Frank and it's on Ty Lue to fix this situation in Los Angeles. I don't think it's going to happen. But if it does, and the Clippers move on from Ty Lue, is that a call you place if you're Scott Perry?
I mean, obviously, yeah. Because I don't think nothing about this season says they plan, Doug is the long-term answer. And Ty Lue is still one of the best coaches in the game.
Yeah, I agree.
And would he want the job? I don't know, but yeah, it's I've been around the NBA for a while, and you can kind of get a vibe where you say, I don't know if it's going to work the whole year. Or it's going to work beyond this year. And a lot of times when I watch the Kings, I get that vibe of, this ain't it. Like this just. It doesn't feel good, It's like 2 weeks. Was it 2 weeks ago? You're going at, you're calling out your players, calling out the media. It's like, team is not good. What do you expect people to do? I mean, you've kind of pulled the trigger on the 2 rants already. You did that in November. Yeah. So what more can you really say? And then it's just there's just some things that are just kind of hard to comprehend. When even you got national people talking about why don't they play Keon Ellis? Like, what did he do so wrong to not be able, it's tough when you watch a really bad defensive team not play defensive players. It's just, it's a lot for a first-year coach. It's not a great situation, but yeah, I would have to wonder I'm not expecting, I could see maybe if Ty Lue was tired of just, the grind or whatever, needed a break, but it would be hard for me to see him leaving the Clippers and saying, you know what I want? I want that challenge in Sacramento.
Yeah.
I mean, even at its worst, you still got James Harden, you still got, I mean, they've got a really old team in LA. So you've got to get that, that roster needs some revamping. But if you had to kind of start with either roster, I'd still stay with the Clippers if I had a choice. I mean, you got a legit all-star in Harden, who I think actually for the most part has played pretty well this year. You just can't tell because they stink overall. But the Kings don't have a James Harden to work with. A guy who's been a perennial all-star, a guy who's been a part of a lot of winning. I mean, DeMar would be the closest you would have to the perennial all-star, but that was, at this point for DeMar, that was a while ago. I mean, them all-star berths, that, when was the last one? Probably 2018, 2019, something like that?
For Kawhi?
DeMar.
For DeMar. I'm sorry. I meant, it's been a while. San Antonio. Well, no, he probably made one in Chicago.
I think he made one in Chicago.
So 21, 22, something like that.
Yeah. So it's just but at this point, might as well just throw stuff. Who knows what's going to happen at this point? Because there's no way I would have thought the Clippers would be this bad. Mm-hmm. I mean, I've watched the last couple of their games. They're just to see a Clipper team, a team coached by Lue, to be this bad on defense is crazy.
Yeah, I know Kings fans don't care. If you want to feel better, it's pretty gross. Like, it is bizarre how bad. Like, the Clippers look just completely disoriented when they play.
They look like 4 steps slow. I mean, everyone was praising their offseason. Beal gets hurt. Everyone was like, oh, they got Brook Lopez. Watch out. Brook Lopez doesn't even play anymore. I mean, it just looks like the stuff you thought, I know part of trading Norman Powell was finance, but trading Norman Powell looks extremely bad. Yeah. And thinking, we got John Collins, and the question about a guy like John Collins is, when's the last time someone said John Collins affected a winning situation? Like, a team was winning because John Collins was there.
High school.
It's just, I mean, it looked good on paper. But it's just they got a really good 2K team. You put all the guys on a 2K, game. It's a fun team to have, but it doesn't work in real life.
These are literally the Los Angeles basketball Kings.
That's
the same exact things we say about
both
the Kings.
Teams are old. I mean, you would think with their records, there are some young. They're young. They're not young teams. And that's probably the most frustrating part, I think, for both sides. We're not talking about a team with a bunch of young players. Like, if you look at the Pelicans, at least they got some young. They got guys like they got some young guys down there. What they'll become, we don't know. But they got some young pieces out there. You say, you know what? You got some young wings. You've got McQueen, who you drafted. Maybe he has some promise. The Kings and the Clippers are old, and maybe the Kings get a boost from Sabonis, but they weren't exactly lighting it up when Sabonis played. So, I mean, it's just kind of like, at least the Kings control their lottery pick if they get one, though. So it could be worse. It could be the Clippers, knowing that you got to give that pick to the OKC no matter what.
Did I see correctly? I guess I could look this up real quick too. That the Thunder also have control of the 27 pick. Is it a pick swap or something like that?
It might be a pick swap. That wouldn't surprise me. I haven't looked at it.
They can't have the pick just outright back-to-back years.
If you got to do like the pick, then the swap deal, because that's what the Pelicans did with the Lakers.
That is crazy.
Yeah, they gave up all of that in Shea to blow 2-0 leads in the playoffs every year.
But they did that effectively. Right there, they did that effectively.
Denver, it looks like.
Speaking of old, Jay, we were having a conversation about the Raiders. Let's just talk about bad sports teams here.
My God,
Talk about bad sports franchises.
The Raiders are a shame before God.
I feel
goodness.
I feel like I think I know the answer to this. KC doesn't. Third straight year, would you fire Pete Carroll?
At this point, yeah. I mean, everyone said about building a culture. This culture looks worse.
It's pretty bad.
And we talk about, and then all the stuff was coming out about, and I love after like Chip gets fired, you can see which side of the which like media, whatever, like agent is talking to which side, because you get the Raiders side of the guy was calling stuff that wasn't in the thing or in the game plan. Then you get the obvious Chip Kelly side that says, well, that wasn't even Chip's offense.
Yeah.
That was really what Pete wanted to run. And we had to scout based off of the Seattle stuff because we didn't recognize it as a Chip. Either way, it's embarrassing. Either way, you can say, well, this guy, that guy. The fact is, Geno Smith was his quarterback. That's his guy. Whether you let Chip Kelly, whoever's control, whatever. Who I don't know whose fault it was, but he's gone. You brought in that special teams coach that cost you at least 2 or 3 games that you fired. And I don't know what hope bringing Pete back next year gives. I just don't know at this point. Maybe part of me says, well, you can't keep firing people, but this goes back probably 3 or 4 years. You probably should have kept the guy you replaced Gruden with. That guy, Rich had buy-in.
They loved, yeah.
And then you went out and you got the team destroyer, Josh McDaniels.
Team destroyer.
Who basically came in and offended every one of your stars and got rid. That man made Josh Jacobs play in the Hall of Fame game. I mean,
yep.
I think it takes 3 years to recover from Josh alone. You wasted about 4 years of draft picks. I mean, talk about a team that's drafted terribly. I mean, like Pete won't play the rookies they have now. Like, you got to earn it. Who cares? Let Jack Besh play. Like, what are we doing here? Why am I watching Tyler Lockett get reps? Like, what does that do?
So moving on from BK, and I'm not even saying you're wrong. You got to do what you got to do. But it's like, all right, what does it say about the direction of the franchise when you talk about another head coach?
There is no direction.
3 years, 4
There is no direction. They're just grasping for straws in terms of hiring a coach. And I think, like I said, part of me says you kind of have to stick this out to a degree and say, well, maybe they just don't have any talent. Maybe this is part of the bigger plan. Because you can't tell me the plan was to win when you see what they did in the offseason. You can't tell me they were thinking this is going to be, when you don't upgrade an offensive line that wasn't good.
You good?
Man, I live in the V, man. Sometimes, I'm fine. Ain't nothing going on here.
Man, what are them boys you got doing right now?
Man, they chilling, man. I've got them properly ingrained, sports wise. So
there you go. Wow.
Yeah. Okay. So it's. I would love to say let's ride it out with Pete, and he got a program. You got to give him a couple of years, but Pete's like what 74?
Yeah.
I mean, trying to build a long-term plan with a coach who's getting close to 80 just doesn't, unless you catch magic in a bottle like Dick Vermeil did with Kurt Warner. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to confuse Geno Smith with Kurt Warner right now.
Yeah, and that's the other part of this is you got a bad quarterback situation.
Yeah, I mean, and I felt like even watching the game on Sunday, I felt like the defense wasn't the greatest, but it wasn't. It wasn't like you didn't have chances. And problem is on offense, they only have one. They have 2 playmakers. Probably I'd say Genty can make plays, and you'd say Bowers can, but part of that requires the guy under center to get those guys the ball. and that requires an offensive line to block sometime. I mean, half the time Jeanty gets the ball, he's getting hit in the backfield. So, I mean, I guess, I would love to be like, yeah, let's just, I could see them saying, for continuity, we're going to run it back. But this team was not a good team. And it's, to me, I thought they would cap out at the most, if they got lucky, get 7 wins. But I also didn't think they would have like the worst offense dang near in the NFL. And that's the disappointing part. You trade for the quarterback, you pay him, and the offense is barely better than it was with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell. And when you also had Jacoby Myers all year and Devontae Adams part of the season.
Jeez.
It's actually worse to me, because you did upgrade the quarterback. You did give him an extension to go out there and lead the league in interceptions. Like the one on Sunday was kind of like a bad luck type thing, but you're also throwing the ball where there's 2 defenders, which has kind of been a theme of Geno's this year. Let me throw the ball where I see the most opposite jerseys, because I'm going to fit it in the window.
Yeah, he showed us that week 1. It was like, oh, that was a risky throw by Geno right there. And then it was like, oh, that's what he's going to do all year.
Yeah, and I think when you look back at it, you can do that when you got DK Metcalf, who can probably just physically take the ball from people. Or you've got Jackson Smith and Jigba, who's one of the best, especially this year, probably top 2 receiver in the game. They cover up a lot of that. You got Trey Tucker and whoever else they got. I don't even know. So it's like it doesn't. So what you get is you get New York Jets Geno.
Brutal.
And at least he apologized for flipping off the fans.
Which time?
This last time, I believe.
Okay.
Speaking of, I want to get your thoughts on what's gone down here in Sacramento in the last week. Just in general, did you see Geno flipping off the fence? Speaking of, I'm talking about our guy Devlin and his interaction with the Kings and Zach LaVine and stuff. Kings / Devlin made the Joe Budden podcast.
Oh, God damn it.
They were breaking it down a little bit.
The last time the Kings made the Joe Budden podcast was because they were wondering why didn't they draft Luka?
Yeah, man.
Well, thank God they weren't talking about trading Tyrone Halliburton. I think that's one of Joe's favorite players there, Tyrone Halliburton.
that guy's a baller out there, Tyrone Halliburton. I like his game, yeah.
They made the JBP, man. But I got to ask you, Jay, I mean, what's your thoughts about the entire situation? Obviously, it's the Kings finding a new way to do Kings things, but just in general, the fan interaction with the player, and I thought both the player and the fan initially were a fair game. Like, it was fine. I don't think Devlin said anything crazy. I don't think Zach said anything crazy back. Devlin was, wilding a little bit on the way out, but what'd you think about it, man?
Yeah, I think fans are gonna say stuff, and I think if you're a fan and you're gonna say something to a player, don't be shocked when the player says something back. Because I mean, I've sat down there, I've heard some of the stuff fans say, and from everything I read and heard, I don't think Devlin said anything that was completely crazy. I mean, that wasn't the worst thing you could have said. Then again, Zach had a point. If you don't like it, you can go home.
Well,
I mean, it's a fair. I always say being a fan is a choice. You can go home if you don't like watching me play basketball. I just from an objective outside looking in point, I wish Zach would kind of just let it go. Him doubling down. I didn't. It was like, let's not do this. Like, come on, let's not. The Kings don't make the news for anything, and this is what they make it for. And it just, I mean, I know, and I wish, Devlin was getting more attention for his work than it was, well, who's that guy yelling at Zach LaVine?
Right.
Well, I think it's brought some attention to his work, so if that was his plan, good for him. It worked beautifully.
I don't think that was the plan, but it worked. I'm pretty sure he's gotten, I'm pretty sure he was not getting shouted out on JBP.
Yeah.
So it'd be great if it's like pro wrestling was a ruse the whole time and
it wasn't work.
and he's like, it worked. Black Friday was lit now. Everybody knows.
Well, it was the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Well, the storyline is starting to unravel a little bit.
Yeah, we need the big press conference where they admit, we got you guys. Yeah, but it's like I said, it's like I said, I kind of early on, I'm like, yeah, I had no problem with Zach said. I had no problem with Delvin said. Hey, if you think I would love for a lot of fans in California to go to a game like in Philly and hear what the fans say.
Man.
We didn't come here to watch you not play defense. It's such a minor thing that I've heard. I've been courtside when, during the Matt Barnes, Derek Fisher era, and the guys were saying stuff to Matt that was out of line, I've heard some very crazy. I'm pretty sure when Zion does play, he hears worse than go play defense. Rest his soul. Kobe Bryant went through a whole season where he heard way worse.
Yeah.
So it was such a petty thing to get so worked up about. Like, why is he getting removed from the game over that? Like, why is that even a thing? It's like
he did get a little demonstrative.
He did, yeah. But I'm like, it shouldn't have even got to that point. Is my point. It shouldn't have got to that point. It's like usually when I see players like that go back and forth for the fan, it ends with them both laughing. Because like a guy like KD will talk.
Right.
As you probably tell, KD goes on Twitter and goes back at regular folks. So, though I've heard how some of these guys, I remember was it one year, Austin Rivers was in Sacramento, and somebody was heckling him about how much money he made. He was like, "You're a waste of whatever, $12 million." He goes, "Actually, I make 14, whatever it was. Actually, it's this much I make." So, you hear the banner, especially that close, is not unusual. But usually, the people who pay that much don't pay that. Don't get into it like that. So. Like, hey, Sacramento was on the Joe Budden podcast again. So, hey, shout out to,
we did it, guys.
On the JBP.
Yep. You just wish it was for something different. Like, hey, what great fans they have.
It's never going to be for anything good.
Like I said, the last time I heard them mentioned was like they were just clowning the Kings over Marvin Bagley. Like, they really took Marvin Bagley. And like they spent like 10 minutes just ragging on Marvin. I'm like, this is really uncalled for.
Well, at least they didn't call him Martin Bagley.
Marcus Bill, like when Al Davis called Lane Kiffin Lance.
No. Yeah.
That's
the
my
funny
guy.
thing about listening to Joe Budden talk about sports is every once in a while he'll drop a Tyrone Halliburton and then he'll go into a Prize Picks ad. And it's like, I'm going to take your advice on what to do with my money after you just called this man Tyrone Halliburton.
Well, sometimes in Prize Picks, they be butchering the names. He'd be like, we got this guy.
You guys are really doing this for the money.
Yeah, I'm like, man, I don't know who that guy is. It's like, yeah, he said, it must have auto-corrected this. I'm like, yeah, because that guy's not a player in the NFL. I'm sorry. I don't know who you just named, but I wonder how many people actually listen to those ads in general and go, you know what? Joe Budden might know.
Yeah, he might do it.
I wonder what Ish thinks about this game.
Yeah, he took like the over, I think, on Geno Smith's passing. I'm like, I wouldn't do that. Like, oh no!
I can't wait to hear what Mel Ford thinks about this.
She's not even there anymore. So yeah,
just Mona think about this.
Yeah, I want to hear what my man Mark Lamont. Well, Mark Lamont Hill's funny on there because like that.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
That whole Brian McKnight rant he had was great.
Man, he went crazy on.
Brian McKnight.
I stopped listening when I realized Joe had a little crush on Candace Owens, and I was like, I can't listen to this dude no more.
There's a lot of weird things going on in sports and in the media world in general. I'm gonna watch that 50 Cent documentary on Netflix. I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah.
I didn't know if I
I'm
was
gonna watch it. I'm not above it. I'm gonna watch that. I don't think I'm gonna watch anything related to Lane Kiffin anymore. I think Lane should. That was interesting. We can watch people overreact or either over scrutinize or overreact to Shedeur Sanders. He's either the greatest quarterback since Tom Brady or Jamarcus Russell. There's like no in between on him. There's like either
he was okay on Sunday. He was okay.
It doesn't matter because if you say anything other than he was great, I've had someone tell me I must be anti-black because I said he was okay.
Come on.
They were like literally like you hate your people. I was like, what? What? What I do?
Come on.
Man threw like under 200 yards. Look at you being a hater. You're a traitor. I'm like, I'm a traitor because I said the man completed 50% of his passes. They were like, we can't stand you. You're a troll. I'm like, well, I am, but he literally completed about half of his pass. I'm like, but also he's a rookie who hasn't played all year. He's not supposed to be good. He's been, like I said, I don't know if I count that first game. It was against the Raiders, so I don't know if that even counts. I mean, that's kind of like playing like, a preseason game in November. Because I mean, I just can't take the Raiders seriously. They're just not. I mean, they're just it's just God. It's I'm
okay. See, this is why. Hey, we'll let you go. This is why we didn't talk Raiders the last 2 weeks. I see what it does to you.
Yeah, it's like they're probably going to draft somebody who they're going to ruin. At this point, I have like somebody say, "You want to take? What if they took Mendoza?" I'm like, "Oh, so Mendoza can be a bust?" Yeah, congrats, Francisco. You left Berkeley, come back to Vegas, and now you're terrible. Yeah, I'm like, I just have no faith in them right now, and they haven't, But as somebody pointed out, the Dodgers won more games in November than the Raiders did.
That's sad.
That was a good little way to end this. Well done, Jason.
I'm not reacting to this mess.
We appreciate you as always, my friend.
It's all right, man. Like I said, I'll have a new NFL team by next week. I'm still sorting through my list. I've got about 12 contenders.
There you go.
I got to ride one out through the rest of the season. Then I can go back to being delusional next fall.
There you go. Appreciate you, Jason. Thank you, my brother. Jason, you look great today, by the way.
Oh, settle down. Settle the hell down.
I don't know what you have against Blue. Well, you don't have to answer that. You don't want to get you in trouble.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing against no Blue. No.
Oh,
don't get me.
All right.
Let me get caught up.
Oh no,
somewhere.
you just have these weird reactions every time Jason wears blue. I don't understand.
It's the stupid logo.
Oh, I see. Well, on that note, we'll be back tomorrow. Trista Crick will be with us. Jay Gayton will be with us. James Ham will be with us. We'll do some quarter season awards for the NBA, which I think is going to be a lot of fun because the Kings are getting none of them. But who does, I think, is a real interesting conversation. So we'll do that tomorrow, and the Kings will finally be back in action, as it seems they haven't played in eternity. But at this point, I don't care if they don't play. It makes basketball much. I enjoyed watching the Suns and Lakers last night. There's games tonight. Guys, Michael Jordan's on TV tonight.
Yeah,
make sure
man.
you watch him say nothing, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. With the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos his airness.
Oh, man. Wheezy's write-off days are much better. Much, much better. All right, y'all. We are going to go do what we do. Yeah. All right, man. We'll see you guys. Complex is standing outside the office, which probably means he needs us. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a fantastic day. Well, all right, Will.
Oh, man.
Jeez. That's where we are.